Pro and 1win seems to be the battle that we constantly see here over in EU. Now, 1win, unable to take them down now 2 times running, have a rematch from last week where maybe they can finally take the Titans on. But as we know, Virtus Pro are looking to defend that title for a 7th or his 8th, I don't remember, week in a row. Whenever Sinclair is left open, he always gets snatched up. It doesn't seem like VP seems to care much about that though, as they rock their Vindictive pick for Michaelis, and Obikim rocking Hayes. Overseas getting Bebop shows how dominant the robot can be as he finds himself a Michaelis.
Hello! What a hook! Uppercut straight into the Guardian. Goodbye.
Getting his Hyper Beam online ASAP, Overseas keeps the pain on, allowing 1win to take the mid tower 4 minutes in.
Pocket going for the dive. Here comes the Hyper Beam as well to keep that pressure on. And in fact, for 1win, taking down this tower as quickly as possible would be extremely beneficial, because getting the Bebop onto that pressure game, being able to roam around the map with the hooks as early as possible will be huge. And a sub 430 initial Guardian in mid, that's so powerful.
I swear this isn't meant to be an Overseas highlight reel, but with him pulling off plays like this, why not?
Very mobile, especially now that they've got that mid Guardian down. So, oh, hello. Okay, these are the ganks we're talking about. In off of the jump dash, quick hook into uppercut, and in the jail, but it doesn't matter. There's the finish from Flammable to take down Zergy, and another tower could go down here off the back of that pick.
While 1win looked to turn in the urn, VP are more focused on getting their flex slot.
To potentially get the urn drop off, but there's no challenge there. For VP are instead putting their efforts into that mid push, trying to take down that Guardian, and they might be able to get a pick here on Overseas, who is against 3 all alone. He's got teammates coming in to assist. Meanwhile, as we look on the left side of the lane here, we've got a desperate escape coming in on that Calico. Zanya trying to get out of there. I don't think that's going to happen though, even though it's Calico. There's 2 players on the position using the movement there, jumping off the side of the building.
Similar to what we saw before, VP let the urn go to try and grab another objective. This time the right lane Walker, but 1win reinforced it in time.
The fact it's played just...
Oh my goodness. Overseas. Please. Please. Listic has a family.
With somehow Sinclair being left through the draft, Flammable wants to make VP regret that as he goes for a chase.
Which ult do we have right now? I'm not sure which ult Sinclair has, but might not even be able to get to use anything. Divine Barrier coming on through. There is some support from teammates.
Still bullet dance.
Still staying alive, and there's the bullet dance from the Magician. Gonna have to fall back though. I don't know that he's long for this world with all this pain coming forward, and in fact, Zergy will take him down with the DOT, and it is not looking good here for VP. 2 players down already in this fight for the kill onto Flammable, and 1win just pushing them further back. Zenon getting a really deep there, maybe an overcommitted play, and that's actually going to give VP actually a sense of victory.
With the 3rd urn spawning, VP give it some attention as they look to run it in, but 1win don't care as they push to the left lane Walker.
1win, because they have that pressure on the left side of Walker. I don't know if they'll get it, because there is a response on the way.
Yeah, I mean, the response is coming in. I think this is actually really good rotation for VP. They've split off, let the Warden turn in the urn solo, and then, like, rotated people off to left in time to defend Walker. Actually, very, very smart apportionment here from VP. If it's enough to save the Walker, though, the Walker getting pummeled. Zergy right now just going around the outside, and it's a full commit from 1win into the Walker here. Not going to happen, though. Zanya, I mean, we'll get a little bit more damage. It's so cool. Oh, no, it does happen. So it's a full sacrifice. They give their lives for it. They get the Walker.
With the 2 kills off of that Walker push, VP decide to full send it for mid boss.
Here for VP, but can they secure it?
You gotta look to Sinclair. Where is the Rabbit Hex gonna land? They preemptive last stand here just to make everything inhospitable. They go for the hook from above. They don't get it. It's Obikim with the rejuve take. And Flammable went for the Sinclair steal, immediately gets punished in turn. Virtus Pro turning the fate of the game around.
1win managed to keep it close as they sit on 3 out of the 4 urn turn-ins so far in this game. With mid boss about to spawn in, 1win get a catch on Sharik.
Cornered at the moment. There is that paradoxical swap. If this comes into a kill with the mid boss 30 seconds away, this is a huge moment here for 1win, VP.
Sharik's down. Sharik has no ability to get last stand up. 1win's plan executed. They find Sharik, they go in for the immediate pickoff, and they just dive into the jungle, and that all got set up by Zanya just scouting on the Calico. It was the Calico Information Network that set those 2 kills up. Mid-boss is up in 15 seconds. If they get this extra stagger here, this should be a mid-boss now for 1win.
Trying to go for their 4th urn, 1win get caught being a little too cocky.
You're just in such a hole from all the focus fire, right? So, you know, for VP, number 1 goal here is don't let Sharik get focused on early in these fights, and you know, part of that is just keeping information advantage. Here in the back, the lasso immediately sets up Zanya for death. Michaelis there on the finish. Dimov in over the top. VP, a much better engage here because, again, it doesn't start with Shriek dying. Shriek's super low, but has gotten value out of the last stand this time around. And Michaelis right now looking for a little bit of garbage time pickoffs as the fight breaks down.
What starts as a lasso on Zanya turns into an all-out brawl between the two teams.
All right, lasso here on the Calco. Is it going to be enough to kill? Shift comes out, Return the Shadow should be coming right after. Still alive. The durability escape power of Calco here. Zanya turns into Ava and gets out of there. Ridiculous stand. Last stand though, getting some value here for Shriek, but still getting gunned down all sides. Not ahead of the game the way he was in the past. Still taken down by ABL. ABL though dropping one heck of a bag. As Dimov comes in there, now back and forth. One win looking for trade outs here. They're good for it with the Rejuvenator. They're happy for this fight. And VP has to be careful here. It's going to result in first stage patron loss.
Yeah, really, really scary situation now developing where both ABL and Empty Dreams like 50k plus. Really strong. Going straight in here. Like there's a B-Bob flying around here. 100 HP there. Overseas will get taken down. Great trades coming out. Again, once more. Michaelis dealing key damage, but eventually with no front line to protect him, Michaelis gets isolated on that very immobile hero. And the chase continues here in favor of One Wind. There's a paradoxical swap. There's the annihilation of Dimov. And with that, this mid walker is now under huge threat.
With their back against the wall, VP have to fight to defend their stage 2 patron.
Trying to cause havoc here. Zergy on this Infernus, trying to get that target fire going. It manages to force away Overseas for the moment, but still, One Win in a pretty good spot here. There is
they're committing
in the pit, and they're potentially going for this here. Again, Empty Dreams has used the Cloud Form now, so it might swing back to VP's favor. They are beating them back here, ZP. Look at Infernus. Look at the damage coming in. There's no way to stop it. And even more kills potentially here for Zergy as he continues the pursuit.
Yeah, One Win went for the commit there, but it completely went against them. The bullet dance just cleaving through, and just like that, Virtus Pro back in this game.
After a massive swing with VP getting the full wipe, Flex Slot from the Last Walker and the Urn, they take their chance at the Reju.
Looking for a swap. Listic in over the top. Unstoppables are popped, and it's Listic grabbing the Rejuvenator. With Stormcloud in over the top from Empty Dreams. ABL immediately murdering two right after with the aid of the Stormcloud. 2-for-1 trade in favor of One Win. So they lose the Rejuvenator, but now on pursuit, take down Listic.
After VP tried to push the base of One Win, they had to turn tail and run with Dimov dropping a 1 HP. One Win go to push off of that, catching VP out in the jungle.
In the middle of things, Colossus pop, Stormclad out. Empty Dreams in there. Yeah, please take our idea, take a swig of water.
Yeah, this is a huge fight here. VP already losing 2 players. Michaelis goes down. He's a huge playmaker, getting that damage into the team. The damage is gone. ABL gets charged, but so many blue health bars surrounding Abrams. Listic gets taken down, and this is looking pretty bad right now for VP. However, they equalize 3 players down for either side now as the fight continues. This is going all the way here from both teams. And ABL, Zanya, Flammable, all 3 players, very hard to kill. And right now, things fairly even. Obi Kim of all players, still with the rejuve up, is the most healthy, looking to try to get these kills going, but it's looking kind of difficult here right now.
No, did Flammable actually just get out of that? The shift is too strong. The lasso though now on to ABL. Virtus Pro still fighting 3-on-3. ABL though able to get out of it. Still find the kill onto Zergy. This is ridiculous. Now Dimov running away. The bullet dance coming into play here. Just shooting through it. Nope. Assistant out. Flammable. The great escape. The magic though finally fails as Obikim able to finish it off. And what can only be described in the words of the great JR is a slobber knocker.
Almost approaching 1 hour in the first match, with Sharik dying, One Win just full send to VP's base.
But it's just a weakened patron, so all they need is like 1 kill. They can dive into the pit. We know they love a dive, and ABL gets the initial pick onto Listic. This could be the moment here, ZP. We are once again going for that field trip straight into the fountain, but Bebop able to escape for now.
Bebop, super low HP. Not going to get away from that one. One Win, though. Again, onto the patron. Will history repeat itself? I don't think so. One Win about to go up 1 map in the money match versus the undefeated Virtus Pro of the last 7 weeks.
A massive boon to the morale of One Win as they keep VP guessing on who plans to play what with the flexibility that they have. After acting like a battle cruiser the entire time, ABL is able to overwhelm VP in mid.
Output's pretty consistent. Going in for it there, a quick power slash coming on through, and there's a conversion from ABL. This is why ABL is on the Amato.
Also, wait. Goes for parry, goes for it, gets it!
Trying to take mid towers so ABL can freefarm the jungle, VP puts up a defense that unfortunately crumbles as they lose more on the right side of the map, all the while OneWin get their first flex slot in the left lane.
Gonna get it with the ult fire, of course. More ult fires just being dropped around the place as ABL looks untouched so far in this fight. Zergy coming back in with some quick damage, but cannot stop the tower from going down.
Meanwhile, over here, Abram's point of view, OneWin, seismic slam. Off on the right-hand side, Listic, perhaps a little bit more of a retreat. Kelvin laying damage down in turn. You're Kelvin, how long do you want to stay? Or Frozen Shelter forced out, gets the parry, but Obikim right now, in his own Thunderdome, cannot stay alive. Decent parries aside. And OneWin right now is starting to build a decent lead, and McKellis is just fodder for this pocket.
Zanya carrying the urn across the map gets a free turn-in, while VP are distracted by the Guardian.
Trying to get rid of the Guardian here on the urn side before the fight breaks up. Concussive combustion in right now from Zergy, but Pocket proving invasive, goes for the parry. Back more on the damage on the tower though. Paradox over, just catches Zergy from the side, and the urn gets turned in on top of it.
With the souls stacked on ABL and Empty Dreams, OneWin look for a fight in VP's jungle.
The right time. I'm worried for VP, man. I'm very worried for VP.
Well, they do find a quick pick here onto Xenon, down in their own jungle. VP trying to stay alive here, defend their jungle, but guess what? They got to deal with ABL, who's joined the fight. 25k HP, Shadow Transformation still on deck. Holiday, though, chasing down D-Mob. D-Mob in danger, can't quite get away.
The earn again for OneWin forces another fight, this time allowing OneWin to get their second flex slot with the Walker pickup to start the fight.
However, it does not hit. Instead, OneWin just picks up the Walker. Seismic Slam here from Xenon, in and over, looking for the finish on to Listic. Listic not able to live for long. Shelter comes out, perhaps too late to save Listic, but in time to kill overseas. We'll see if VP can make something of this here. 5 versus 5, but ABL has joined the fight. ABL is full HP, and ABL still has Shadow Transformation in reserve. I just don't see what VP does in the rest of this fight now, aside from Rock.
Yeah, they're just trying to kite right now. OneWin, because you've got Calico, ABL, and Empty Dreams all coming in, all three playmakers.
After eventually getting mid-boss, Xenon tries to run another urn for OneWin, all the while Empty Dreams gets the right lane Walker and turns it into a left lane Walker.
How heavy is this contested here? Concussive Combustion in by Zergy, goes in, but it's this time. It's not in time to stop the urn turn, and even with the Shelter being used, they're gonna get the kill on the Xenon. See how the rest of the fight here goes. I mean, the problem is ABL is in, has killed McKellis, still has Shadow Transformation on deck. I go into every one of these fights I'm wondering, okay, you've killed 2. How do you deal with ABL now? Overseas gets on the Obikim. ABL still in the fight, still has Shadow Transformation up, still chasing. I mean, 2 down for OneWin, 3 down for VP. When you're behind, it's not the worst trade. And if it was well timed, they could have gotten earned there too, Dan. It's just the Concussive Combustion was just a little bit late.
Empty Dreams was solo pushing the right side Walker. He picked that one up, and now he's helping them kill the left side Walker. So you've got to factor the Walkers into the equation. And as we get the infliction dropped onto VP, the defenders on this Walker, look at the burst damage coming in. That Spirit Paris out of this world at this point. The flying strike as well from ABL gets 2 kills right at the end there, and this Walker is gone, wiped off the surface.
For VP to come back from an almost 30k deficit, ABL needs to be dealt with as they get the ideal catch.
Off the combo! That's exactly what they need. They just took 40k off the board. Here comes VP. Off the Amato pick. Can they get more right now? Can you set Listic to just chain killing blows? Zergy under pressure falls. 5 versus 5. And this is where I look towards Listic. Where is Listic in the fight? 1 killing blow on the Xenon, but immediately falls to Zanya. So that winning condition is out. 4 versus 4. ABL's not happy. Doesn't like the Mo. I can't read Russian, but that's what I'm thinking.
Even with ABL down, OneWin decided to continue to push forward as Empty Dream picks up being that massive threat for OneWin.
An opportunity. Well, Empty Dreams are straight in there with the TP off the cloak, and that's going to be the initiation, sending the rest of OneWin straight into the base, following it up. Obikim gets taken down, and this could be so much damage into the base here. That first stage patron is dead, and this is a problem. A huge problem for VP. 4 players still down. CP is looking very close here.
It's not looking great. However, there's still options here. McKellis in the back, assassinate. A little bit scary here. Oh, okay, McKellis dead. Now, some of the options just went away with overseas. Able to find that. Mo combo in play. Mo, though, immediately getting jumped on. Trick don't do anything. Another 3 down for Virtus Pro. And OneWin. This might be it here now, Dan. First stage patron is down. OneWin, not shy to finish off the patron. Ones that like to finish off the game could be on the verge of a new champion as OneWin is not leaving.
Yeah, 3 players up for Virtus Pro to defend this. There is a Kelvin ult. That's going to delay things a little bit longer. 3 players still have to respawn. Can enough time be bought here? The Patron already down to 70%. It's going to go down real fast as EP. We might just have a new winner. It's 1 win, defeating a VP, subverting their dominance, and instead taking the throne into incredible games.
It truly looks like the only thing 1 win was lacking was Empty Dreams having someone else on that team who can frag out. Him and ABL have been a dominant force here in 1 win, and finally have taken the title here of being the best in EU. The question for me now is, can they maintain this next week? Well, there's only one way to find out. It's to subscribe here at Locked In, and make sure to check out next week's DFN. What's going on, nerds and nerdettes? It's your favorite time of the week with the best teams going head to head here in the Deadlock Fight Night. Dan, I don't know how you and I seem to have matched up perfectly in what we're wearing, but you know what? I dig it. I'm happy to have you back on the show here. I'm happy to be here myself. How have you been this last week, sir?
Good. My memory doesn't work anymore, so I can't tell you what happened yesterday. But I think good. But definitely better now because we've got more Deadlock Fight Night, and so I'm pretty stoked. We had like 2 patches since the last Fight Night, so there's some stuff to go over.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go over as well with some recent results here, mostly relating to when it comes to EU. But to quickly catch you guys all up on what DFN is about, it is the best of the best going head to head here initially in a challenger match to see who goes up against our reigning champion from the prior week. This week, it'll be 1 win over in EU. And of course, in North America, it'll be B&B defending their title another time here in this last week. But before we fully hop into the game, let's take a look at the schedules to get you guys caught up on what is all going to be happening today. Because we start things off in EU, we do have Virtus Pro looking to reclaim their throne here up against 1 win. But Dan, they have to get through Pojulai Scumbria.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for sure, but VP are in incredible form despite the fact that they lost against 1 win. They are a really, really good team. And it's going to be super cool to see their adaptations if they get to that match against 1 win. But if we've learned anything about EU, we shouldn't write any of these top teams off. So, and we haven't seen Pojulai Scumbria in a hot minute. So I'm really excited to see what form they're coming into today with.
Yeah, VP and Pojulai Scumbria were the initial 2 big teams when it came to EU. But you viewers out there might be looking at the bottom half and be like, we're missing a match there? Well, no. Due to spring break over in North America, we unfortunately cannot have teams participating with their full rosters. And instead of showing teams with mixed comps and with not the highest quality deadlock that you come to expect here at DFN, we decided a BO5 match between B&B and Hydra Nation would be exactly what everyone out there would love to see. And not to mention, Dan, this is the return of the Hydras after winning 12 weeks in a row and being dethroned by Llama Lords. Could they come back and claim the throne for themselves?
Yeah, that should be really fun. I mean, you guys should just stay tuned just to find out what roster they have now, because obviously there's been lots of roster shakeups for Hydra Nation and B&B. Almost said the unsayable. B&B are looking really amazing at the moment. So it could be like a really hot match, and it's the first time we're doing a best of 5. So, I should say the reason why I think that's cool is because we have the draft in this game. And that means that there's like this meta that develops over a series. And so the extra maps, I think, make that really fun. So I'm really excited for that.
Well, speaking of really hot here at the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, we got to bring in our 3rd man here on the desk. It's going to be the one, the only Jake here, Jonas. How you doing, man? It's been a while. You weren't here last week. You were off doing some other event. How's it feel to be back here from the
better
week
after that intro, though. That was really nice of you, man. Don't tell my girlfriend, but other than that, we're cool.
Who do you think put me up to it? I gave her my PayPal. She sent me $10 and we're even, man.
Okay. She's that thoughtful.
Yeah, but taking a look at this, man. We got Virtus Pro being dethroned last week by 1 win. And one thing we've been saying here at DFN is that 1 win seem to look better week in and week out. And I wonder really, what is the peak for this team?
I mean, I think they're really threatening. I think there's always a possibility, but EU has just been so consistently not only stacked in terms of like the skill level, but also has been consistently in flux, right? It's been really hard for any team to stay on the top for long. And I think this is just more par for the course with all these teams, learning from one another, taking from one another. It's why I think EU is kind of the best deadlock in the world right now on average, is because there's just all these strong teams building off one another. I feel like anyone can win any given week.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add a note, Jason, that
sure.
just a note here, just leave this out there for anyone. Jason's loyalty cost $10. So I just want to...
Bro, $10 is $10, okay? It's true, but you know what? For all these teams looking to earn $1,000 for themselves, and one way to do it obviously is to play through this initial challenger match. We have to do so with some recent changes to the game, and honestly some recent changes that were kind of desperately needed. As we'll take a look here at some of the patches that we had happen in these last week to 2 weeks. And first off the bat here, Dan, Cold Front. Going to be a little bit more difficult to wipe out those creep waves, especially jungle, when you pick up this item.
Yeah, Cold Run was becoming an item that like the opportunity cost, like decision making around it was kind of messed up because it felt like you kind of had to buy it, or you really should buy it on so many different heroes, even heroes that you wouldn't really naturally think are good at jungling, because you could be really sick at jungling. With Cold Front, you could clear waves really quickly, so it served as, it was like a bit too good in its previous form. So I think the nerf definitely makes a lot of sense to kind of balance out the farming a little bit and the wave clearance.
Yeah, and Jake, I mean, obviously the jungle camp, as we have talked about with the 3-lane setup now, especially if you can take a Guardian early on, that has been changed.
Yeah, I think jungle is going to be a little bit less impactful than it was in the previous patches. I still think there's big jungles on this new map. There's a lot of souls to be gotten in those parts of the map, but I think especially all these nerfs to Sinner Sacrifice will, I think, nerf some of the extreme top end that we saw last week, where people are just stacking statue buffs on like one main carry or 2 main carries, and they really get to like a ridiculous level in the ultra late game. So there's going to be less Sinner Sacrifices on the map with the longer respawn. The buffs they give are going to be a little bit less effective. And so in the end, it's just, I think like the ultra late game carries aren't going to be so far ahead of other people with similar net worth. But still, I think regardless, right, it still matters a lot that you're able to secure more of the camps than your opponents. It's going to be harder to come back by doing the jungle in the late game, especially those late game Sinner Sacrifice buffs aren't quite as ridiculous as they were before.
Not to mention, we do have some holiday change as well, where you can see the bounce pad tier 2 is now moved to tier 3, which means it takes a little bit longer to get that extra power spike. Not to mention the stun being removed, which has been such a strong, I guess, mechanic that we've seen a lot of holiday players use across the board. But we have seen, if I'm not mistaken, Virtus Pro over in the 1-win Bombshell still using her quite heavily.
Yeah, honestly, well, I was going to say, when I read this patch note, I thought, oh man, like this could be like a killer for holiday. I mean, losing a stun is really significant, right? Like, especially with how good players had gotten with, staying in the air for a long time and then like warp stoning in for a setup stun is like massive. And so I read this patch and I thought, oh my God, like, is this just like kill the hero? But I'm impressed that, people's just skill is so high and there is still so much damage and burst on the character. Maybe it's just in a more balanced state, a little bit less of a first pick than maybe it was previously.
I think also still like a lot of the early laning impact for Holiday is still there. So like strategically, it I think still makes a lot of sense. If you're going to run a Holiday, you still get a lot of value if the strategy aligns.
Okay, well, we are about to take a look here at our first team of Virtus Pro. And honestly, I don't even feel like we need to really go over this roster, considering you've seen them so many times. And more importantly, last week, I know it says Kelvin for Obikim, but we got to see him play Hayes, which I thought was quite interesting here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, maybe we'll see that again this week. We did actually have a change to Hayes as well. We didn't mention where Hayes' bullet dance. Now you get the bonus damage instead of from spirit, you get it from the weapon or the gun damage. So that could be an interesting change. I don't know if it's enough to get anyone to play it, but yeah, I don't know what they were doing with Obikim. Let's get him back on the Kelvin.
I will say this though, Jake. I feel like what we've seen out of Obikim, he's definitely been one of the strongest mechanical players that we have at the moment in Deadlock, and he's backed up by such a star-studded lineup as well. I mean, Michelis, we've seen him mostly hovering over Vindicta, but we've seen Listic and D-Mob be able to flex around to so many different heroes as of late that when it comes to versatility, I think Virtus Pro.
I think they're just about as good as it gets when it comes to versatility, and somebody like Obikim, I think, is part of that, right? To have your support player come in and be able to play all these different characters. And conventionally, I think a lot of people look at support and think, oh, maybe you put like a mechanically weaker player on that role. I think that's not the case at all for this VP squad, where they just have everybody is so stacked. Like, that's what you want when you're a support. If you're this mechanically talented, you're going to play support. You better believe the players playing those core roles are just monsters when it comes to mechanical performance.
And I kind of relate him similar to like Quig in Hydra Nation. Like, he was the focal point of the team. I mean, he was in-game leading, but his support play was pretty much unmatched by anyone else in North America. And I know we did see him quickly come back into Hydra Nation, though I think he quit like a few days later yet again. I don't know what's going on with that roster, but speaking of rosters, take a look here at their opponents. Pojali Scumbria, the Elder Mackerels, and I kind of wish ZP was here to say the name a million ways, as we can see a subtle change in the team. I believe Hapex is going to be subbing in for them because they unfortunately cannot wield their 6, but Pocket, I mean, we have our own Pocket here on the desk here, Dan. He has had some ridiculous rise as of late.
Pocket, yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing just from the playmaking potential, just players are just understanding how to get a lot more value out of him. There was that affliction change a long time ago, which we were kind of wondering, is that a buff? Is that enough? I feel like that's been somewhat a part of it, because especially with more frontline heavy rosters, you get a really huge amount of damage output if you land also a good ult in some of these fights, and especially in the 3-lane setup and how well Pocket's mobility can be used on the new lanes setup. I think that the farming is also still really good. So it feels like in the 3-lane version of this game, Pocket did actually get a little bit better. That's just my feeling. I don't know if you agree with me, Jake.
Yeah, I feel Pocket's always been a very hard character to pin down, because like where most characters I think have like a few parallels in terms of like similar options that you can like rate their power level against, I don't think that there really is one for Pocket. He really is the only of this, like, I don't know, I almost think of as like an evasion nuker, where he's like both taking a ton of attention and being like a high damage carry. So maybe something like Yamato is like kind of similar, but they're I mean, the mobility is obviously so drastically different, and the way they're played is so different. It's a challenging comparison, to say the least. So I think Pocket is just one of those characters that's like really up to the individual skill of not only a player, but a team understanding how to utilize them. And I think this is one of those things where like right now, will people in Deadlock think, oh, we've got it all figured out, you solved the game? And I think Pocket's a clear example of something that there's no way this character is optimized yet in terms of people's level. There's so much room to continue to improve and continue to push the limit on characters like Pocket.
Yeah, very high skill ceiling, and honestly, another hero that we've seen use quite heavily. And if again you looked back at One Win Bombshell, Bebop has just kind of had a ridiculous rise in the effect he can have when it comes to this laning phase and the snowball potential he can give you, Dan.
Yeah, the Bebop Renaissance is something I'm here for sure. Like, it's been super sick to see. I think teams have been really, really good at finding early lane aggression with him. So the early lane impact has been really huge in just getting those hooks, creating a lot of disruption, because especially with less lanes, it's really, really important to win your lanes, and having the ability to get a hook and get that into obviously a kill. It's really disruptive. The hyper beam is really good at that early tower pressure as well. If you really want to make a committed play to lock down a tower, like an objective early, you can do that. And then going into the mid game, obviously the pick off options are great. Obviously the changes of the map now, the information is harder to come by, which allows, I think, for more opportunities for Bebops to find good hooks. So even despite the nerf that's made it a little bit less weird with the pixel hooks, still players are getting, I think similar to Pocket, players are getting better and better with Bebop all the time in finding value from the hook, which is something that gives you value no matter how farmed you are too.
Right. Well, here at DFN, if you're unfamiliar with how we work things out about who decides what side they're on, more importantly, who decides first pick and first ban, it comes down to a 1v1. There's going to be only gloves, only fisticuffs to determine who gets that coin flip. And we're going to jump into our first one of the day here. Actually, I don't even know if we're going to have a second one. I think it's the only one of the day here, so you better enjoy it. It looks like it's Saint up against D-Moth.
Ooh, did we get an early parry? No, it was a whiff, wasn't it? Oh, the double parries. We're trading blow for blow at the moment.
I think we've seen a meta slowly adapt with this. And usually it was just like, let's just punch each other out. Now there's actually some movement involved, some baiting as well.
They both clearly have like such similar reads of the meta. Like so many times they're doing the same things right at the same moment. But it is, I mean, I think it just highlights this like melee, like one little mechanic we pull out of Deadlock has such ridiculous depth, right? You take away everything else in the game and still just melee onlying with parrying is enough to make it super interesting.
Even like, oh yeah, well, let's get a scissors hero in the game and see if they can handle the fist. But I feel like, when it comes to melee, we have actually seen some like ridiculous plays. I can think of so many times where just like people try to go for the finish on a melee, especially early game. The parry comes in and they turn things around. I think people kind of, go into that autopilot when they're used to in like their own pubs or obviously in rank play. But we're about to get our first ban coming through here. Sinclair, I think we've seen time and time again be taken away constantly. But Virtus Pro, I think in their eyes, they're not too worried about Pojali Scumbria. I think they have their eyes focused on one win, but they have to get through PS to even get there.
And
Bebop ban, okay.
if you ban first, it feels like, again, I don't know if people are still valuing Sinclair as highly. You never know week to week. He did get slightly nerfed, but I don't think significantly enough to take him off of a first ban. But yeah, if you ban first, you get to ban whatever you want, and you kind of force your opponent to ban the Sinclair, because then you could first pick it. So it's kind of a nice spot for VP in that way.
Well, gentlemen, I mean, we know Virtus.pro love to have Michaelis on Vindicta. Like the last few weeks, every time they get first pick, they throw Michaelis on Vindicta. And now with Sinclair being left open with Calico taken away, personally, I kind of almost expect to see Vindicta picked up yet again for them.
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's been a success point for them. I think Michaelis in this meta able to play like a carry role, but one that, I think plays to his really high mechanical skill, not only with the snipes, but especially those stakes. It's a great setup. I think the Calico ban is interesting too, because it leaves open options like Sinclair as a response pick for Polgelitis Scumbria.
Let me throw a question to you too that we can talk about while watching this. Mid lane has seen some heavy focus out of almost every team out there. Do you think there are teams who are drafting heroes specifically to be able to win mid lane? We've seen a lot of like great talent lash combos. We've seen a lot of Yamato playing from the high ground to be a bully. I feel like we're slowly starting to see that transition of there's no strong lane, weak lane anymore. It's just about who can take mid lane first.
Yeah, I think you definitely want strong, dominant laners in the mid. I think maybe the nice thing about mid is you don't have to worry as much about mobility, because the mid laners are more likely to be committed or wanting to try to like stick in and win the lane. And then maybe you run the Great Talon's a nice example where you can still get active with the global, but it feels like something like Mirage, much more likely to be a side laner who can, go fully across the map with a TP once he hits that level.
I'll add another point to that too. I think this is one of the reasons why we're seeing Bebop get valued higher and why he's getting banned first, is because Bebop as like a mid laner to begin with is really, really dangerous, makes the lane super dangerous, lots of like really good synergies and good setups for other heroes. But then obviously like he can go out of that mid lane and then gank super effectively as well. So he does like both things very well, which is not necessarily something you could say for a lot of heroes. So yeah, I think just as to your point, Jason, that mid lane is super important. And it's not just that you need to absolutely win it if you can, but also have options once you're winning it that can kind of like convert well from that.
Okay, well, we do see Paradox and Sinclair being picked up for PS, already taking away, well, Michaelis' hero has become to know him, and of course Sinclair as well. But to be fair, I feel like Virtus.pro haven't really been too afraid of playing Sinclair as of recent times. I believe they played against him when they played against One Win just last week, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, Seven, who was just kind of, not necessarily come out of nowhere, but I feel like was brought back into the meta by Virtus.pro, in particular by Listic. But realistically, we're probably going to be seeing Zergy on the 7.
Yeah, just the farm potential so strong on this hero. I think the moving ulti is like not a ridiculously huge change, but it is pretty big in terms of just making, you can't just like literally stand AFK still behind a tiny light post and survive the 7 ult, right? Like you need to, you can put some pressure on.
Games, I see.
Yeah. you can put a little pressure on. I love the Talon pickup early. Talon's a hero that I feel like the stocks have been rising on, not least with the global presence from the Owl, but just the incredible late game nuking potential. I've seen Talon like look like one of the stronger late game carries from the insane range you can deal the damage from. I think is like what makes it so strong. You could be so safe so far in the back, very hard to catch and pick off, and yet still delivering damage downrange in a huge way.
Yeah, I love the laning with the Talon as well. Yeah, I totally agree. The one thing that I think with 7 that's interesting for me is I feel like with 7, you definitely need to be the team that's taking the initiative, is in that kind of an advantageous position. So you create space for 7 to farm, because if you don't do that, your 7's going to be pretty susceptible to getting ganked quite a lot in the early to mid game. So that's something that like immediately I think of now when I see 7, based on how teams have also just been playing 7.
All right, well, Lady Guys could be the response.
You want to be ahead, so you have that jungle to clear, right? Like if there's barely any camps for you guys to clear because you're stuffed into a corner of the map, then the jungle clear speed is basically worthless on 7. So it's a bit of a gamble, win more hero. But then again, I think all the teams right now are really playing to get ahead in the early mid game and snowball that advantage. And 7 is amazing if you have a little bit of opportunity to like clear enemy jungle camps really quick, sneak in and out of their side of the map just because you're there for such a short amount of time. VP with the Kelvin ban, that is interesting. I guess they feel like it would go against them here if they left it in.
It's interesting too right now because if I'm looking at both these lineups, I'm not seeing like a lot of like Calico, for example, would be what I'm looking for. Obviously, Calico's banned, but having that super aggressive hero that can go into the enemy jungle, like by themselves can find picks, by themselves can clear camps in the enemy's jungle, is like super valuable because it is going to create some space for like a 7, but in general just creates that disruption. But Yamato you can do it with for sure, and like with Paradox too, with the swaps and stuff, you can really catch people. So I feel like the options there for PS are a little bit better at the moment. VP feel like not as enabled for that like aggro jungle penetration type of game.
Yeah, VP are pretty heavily spec'd for the late game right now with the picks they have so far. So they're gonna get slightly lower prio heroes for the remaining 3, but they really do need that frontline presence. I think the Calvin ban maybe speaks to that, the fact that they're already committed to like a pretty long range damage style here, and so they don't, something like a Calvin probably hurts them more than it helps them. Like I don't know, they don't really want to be frozen sheltering inside with the enemies of PS. They probably want to be a little bit more playing passively and like playing out the engagements. Abrams I think plays that strength, who can go in and catch people to help burst them down, but is a relatively hard target to initiate on. For PS though, I think the front lining, the initiation is really solid. They've got great initiation and damage with the Geist and the Yamato, and then Sinclair and Paradox really have all that catch. Holiday though is another option of this, like another option hero that pulls these targets to your backliners, allows you to just annihilate them with Talon, Mirage, and 7. So VP's lineup I think is going to play a lot around just having this uncatchable backline, and then frontliners sort of grabbing and catching targets for them throughout the team fight.
One thing,
look at the.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jason. All right. Okay. One thing that was interesting with One Win when they defeated VP, they had a super aggro lineup that included the Calico that like had very much like, we are going to consistently be pressuring into your jungle heavily, and they just never let up on that pressure. And that was one of the ways One Win was able to win. But One Win had to like play that style very well and effectively, and to eventually beat VP. VP were very resilient to a team that did that very well. So I actually am liking VP's chances a lot, just in the sense that, we have PS enabled to play more offensively against them, but there's still like a lot to be asked to actually break VP's fundamentals because they're so good as a team right now.
Shiv and Infernus, huh? I am a little worried. I mean, I think PS on the one hand, maybe they hit this crazy tempo spike and they have like big frontliner carries, like they're all pretty much all 4 of their main cores or frontliners. I guess include Sinclair sort of in that, since he can be so aggressive and clone out. However, I am a little bit worried because I think the survivability could be at issue for stuff like Shiv and Infernus, Geist even, if they get caught by Abrams and Holiday. And then, I mean, that Vindicta as well is like a great setup for some of those catches. The range damage is unbelievable from VP. Like, if they don't throw outside of the base, sieging against this is going to be heinously difficult. With like, if you're able to play in your own fountain on these long range damage dealers on VP, like, I actually think this is incredibly hard to siege into, incredibly hard to push walkers on. If these VP heroes are alive, if they haven't like overextended and died on PS's side of the map. So VP, I think this is very like stable draft, or like, look, if we get to the late game, you're just going to lose. And for PS, I think there's a bit of a clock on them, or they could be super far ahead and maybe it's okay. But I think this is a really solid draft from VP. They've got the catch with Vindicta, Abrams and Holiday follow that up, and then Talon, 7, Mirage are all, like, you could even catch 1 or 2 of these heroes and the other 2 can still carry the day, can still win a long team fight.
I'm looking at PS and I'm wondering, how the hell are they going to deal with double flyer on the enemy side? Like, obviously we saw some ridiculous fine strikes at Yamato last week. Don't worry, I have like 7 of these clips I'm going to throw together in a little montage. But all you really have is Yamato to get there and then a paradoxical swap. So if you can avoid the swap somehow, there's really no sticking power to you in the air. You have to buy a couple of different knockdowns to really, close that distance. If you can close that distance, because one thing I look at is like the Abrams Holiday combo. If we see a lasso in and then a jump pad out, you can charge that person or knock them up with the tornado, and you ideally could stake them on top of that. There's a lot of like initial kill potential out of Virtus Pro, and then you have that distance you still have to close out of Pogilais Cambria. I was looking at PS, maybe a Mo and Krill actually would have been like the perfect setup for them instead of the Shiv, but obviously they're the ones that banned it away.
Yeah, this like you have to imagine that Pogilais Cambria look at the draft and they kind of see what we see. Like you have to imagine that they do, because they're really good players. So I'm super curious how they're going to how they deal with this. because it feels like they have to get really aggressive, and they have to invade jungle. They have to take these kinds of moves, because those are the kinds of fights they'll be able to win. Just like you said, Jake, you know, if they're trying to siege like the walkers and the objectives, that's going to be pretty nightmarish unless there's already been picks. And if they're behind in farm at all, the damage that's going to come out of VP's lineup is going to be outrageous. So this is very tough.
I do think from a pure laning perspective, that's like looking at PS's draft is actually pretty solid. Like they have some really, actually pretty much the entire roster is very strong laners, whereas VP I think has, as usual, emphasized a little bit more playing for the game rather than playing for the lane. But for PS, maybe there is some like in sense, like, do you really want to try to go late game against VP? Like, even if you draft for that, is that really a win condition? Maybe it is a little bit smarter in a meta sense to be gambling on like winning lanes, winning all 3 lanes, and just like dominating the map from a tempo lead perspective. So I mean, I feel like that's the theory behind the PS draft here, is like, let's win lanes, let's get out of control, and then continue to snowball with jungle, and all these late game threats on VP won't matter if we're up by, you know, 20% souls.
I mean, yeah, if you want anyone to get out of control, it's going to be a Shiv. It's going to be a Motto for sure. And that's exactly what we could see happen. But I hope for PS's sake, they don't bank on getting out of control as their win condition in this game here. But we're about to drop into things. Jake, any final thoughts here before we do head straight into this match?
Just, I'm curious to see VP weathering the storm. They've proven, to me at least, to be fantastically good at that, at drafting better late game strats, and then just being all in on getting to that point. And they've done that many times in the past, and I see no reason they won't continue. But for PS, I mean, hey, starting with the first blood there, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, the first 30 seconds, first blood. Do we get anything else here? Bit of damage onto MKLS, bit of harass, but looks like Listic will make it back to lane with the Abrams, and everything will be normal again. But for how long, Jason?
Yeah, that's the question, right? For how long? I mean, I know we've seen Listic play from behind on Abrams. I know we've seen him play from ahead on Abrams. The first death not going to be too big of a deal for them, but they have to be very careful to not kind of snowball this lane. As a great charge comes through on a Wolf, he gets down to about 1 HP, but the backup's not going to quite be there. But he doesn't need the backup. Listic closes it out and immediately turns it right back around.
And I think you can see one of the reasons why the Abrams stocks kind of went up over the last like 2 to 3 weeks, especially since the 3 lane situation has come back. Abrams is really nice in terms of how he can initiate and dominate these early lanes. Very durable. And then what's really cool as well is like how seismic slam can be used to like get in or get out as well. Like if you know, you can take a risky scenario, and if you don't like the look of it, you can seismic slam out. So it's kind of cool that you got safety built into the initiation like that.
I think for me, one of my favorite like combos to see is Abrams with a healer, like a Kelvin ideal. I call them the Bash brothers because they just want to get in your face and punish you. And obviously Abrams itself does have a lot of sustain with your 3, and of course with your 1 is on top of that, but the extra healing just allows you to be ever so more aggressive. Not to mention you hit 3k and you're always guaranteed to get a kill. And at least here, all things tied up. And of course, as I say it, Hopic's going to go down here to Obi Kim on that Holiday, proving Holiday's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the things with heroes that have certain play styles that might be like looking kind of OP because of maybe an imbalanced ability. You don't really know what that agent looks like or hero looks like when they are like not abusing a strategy that's centralized around that thing. So like, you know, we still don't necessarily know truly how powerful Holiday may or may not be.
Yeah, and I always feel like sometimes people overreact or underreact to nerfs as well, right? If they're really truly huge nerfs. And speaking of that, Stakes can come through. No charge left for Listic as he pops the Infuse. They're looking for the extra damage down to 200 HP here. Looks like Sunset will be backing away for now, but you can just see that raw pressure and aggression out of Virtus Pro as they do sport about a 1k soul lead 3 minutes in.
It's funny, like you mentioned the under and overreaction. It really is like the stock market. Like, you know, it's just human psychology. People always under or overreact to things. And fear, the uncertainty, the doubt. A lot of pressure here in mid. Looks like VP are definitely having a better time of it. And we talked about how important it is to like win some of these lanes. Mirage, Talon, definitely like a very, very good lane bullies in both of them in their own right.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. They do ridiculous damage. You peek just for a second, it's either a power shot coming through or the Jin's Mark's going to be punishing you. And speaking of punishment, it's going to be Zergy the one to go down here. Obi Kim left without a partner here on that left-hand side lane. And Hopx the sub coming in pretty damn well here. Currently leading the team here for PS at 2.6k souls. Looking for that 3k mark. Now, I would say 3k, it's not a terrible time for a Lady Geist, but I feel like she's not necessarily one of the most impactful heroes when it comes to hitting 3K unless you're in those 1v1 situations.
Yeah, I totally agree. I like from both teams how active we're seeing them be. I think you know, it's just a testament also to how good all the players are. We're actually seeing so many kills right now, Jason.
Yeah, too many, man. You guys need to chill a little bit. I'm used to like watching these games go 8 minutes without like, you know, with like 2 kills total, no Guardians being taken. And well, I guess Guardians is going to obviously be where we want to focus on next year. But Virtus Pro, kind of the combo they have, and obviously the team fight potential they have, if they're able to open up things like this, with the seismic slam coming through and the charge on the Sunset, this might be exactly needed to start getting some damage onto that Guardian. But Sunset just starting to get alive here. Stay alive around the corner with the parry comes through. And Wolfie with the flame dash does keep his teammate alive. And Listic, well, he gets punished.
I love that. Oh, here comes the bird though. Is it going to be able to find Sunset? Is Sunset, is he cognizant to this? Okay, it's just going to find Infernus. Wolfie on the lane, just a bit of extra damage, but that's why the owl can be pretty scary. Imagine if that came in like at a similar timing as to when Listic was engaging initially. Would the kills just guaranteed?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think he necessarily expected to do that much damage, but a big commitment coming through, and Michaela's still going to be here. I'm taking a look at the lanes, and Michaela's at 3.9. So do you see D-Mob unfortunately go down when it comes to the Great Town. But we've also talked about, you know, adaptations and the evolutions of Vindicta, and I know the last few weeks we've definitely seen the Crow build be the main kind of stay here for Vindictas, not going for the Assassinate level 3 for the extra souls. And I think Michaelis is one of the first people to kind of pioneer that, but we see the raw damage he can do once he gets to that point.
Oh, hello, we've got another engagement. I'm going to piggyback off that point in a moment, but it looks like Listic's going to get taken down again. So this time it's an initiation from Podulaya Scumbria, and they're going to be probably able to push this into some tower damage potentially. We'll have to see. Lane is fairly pushed at this point, and I don't know that Michaelis is going to do too much to be able to stop it if they really want to go for it, but that said, Listic's already back. I'm forgetting myself, Jason. It's only 6 minutes in.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like it's been about 15 minutes with the amount of kills we really had to come through. But looking at these two teams, I feel like this is kind of like traditional Virtus Pro, like old school Virtus Pro. There's a lot of like deaths traded early on for them. They kind of get aggressive and get caught out. But the thing is with VP, I think out of any team out there in North America and EU, they are a team that you can always come back if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I totally agree. So good under pressure, so good on the fundamentals. MVP now with 2 additional kills. We didn't get to see it there, but it's like they are happy with how things are going at the moment. They are pressuring that right side lane pretty heavily right now still, which is where they just got a couple kills. Listic's still pretty healthy up there. And, you know, one of the things I was going to mention with the Crow build very quickly for Michaelis has pioneered is that it really takes a lot of the inconsistencies out of the Assassinate build version of Vindicta. That's more of a carry build. That can go wrong. But the Crow build, you can't, like, you're not going to be as reliant on the other team making mistakes. And generally, you don't want strategies that rely on the other team making mistakes.
Oh. The dash is barely escaping, the Essence Bomb coming through. Not to mention, we did have Divine Barrier being nerfed a little bit in terms of the amount of shields you get. But speaking of nerf, Listic won't be one of those people as he's able to help get the kill onto Wolfie, looking for Sunset as well. And Guardian's too healthy for them to continue to go for the dive here, and they do back away for the second. And Sunset has to be careful. He does have, of course, his Shadow Transformation available here to stall for some extra time as he does go in. Reinforcements out of Wolfie going to be here momentarily. The Shadow Transformation does come through here, Dan.
Oh, so low though, and I don't know about this. Not long for this world, perhaps. So low. Yamato with the Shadow Transformation is just enough to stall things out, and well, it might not be much longer. In comes Wolfie to try to save the day here. Seismic Slam hit though to get out of the problem around the towers. That's going to be a great conversion there for VP after all is said and done, and I just love this version of the game right now. Because you're seeing, Jason, just how important the Guardians are compared to how it used to be. It's like you really need to keep them up. That's why we force that Shadow Transformation and we go for that risky fight. They have to keep the Guardians up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many times just how important it is when you do lose that Guardian or gain the Guardian. The junglet opens up for you, which we can see is currently available all across the map. And the pressure is still on here for both these two teams. Podulaya Scumbria going to be pushing up this left-hand side lane, while Virtus Pro continue to push on the right and middle. Pretty much dead even between the two. And obviously, that seismic slam you talked about being used defensively and aggressively. At least it uses it to get out. But the combo of a Vindicta and an Abrams together, if you hit a charge, you have a stake, or vice versa. And Michaelis is just going to assassinate Wolfie, not giving him an opportunity. And Sunset might be getting caught out here as well.
Yeah, Sunset always in dangerous scenarios. Assassinate coming on through. Beautiful. Was that through the veil? I think so. KLS doesn't need to see his opponents to kill them. And that tower is surely going down at this point. And that's going to be a VP with the first Guardian going their way.
The balls on the KLS to just sit there and scope into the veil, looking for the assassinate, not able to see on the other side. And will Obikim, he's going to be seeing the other side here in a second. No. Somehow the jump pad allows him to escape. That's going to be the charge straight through in 2 HP. How does Obikim turn that around?
That's outrageous. That should not happen. Oh my goodness. I would be tilted right now if I on the receiving end.
I'm tilted and I'm not even playing, man.
Play from Obikim. Yikes, Apex will not be too pleased about that one. And that's,
that's what we talked about
now.
Obikim, mechanically skilled, started to jump in there. We talked about the raw mechanical prowess of him as a player, and you see it in action right there.
Yeah, don't have to aim for that shot, but why not?
I mean, he's a CS player to heart, right? Then again, with an AWP, you don't really need the headshot. I guess it's about the BM. It's about sending a message, I'd say. But Michaelis, look at this, 10k souls. With how hectic the start of the game was here, Dan, Michaelis has really started to build up a strong lead. And I know we talked about the consistencies of the Crow build. Michaelis is just going to become ridiculously stronger at this point. And the counterparts like Sunset, 6k. You need the Yamato step up, at least band-wise. Sitting on 9k on the Shiv is going to be a factor to help deal with Michaelis. But he has to hit those resets in these fights.
Yeah, 8k difference at the moment between the two teams, and we have a trade on the Guardian situation, one for either side and either side of the map. The middle Guardian's still up, of course, and that might be something that these teams will want to put attention to. A lot of movement around the jungle and right side of the map at the moment for Pugilaris Cumbria. And it might be the makings of a gank here, because Paradoxical Swap, I believe, is offline right now. So
what happens if you lasso a paradoxical swapping? I feel like we need like a Mythbusters episode on that or something. And maybe a Mythbuster episodes on where Wolfie's going to be, because Listic just absolutely demolishes him here by himself over in that right-hand side lane. And now Sunset might even be getting caught off guard in his own jungle here. Going to be chased down. At least Demov's going to spot him out. The owl to the face. The BM coming in from Demov.
Love a point blank. Like guided owl. It's good times. Okay, so 10k difference here. It really seems like VP are taking some huge momentum in this match. And this is a pretty tough fight for Sharik. Won't be able to get out of that one. And that'll be a small consolation there for Pugilaris Cumbria. And still a lot of mid pressure on at the moment between these two teams. Might get a potential gank from Obikim on the holiday. It's coming into the lane. Looks like PS will kind of be wise to it, fall back a little bit. But still, 3 versus 2 in favor of VP on this mid lane right now.
Oh my lord, Michaelis again. Another assassinate comes through. He hasn't maxed it just yet. Nepal is going to be needed out of PS here. Saint just gets obliterated. And I feel like Virtus Pro, looking at how they're playing with the out of the face, the snipe headshot, it's just all about the BM out of them. But I guess this is a perfect time to bring in Jake, if he's here, to talk about this initial start. Because it has quickly turned into a 7k lead here for Virtus Pro.
I'm watching little Michaelis Vindicta going a little bit crazy in the game, getting a little bit fed, a little bit out of control with no catch on the flyers. Starting to look a little spooky, a little scary for Pugilaris Cumbria.
It's kind of insane at the moment with Michaelis and Demov able to get such a strong start, but more importantly, Listic. I feel like maybe we understated how important it was for Listic to also have a strong start here, because they do need somewhat of a front line to allow them to hit, or for him to not be just snowballed all over. Just want to get your quick thoughts on that, Jake, here as we're about to head back into the game.
Oh, I agree. I think that's a great acknowledgement there, that Abrams is getting something like a Phantom Strike online. I think will really open the game up for VP. And I mean, we're some minutes away from that, most likely. But I think that is a major power spike we have to look for. It really secures that consistent opening pickoff that VP will want to start these team fights and capture objectives. So eyes on Listic as he gets farmed. How early they prioritize the Phantom Strike will be interesting to watch.
I mean, he might even have time to buy it at this rate with VP starting to run away with this game. At least Hapik's able to turn things around with the kill onto Obikim, but that urn completely turned in for free because Listic was able to shove up that lane on the right-hand side. And of course, the battle happening here over towards middle. Obikim unfortunately has gone down for Virtus Pro, but Michaelis was able to take down Sunset earlier in this fight. In the meantime, Zergi's going to be storm clouding over this Walker and almost taking down Bandwise.
Yeah, the pressure's kind of crazy. We talked about how for VP, or rather I should say for PS, they should really need to win this early game and be the ones putting the pressure on. But it's the other way around. Things on the other foot. And Zaggy, it looks good for this pull as well, taking down Apex.
Bro, that was huge. Hapex had a soul exchange, but the stun comes in the second. Hapex tries to go forward to swap the HP, and Zergi takes him down. The paradoxical swap comes through. Michaelis is there to back up Zergi, and somehow the man, the myth, the legend of Zergi escapes. That was nutty.
Yeah, it's kind of, it just goes to show, it's like all of the flexing that's been happening. Like you were talking about the headshot and like the point blank owl. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of what I feel like is can only be characterized as flexing on Pojulaya Scumbria at the moment. VP know that they're the better team. They're already feeling it and showing it to us at the moment. And they are almost 20k souls ahead. So they're really in an amazing position to continue the momentum and just going to keep dominating here. And again, this is getting really out of hand now. I'm just starting to wonder, how does PS get themselves back into the game?
Well, you know, I think that's a very good question. Luckily for us, we have a third man here to potentially answer it for us, because I don't really have a good one here. Jake,
yeah, don't throw me under the bus with that one, guys. Come on, how did PS come back in the game? They're down 20k, and it's not looking so hot for them. I think coming back, honestly, I think it's up to VP to make some kind of a mistake and like maybe over push on a Walker, but that feels unlikely. I mean, VP is so historically tactical. For me, this is just an opportunity for VP to put on a masterclass of how to expand a lead.
Well, it might be just like this, getting a catch on to Bandwise, and that Shiv is going to be long for this world. Michaelis again with the snipe. You know, Dan, thinking back to what you said before, maybe I should hold that for a second longer, as we do see Listic come through as well with the kill onto Wolfie. And Pojulaya Scumbria, they're just going to have to turn tail and run, but will they even be able to? Is Shark able to get the knock up on the Hapex over the left-hand side, as they did push down that Walker. But now I'm thinking, I wonder how rich Michaelis would be if he went the assassinate build, because he would be pretty damn rich.
It's kind of crazy because it's like accelerating, and it's only getting like more and more accelerated as time goes on here for VP. This momentum is kind of crazy. They've got control and command of the entire map. That gank in the basement of the PS's basement, it really is a statement. The fact that VP are able to so comfortably gank there that just tells you everything in a nutshell.
Yeah,
it's like a fractal, you know, like that's the whole game at this point. VP able to push into positions that they shouldn't have any right to push into, and PS having no response.
And the thing is here, a 30k lead for VP, like Pojulaya, what you need to look for objectives right now while they're going for the earned turn-in, but they can't even do so. Even with the man advantage, even with the two-man advantage, they still can't win out in this battle in middle. And that's gonna be 2 more kills picked up for Virtus Pro, and Pojulaya Scumbria forced to immediately back away and hope to keep their Walker alive. And well, Sunset at 11k cannot match up against the fist of Listic, as he's gonna fall as well.
It's crazy too, because it makes you appreciate how good OneWin were last week, because OneWin had to play really, really optimally with a chosen style, a strategy that was where they got everything they wanted in the draft too. Oh, the VP are so insane, and they're looking like really scary right now. My God,
the fleet foot heavy melee charge, like tech, is just so sick to see an Obi came there. It wasn't even needed because the owl came through at a D-Mob, who must be at like plus 500 on his owl at the moment. And mid boss finally gonna be thought about with 2 deaths on PS's side. I mean, realistically, PS couldn't contest this before, and being down 2 men will just make it even more impossible. As you can see them back at their own base here, trying to farm up as much as possible. And I swear, I'm not trying to talk mean about PS, but you're looking at a 50k soul difference 17 minutes in. You should not be able to come back from that unless VP just massively throw multiple times.
Yeah, VP's economy is like a runaway train. And what's really interesting too, actually, that I noticed is that 7, you know, we talked about how with 7 typically teams will create space through pressure so that 7 can farm up. But in this game, VP, I think, recognized that they had so much momentum that they could just play all together and then just like never let go, like never get off of the throats of their opponent, by including 7 in a lot more fights than maybe you would in other occasions see him in.
Do you see that, Dan? Is that right? Bandwise just pointed out that D-Mob, Grey Talon, has Majestic Leap on a Gray Talon.
Huh. Interesting.
So if it was already hard enough to get to him with his own fly, if you have a knockdown, he's just going to well, he can't Majestic Leap away. He can use that initially and then fly after.
That's actually awesome. I love that. I love it.
Well, the chase is going to be going into the base here at PS. Listic going to be leading the charge. There's a Storm Cloud coming through as well. And all PS can really do is just run away from this one. 18.5 minutes in, and the shrines are going to be taken. And not to mention the patron on top of that. Listic does get swapped back into the base. But he does have the rejuve, and well, he still had some HP left as he eventually will be finished off. And honestly, I don't see VP stopping.
Oh my god, no. Yeah, I don't see them stopping either. They can just end right here. I think they're going to do that. They have just commanding positions. They're so ahead on the farm. The stat checking is absolutely real. And so they can just go for it. You can,
oh, no, yeah, you can tell it's over.
Yeah, Powerwise is like, yeah, I know. I can't actually do a single thing here.
He's taunting them into the throne. This is the next level play. That's what he needs to do here.
Come on, guys. You know you want this kill. Just come into our base. Give us some kills here. But the patron, well, it is not long for this world here. And Virtus Pro will indeed get their rematch up against OneWin, who dethroned them last week.
Wow, what a crazy display from VP. As soon as they ramped up, it was just like they just reached terminal velocities instantly, and it was just I don't know. It didn't really seem like there was a single point at which once they picked up momentum that it was ever going to stop.
I mean, let's be honest though. The start of that game, like we did have Wolfie take down Listic over in the right-hand lane, and we're like, okay, this is pretty interesting. Not to mention, on top of that, there was kills traded constantly. But I felt like once that first Guardian was taken over on the right-hand side, that's when VP started to snowball. Michaelis just became unbearable to deal with. And Listic also was able to get continually farmed up that no one could even take him down. And honestly, a fairly easy win here for VP.
Yeah, and it really makes me wonder, what is the next game going to look like? We go into a best of 3 against OneWin. Like you said, it's going to be the rematch. OneWin won with a definitely a very specific strategy last time. Their draft was optimized to that strategy, which was very, very based around taking the initiative, getting in the jungle, getting those like Calico picks. I don't know that VP are going to give such an easy draft advantage to them again. So,
well, I mean, we'll obviously get into a little bit of time, but I'm thinking about ABL as being probably one of the biggest pickups for OneWin we've ever seen. And we'll touch on that because we got to bring in Jake now to finish off the talk about this last match, not to mention talk about a player of the match in a few, because Jake, I don't know what else there is to say about that one. I mean, obviously it wasn't the full PS roster, so I don't want to be too harsh on them. But it was rough. I was trying to think, how could I not be too harsh?
VP ran the table on him, guys. Like in the end, I don't think this is even really a referendum on PS. It's more about VP, just how good they are. And you got to wonder now going into the money match, like, was it an aberration for OneWin to get that victory, right? Like to be there, the champion slot. I think a team like VP probably doesn't look too kindly on anybody else but themselves being the reigning champs here in DFN. And so I think they're coming back today angry and very motivated, as we could see from that first match.
That's a good point, actually, because Dan, we did see like Buff Enjoyers initially, as they were named, be the dominating force in EU. But then we saw like DMS come up into the ranks. We saw Aegis Aurora, we saw a lot of other teams come out of the woodworks to really put the pressure onto VP. And once they started to be beat, you could just see them grinding and training. Now, being dethroned here over in DFN, barely winning a OneWin bombshell, like VP, I think they're coming back with a vengeance, as Jake mentioned.
I'm definitely thinking along the same lines. They look so good fundamentally. I do think VP is by far the best team fundamentally in the business. So I would be surprised if they don't win. But I'm really curious to see what the adaptations are, because they do have to respond to the ways in which they lost previously, and then it does put pressure on their opponents. Is there another gear to go to beat VP?
Sure. Well, speaking of the gear, we got to go into our next gear and take a look at our player of the match presented by Intel. And Jake, who did you give it to?
This one, I mean, look, it was kind of a gimme here. I went with Michaelis, but I feel Zergy is a very honorable mention, just in stats wise, like getting that objective damage in. Like somebody had to make sure that game ended within the first 25 minutes, and so I want to give a little credit to Zergy for the big objective damage. But Michaelis just snowballed out of control in this game, playing the Vindicta, but so active, so aggressive from the laning phase onward. And even this is a lane that they lost first blood in, and you wouldn't know that based on the results of the lane and based on the performance, I think, of Michaelis in the game. And showing why, I mean, they've been super happy to have Vindicta. I think this is a character that Michaelis has been really feeling in the 3-lane map. and his performances have been really on point. Like not only getting those souls, but then being a huge performer in the late game, continuing to show up in the team fight, setting things up for the squad. Wow, that's his 6th consigned actually.
And what I find so interesting about this, Dan, is that you look over the career so far of Michaelis, and I mean, Paradox, that's what he became known for. But now it's just been Vindicta for how many weeks straight, and he's only playing Vindicta, and yet we're not seeing teams ban that away from him because I guess they don't feel like it's that much of a threat, though. The combos, the kills he sets up with these tethers, as you see right here, you have to give respect to.
Yeah, it is one of those things where the question as to whether you ban it or not against them is kind of difficult, because it is definitely a specific player ban you're going for, and it's like it's hard to say like if you're messing with their strategy like too hard by removing it. It is a really tricky one. I feel like there are some bans for opponents that are somewhat obvious, but I struggle with the Vindicta one because there has also been games where we've seen Michaelis kind of struggle a little bit, like against One Win when a VP were not able to establish map control. He didn't have a great time. Like he could, and he got targeted. He got targeted in the lanes, and that was enough to deal with Vindicta. And because Vindicta is a bit more susceptible to being targeted for ganks because her mobility is not good, it does actually. I feel like there is an argument to not ban the Vindicta, despite it being such a go-to pick for Michaelis. Michaelis just really needs his teammates to kind of do their jobs, and for them strategically to be able to manage the early game well.
Well, in the back of my head, I can kind of imagine at one point teams are going to be like, can we do 3 bans instead of 2 now after initially start off with 1 here? But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up our challenger matches. VP go on to take on our reigning champions of 1-1 in the money match in just a few minutes time. We saw them play just a couple days ago where Virtus Pro were able to win in a best of 5, 3-2, but it was definitely difficult. Can they get their win yet again here? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. As we are on DFN number 18. Ridiculous amount of months we've now been working this show.
Everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we were already legal in Europe, but in the US now we're legal, I guess. That sounds really wrong. I swear it's not meant that way. We are back here with our next match. It's going to be the money match here with Virtus Pro taking on One Win, a repeat of last week and a repeat of the One Win bombshell. But one thing we did notice for all of you statisticians out there, all of you stat lovers, we forgot to show the match ranking, or the match results from the last match. Maybe we could throw that up there and quickly talk it through, and you can see how big of gaps we did have for VP up against Pojali Scumbria. And not a surprise to see Michaelis topping the leaderboards.
Those player damage stats on PS are rough, man. They're rough.
Yeah. What do you want me to say? I agree with Jake's analysis.
Yeah, at least all of you out there got to see it. That's what it was all about here. But we're about to head into our next match. And honestly, this is, I think, a very exciting match because I feel like it's been a very long time since I've been really hype about another EU team besides Virtus Pro. And I know that sounds a little bit negative to some teams, but to see VP challenge, to see, more importantly, a team grow week in and week out and slowly start to improve. And of course, with the latest addition of ABL on that roster, One Win have really proven to be a strong contender here, Jake.
Yeah, I think they're a serious threat to VP, maybe the only serious threat, right? With the way these two teams have stacked up in the past, it's been kind of blow for blow with these squads. Of course, each one trying to innovate, trying to push the level here. But One Win team, they've become a familiar face. As much as VP maybe are the favorites historically, One Win team have been that squad to put them to the test.
Yeah, they have. And honestly, I mean, DDK, we've talked about like the individual impact some players can have. I feel like when we look at One Win, ABL has helped Empty Dreams be a better player because there's not as much pressure on him individually to carry these games anymore.
Yeah, it's actually been super interesting to see the versatility of ABL because initially we just like, oh, ABL's a Yamato player. And like if you ban Yamato, you've kind of circumvented their star player. But then it turns out he can actually play like Pocket like insanely well, and basically any playmaker like Calico also like to an extremely high level, and that created a very interesting dynamic because we saw then priorities shifting where they would pick like 3 playmakers and they would give the most important one, or at least have ABL be the central one that will get as farmed as possible in their kind of stack of playmaking heroes, and so it's really interesting how ABL's been leading the charge in that respect and how everybody else gets more space because of his performances. And so I didn't expect to see that level of versatility, but it is like ABL's really, I feel like before the way that we had the excitement with Play With Me's name, I feel like that's now ABL instead.
Yeah.
You know,
I can, you know what? You're very right. You hit the nail on the head there. ABL has definitely become that for me, and hopefully doesn't have the similar fall off that Play With Me has had in the past. But we talked a lot about the One Win roster. Well, I'm going to take a look here at the breakdown of the team for you guys and get you acquainted with everyone on the roster. Yeah, and that is obviously not it, but hopefully we can get that on your screen here because we talked a lot about ABL. We talked a lot about MT Dreams, like the 2 star-studded lineup for the team, but also we can't forget about Overseas, Xenon, Flammable, and Zanya on top of that. Like they have honestly a very star-studded lineup, and Overseas I think kind of gets overlooked sometimes because he's a ridiculously strong Great Talent player as well.
I think this team has balanced out really well, especially with some of these like more spirit heavy carries. I think being a bit more dominant since the 3-lane map. And so with ABL and Overseas, I think they kind of fill that together. And then Empty Dreams, I think, has just really been impressive on a lot of these, like maybe a little bit more gun damage tracking oriented carries. And so the roster, I think, has come together into a real force to oppose VP. And one, I think, that has their own unique take on the game. I don't think they're like really copying VP's strats. I think the teams have a little bit of a distinct identity, at least in terms of the individual players. So it's exciting to see them clash, to see, week to week who can come out on top.
Yeah, this is quickly becoming for me, Dan, like the highlight match every week when it comes to EU. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the history of DFN EU and kind of see where our winners were. And obviously VP, I think it's like 7 weeks in a row. Let me quickly count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weeks in a row. They couldn't get the 7th in there, unfortunately, as One Win was able to take them down finally after the repeat matchup in 16 and 17. But to see it happen a 3rd time here, is it a best of 3 of the best of 3 threes, Dan?
I think so. It is funny though, like the Hydra Nation challenge is impossible, I think, to achieve. We probably might not see anyone else make that happen, but VP made a good run of it. I think for this region, honestly, it was super impressive to even get their streak like that. But yeah, now it is kind of unclear. I think today will be established really well where these two teams actually sit, because VP, they lost in the previous one, and they get kind of an advantage in that sense going into this week, where they understand like how they lost. And for one win they won. So should they change anything? Probably not. They should probably still try to approach things with the same strategy. They don't yet know how VP will respond.
You know what? You bring up a very good point. And since we have Jake, who was a pro in Overwatch, maybe we can actually just ask you about this. When you play a team and you lose, is there this like background mind games you play of like, what do we adjust? What are they going to adjust? And then what do we have to adjust off what they to adjust? Can you kind of go into that?
I think it's especially going to be prevalent in a scene like we have in Deadlock right now, where there's like a really small number of teams at the top echelon and maybe a little bit of a bigger gap before the next competitor squads. And so you got two teams like OneWin and VP. You kind of have to scrim each other all the time. Like if you want good practice, you want to keep pushing the limit, you don't want to just scrim teams that you're going to beat over and over again. That's just giving those teams amazing practice and you're not really getting anything out of it. So two squads like OneWin and VP, they probably get to know each other really, really intimately well. And so I think that plays a huge factor, especially in the draft, where you're very aware of what the opponent team likes. Every time they beat you with something that they like, you have to put some respect on it. You're like, well, maybe that strategy is actually pretty good. Maybe those heroes are important. And so I think you as two teams, you do kind of like trend together, and you end up being a bit of a hive mind in terms of your perspective on the game. You have to compete for the same prio heroes in the draft, and you develop a metaphor maybe only for the two of you. So it's always going to be interesting to watch these two teams clash, because there really is going to be nothing else like it in the world right now.
I was going to mention that to you. There's a pro meta, and then there's the matchup dependent meta that can exist. Yeah.
We are headed into our draft phase here. And honestly, I think one thing we're guaranteed to see out of Virtus Pro is a Bebop ban. Looking back at their bans in this last week, they banned it almost every single time, if not every single time. Actually, I can quickly check that. Yeah, they banned it 4 games out of 5. And for good reason. Because if they want to play Vindicta, you cannot play the Vindicta into Bebop. And we've seen Michaelis just last week punished by it.
That was Savannah's fault.
Yeah, and it's interesting because overseas can also play like Great Talon really well, and like you guys were saying, we have a meta, or like the way that things are right now with the 3 lanes. Great Talon's like a great pickup, and also works, I think, really well with the way that OneWin can play the game. But they're going to open up with the Sinclair ban, and with VP, are we expecting a Yamato ban, a Calico ban, or a Pocket ban?
Bebop.
I feel like those are the 3. Bebop, okay,
It's got to be Bebop.
Do you want to ban Bebop? I wonder. I'm curious to see what VP do. Okay, they are going to ban it. I mean, it is a very value hero, and I think with maybe how much they want to play Flyers, maybe they just feel like you're just never going to get the Vindicta plus Bebop. Maybe Bebop is just like that good. Like it is like a pure first pick at this point in the game with how much we've seen it dominate games.
I will say this though, is that I want to see the adaptation out of Virtus Pro against the Bebop, like when they play against it, but I also see their adaptation against ABL, and the fact that you can play Calico, Yamato, and Pocket to such a high degree. I'm kind of curious where that route is going to go, and I believe that was a Calico first pick coming through. And of course, we've seen ABL just destroy people on it.
Yeah,
if he plays it.
Oh, go ahead.
Tons of tempo, like the ability to tower dive. I think, especially Guardian dive in the early game, as soon as your ultimate is online, pretty potent for the snowballing potential for the Calico. Also, think Calico has a lot of build flexibility, so it makes sense as a very early draft pick. Can be a carry. Could also, if you don't have like quite that good of a game, you can still end up being useful as a disruptor.
I think VP will probably still be looking for the Vindicta. I think there is a world where you make an argument against it because it was exploited against them last time. So maybe they feel like, oh, they have a way to deal with that this time. But I would expect to see it maybe on like the 3rd pick, like before the ban wave. But VP, they tend to pick like more frontliney based, like late game kind of based setups. Usually, I think the Abrams is like very important for VP. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see Abrams coming in that third pick, and maybe they deprioritize Vindicta a little bit and just like, oh, if it's not banned type of philosophy.
I mean, I also think this Bebop ban sets themselves up to play double flyer. Like in like they could easily take Great Talent again. I also wondered does OneWin value the Vindicta that much? Is it likely to be stolen from VP? Like if VP feel like they're the only team that wants to play Vindicta and other people aren't going to take it from them, they could just drop it in a 6 pick, right? And like not prio it early in the draft at all. I think Great Talon may be a little bit more contested historically.
I can tell you from my little handy dandy database that I have, OneWin have not played Vindicta in DFN, and they didn't play it in that best of 5. So maybe, yeah, no pressure to pick Vindicta considering that OneWin aren't going to play it.
They could ban it, but like maybe I don't know that VP are that dependent on it. I think it's like a nice to have, but Michaelis as a player, it can flex to anything. So I think it's really smart to get it later, but the talent goes earlier. So now VP forced to deviate from the draft from last game.
Dan, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, well, a Holiday obviously would be a good pickup for VP because they have a swap. You need to sort of initiate with that. But at the same time, you do have to think about the Pocket and the Yamato, because as you pointed out and as you hinted to, OneWin picked Calico, Pocket, and Yamato last week, and no one was sure of who was going to be on who at that point. So I wonder, like, does Virtus Pro have a plan to deal with that potential setup yet again? And well, as you talked about, Jake, Vindicta will be coming through here as a 3rd pick out of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they want it earlier. I think those callouts are great, though. I would love to see a Yamato for Virtus Pro. I think it would fit really nicely. It would, add some of the spirit carry you're losing with losing Great Talon. I think pretty solid against Great Talon, actually. Like, once you can, get that flying strike connection and get on top of the Talon, it could be hard for Talon to slip away from you. I just like the Yamato in general in this meta with, like, getting super snowballed and getting a bunch of Sinner Sacrifice buffs on you, even with the nerfs to that playstyle. I just still think Yamato is great in the late game. Maybe a little bit too slow for VP's taste, but then again, I don't know. I just think the character's so good. I'd like to see them play it, especially against the Calico Paradox as a core that can actually stand up to those initiations.
What's crazy is that out of every match they've ever played, they've only played Yamato 6 times within DFN. They have like Wraith on 11, Warden on 19, 7 on 15, Paradox on 15, Geist on 22. It's definitely one of their lower picked heroes, but I believe if anyone does play it, it's going to be D-Mov.
Well, OneWin saw the same value, just got rid of it. They felt it would come down on this pick as well, and maybe it's not quite as obvious of a fit for OneWin's draft, since they already have Calico for the front line, they have Great Talent for the Spirit Nuke. Maybe they weren't going to utilize the Yamato as well.
Ooh. Is there a world where Obi Kim is actually playing the Vindicta and we see Michaelis play Pocket here? Because people kind of forget he's also a really good Pocket player. Like, that's, again, going back to the flexibility that VP has as a roster, that's always something you could see come out of this team. And I hope I'm not jumping the gun. I hope we actually do see it, so I kind of sound smart, but I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Michaelis has been spamming it, so I feel like it's probably more likely for him to play it, but I think that's definitely a possibility.
And OneWin tends to not necessarily have like a balanced draft. Usually they do lean towards the more disruptive, more playmaker-y heavy draft. So I could still see a Pocket coming through pretty soon for them, because that is still something that VP could pick. So that, yeah, there's the Pocket. You want to take that away because Yamato, Pocket, Calico all now tied up. And OneWin, the interesting thing is that VP banned Kelvin, and I wasn't actually so convinced myself that OneWin would mess with Kelvin. I actually feel like it would have been more of a boon for VP against what OneWin might be playing.
I wonder about a Wraith here for OneWin as like a hard stun to break a 7 ult. Could be good at catching Vindicta.
You can only run from the law for
so long. Holiday. That's wow. So they're going Holiday and Paradox. I mean, I think this, if anything, this is like taking this from VP as much as it is the pick that OneWin really wanted. But we've seen teams do this in the past, and it hasn't looked that amazing to me. But then again, I think it is always like an explosive draft. Like maybe you snowball the game, and Holiday, I think you could be played as a bit more of a carry. We don't really see that very often, but I think is a possibility.
Maurice and I got your back.
And it does fit that style again, where OneWin want to get in the opponent's jungle. They want to keep they want it to be the case that they'll get the first tower, and then the pressure just never ends, and VP always have to react. That is really how OneWin like to play, or at least have won against VP in the past. So I think Holiday adds to that playstyle quite well.
I don't want to be overseas right now if he's on the Great Talon, because you almost bet you're gonna have. I mean, it's probably gonna be a Warpstone Moe and Krill, but like a Phantom Strike Abrams and a Warpstone Moe and Krill is gonna be like, all right, do I even get to play the game at this point?
Ooh. I think it's a
you.
really nice Viscous pick, right? With the overemphasis on playmaking from one win team, I think Viscous is a natural counter to that, with the cube being the best save in the game. I think Roll is going to be incredibly high value this game. There's like a lack of just raw gun damage burst on one win, at least so far. They have one more pick. So killing the ball is going to be really hard. I think this actually looks like a phenomenal Viscous game.
So, again, it was already bad having a Phantom Strike Abrams, a Warpstone Moe and Krill, and now a Warpstone Goo Ball. I don't think Overseas is going to be allowed to play in the air at this point in this game. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, he's going to have to stay back. I also think the laning phase looks pretty scary for VP this game with Abrams and Vindicta lane. And then I assume, I'm not sure who's going to go with who, but one of Viscous and Moe probably with Seven and Mirage.
You know, Dan, we talked about the adaptations that VP is going to make. Viscous might be that adaptation. Looking back on their picks, they didn't play Viscous once in the one-win bombshell. So maybe this is an adaptation to like that hard carry potential out of ABL and Empty Dreams.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a great call out. It is the major differential between, because the drafts otherwise look pretty similar in both. Obviously, the picks aren't necessarily identical, but the whole style, the strengths are kind of leave it in the same areas, so that the strategy can be the same for one win. And so it makes a lot of sense that VP would have something to deal with that. I think Geist was also is a great pick for one win. The fact that Geist was like last pick is also kind of funny, given how good Geist has been, how high the value has been. But yeah, I still like one win's draft. I think I'm a bit of a fanboy based off of last week, but I'm curious how the Viscous pick could change everything.
I mean, VP have 6 control skills, or like every single character on their team has some kind of like lockdown control. I think it actually looks kind of scary for one win team. Like for somebody, like even for somebody like Geist who can be this scary frontliner, you get rolled on by Viscous, you get eaten by Moe Krill, or picked up by Abrams. I mean, there's so many ways to like set up into stun combo. I think it's actually going to be pretty scary for one win team to split on the map and be alone, which I think their draft emphasizes. Like somebody like Pocket is like a really scary Pocket game. Once Abrams has Phantom Strike and Moe has Warpstone, like it's actually going to be kind of a problem for Pocket, for Great Talent, even Calico to like play their ways out of situations if they're just getting chain stunned.
Interesting. So we can see Zanya going to be on the Calico, Empty Dreams going to be on the Pocket, and that means ABL. Does that mean he's going to be on the Great Talent, or is that Overseas?
I would assume. Oh no.
Oh, it is. So it's going to be ABL on Great Talent.
Sure.
And I mean, it's kind of like we've kind of forgotten about it, but ABL, we did initially see him with Aegis Aurora, I believe, playing Great Talent, and he was still ridiculously strong on that hero as well. So again, if we're talking about flexibility in teams, credit has to be given to one win team to kind of match up to VP.
Love it. I love the fact that we've seen ABL, the most important player on the team in terms of star power, that he's been playing so many different heroes. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and I think it makes him very valuable as a player, right? If you can carry on so many different heroes like that, and so many different carry heroes, it's very hard to deal with you. It's very hard to ban you out, and it makes them really important for a roster, I'd say.
Before we get into it, I'd love to hear, Jake, your take on the early lane setup for both teams.
I'm just very interested, especially to see the Viscous in the early lane with Seven, where Seven I think is a relatively weak laner. He does bring a lot of damage to the table, and Viscous has a lot of setup. So I think maybe first couple levels won't be great for them, but once they get all their 3 main skills online, I think this Viscous can really be a threat in the early game. And so I'm curious to see VP playing that early game snowball style and how that matches up against one win's playmaking.
All right, well, Dan, they do say pressure turns coal into diamonds, and Virtus Pro has been under a lot of pressure these last 2 weeks. And well, so Xenon. Slistic again. 2 games back-to-back, off to a strong start. This time, at least, not being the first one to die. But we know Listic, when he gets going on the Abrams, he is very difficult to stop.
Yep. I mean, starters, you mean to continue and all that. Listic straight in there. Yeah, it's super interesting. I love the highlight there from Jake as well about the CC that VP have on, like, there's an option, a good CC option on every single hero. There's actually a very interesting dynamic. I'll be really curious to see how that turns out in the team fights, but I also recognize, again, something one were good at previously was catching players off guard, like essentially not having to win team fights, because in the early to mid game they can find so many smaller fights that they can take initiation on, that they don't have to worry about maybe like a mass CC lockdowns that could be more dangerous when there's more grouped up VP players.
And you're talking about dangerous. Ballistic with another kill, this time on the flammable over in the left-hand side lane, really proving to be difficult to deal with here for one win. Flammable currently at 1k, Xenon currently at 1k, and they're up against pretty much the 2k of the other side. And you know, stat check territory, I know obviously like 1k isn't the massive difference, but when you get the extra levels on your abilities, the extra pure stats, it becomes very hard to deal with this. And you can already see Obicim getting aggressive, able to push down Empty Dreams to about half HP. Obviously, Pocket with the negative spirit resist you start with here makes him very susceptible to any spirit damage you do.
Yeah, this feels like a tough lane. I think obviously Paradox Pocket are great, but Mirage Mo feels pretty oppressive in the mid lane. So this feels like it could be a pretty good lane for VP to be able to maybe get that mid tower down sooner than later, especially if they get some help or go for aggression like this. Oh, this is looking a little scary. Kinetic Carbine comes out. We get a bit of a heal, so looks like we're out of danger here for overseas at least. My God, this Mo won't go away.
Yeah, I don't think Obicim wants to give up on this, but one thing we didn't really mention and we didn't see in the patch notes is Restore of Locket no longer gives spirit resist. And that's kind of big considering if you're a Pocket player. I mean, obviously Paradox, where the law of the harass in the lane that they're dealing with is going to be that spirit damage. It doesn't give you that extra sustainability and longevity in the lane. Makes it a lot more difficult to survive. And Virtus Pro, I mean, on all fronts have been pretty much aggressive here, pushed up on every single lane. And we're about to start hitting that 3k mark. A-Bill actually currently sitting closest to it at 2.6. His counterpart, Michaelis and Listic at 2.7 and 2.8 respectively.
They get behind cover. Yeah, I like the change too on the locket. The fact that you're not taking away the identity or the true utility of the locket. You just, it's like, why was that? You kind of ask the question, wait, why was that spirit resist there in the first place?
It did make it like insanely strong too, because a lot of the harass you're going to take in the early game, I would say, is going to be spirit heavy with the way these teams are playing. Obviously, I know Gun is quite a bit of harass too, but considering you're at range, it's not doing as much damage. The affliction going to be going in onto Sherrick and just tornado away here. And Empty Dreams is really not giving up on this, still trying to put out this consistent harasser, but Obicim's going to be going deep. He doesn't have the backup quite just here, and then it's going to be the combo coming through on Overseas. This little adaptation out of Empty Dreams to try to get in there and parry in case the melee would come in out of Obicim, but he's still going to lose his teammate nonetheless.
Yeah, and this is going to be probably a fair amount of tower damage as well. And so again, we've talked about how important it is to get those towers down as quickly as possible, these Guardians, especially that mid one. The way that it opens up map control, it really does dictate a lot. It's like, okay, the jungle value you could get is more if you get the enemy's middle tower down. And then additionally, we get that trade coming through, and that's Michaelis on a good start. But additionally, yeah, you get the ability to put the initiative on your opponent, and that's like not a good place to find it if you're on the receiving end of it. So really important to win that early mid tower.
You know what? I kind of want to bring Jake in here really quickly and talk about this with Empty Dreams on Pocket, with them having such a tough start as well in the mid lane, even though they're not too far behind. I'm kind of curious on how you feel like the Pocket could play out, because obviously the Paradox of swap is always going to be there, but the Pocket damage is going to be lacking.
Yeah, I think they still have a little bit of an opportunity to bring this back, maybe with like a swap under tower, but it's starting to get to be a real problem. Combo online for Mo Krill, so you got to be so cautious. They are sending this Talon nuke over, which is going to put some pressure, but I think Mo, maybe he's going to die in the mid lane. Super low, maybe just got out. But like, I think soon it's going to become untenable, especially as Mirage gets a little bit more farmed. Maybe we'll see a rotation as well. It's for somebody to come pressure down that Guardian. It's definitely getting into a very dangerous territory for a 1-win.
Yeah, and again, Michaelis is doing a lot better than he was in the previous map that we had when he was on Vindicta against 1-win, where he was getting, I would say, like relentlessly ganked. They were playing him on the left lane, if I recall correctly, and he's just getting actually wrecked. And here's that Calico forward pressure coming on by as well. Good damage on the tower, on the Guardian. Stunning response from 7. But still, forward presence here from the Calico. And this Calico pick is got to go huge here. Zanya has done great work on it previously, but will be forced back.
Great little stun on the climb up there too for D-Mob to kind of alleviate some of that pressure out of Zanya. And I'm kind of happy to see, you know, Viscus get some play here in EU. I feel like it's been a very long time. You look at North America, and I mean, just this last week, Naked was playing it constantly for LARP Lords. Week before, Gibbs was playing it every single game he could for B&B. And he kind of just like disappeared out of Europe, but still insanely strong hero. As we are about to approach the 8-minute mark, no Guardians taken just yet, and only about a 1 to 2k lead here for VP is Holistic. This is just I swear, this could have been a replay from the previous death from him.
Yeah, great work there from Flammable. That's such an important pick off to get. Especially with Mikhail S like looking like he's having too good of a lane right now. And speaking of which, this Mo from Obikim has been indomitable. Just so difficult to take down. Get some extra damage on the tower as Rocket makes an escape. Empty Dreams gets out of there, and yeah, this mid tower. Oh, here comes the bird. That's all straight on Obikim's face. Is there a follow-up here? Empty Dreams looking maybe to go for the pursuit, but it looks like he is not going to be the fight. In fact, Reed takes him down instead.
And Michaelis gets Xenon. Listic gets Flammable. That's 4 quick kills in quick succession here for Virtus Pro. Able to get to a 4k lead now, and you have to imagine some Guardians are going to start to fall here. It looks like they're just going to head back over in this left-hand lane. Michaelis is going to be trying to farm up any of this minion wave. And Listic, I mean, we saw him do this last game. He just lives in the enemy jungle. He'll be taking away these center sacrifices. And honestly, I feel like we're still on the early days of this change to the center sacrifice and to the 3-lane meta, because there's definitely so much room to punish teams and to kind of gain any little bit of ground you possibly can. Of course, just as I was talking about this, actually, no, he did take it. Never mind. I was going to say he backed away without even securing it. But there's so much room for adaptation and still so many more ways to punish teams that we haven't seen explored fully yet out of some rosters.
And we get a little engagement here in the blue jungle, in VP's jungle. And this is what we were talking about before. It's kind of what you want to see from OneWin. So despite the fact that OneWin also lose that mid tower, they are still trying to get aggressive. And I think that's really important to do. At the same time, this left Guardian is under heavy assault. Holistic is going to get taken down. Bit off a bit more than he could chew. Mikhail S still putting the pressure on. Might still have Assassinates online. And I don't know, all is pretty low right now. I'm a little bit afraid. We know how insane Mikhail S can be.
Zanya was able to turn around a kill onto Zergi over in the subway on the right-hand side of the map. It looks like ABL will be able to create some distance here. Zanya eventually going to fall, but you can see D-Mob under some pressure. No more charge shots left available here. And all in all, you know, one would credit to them to be able to get some kills off of the aggressive play they had inside the enemy jungle. That was an Affliction coming in out of Empty Dreams, trying to force anyone back, secure the center sacrifice. Doesn't get the +3 from it, unfortunately. But at least denies it away, more importantly.
You know, play under the tower here. On this right side of the map here, OneWin trying to get some advantages, but coming in from the side is Sharik on that Mirage. That could complicate things, but actually there's a response because we've got Zanya coming in on the Calico from the side as well. Although Mikhail S will take down a Flammable on the left side of the map. It looks like there'll be a disengage here from OneWin, so they won't get the Guardian on the right side, and there is enough of a response, it seems, to deter that. And right now, Listic, he's picked up the urn. He's going on the great journey, on the great delivery.
Yeah, I think he's going to wait for that seismic slam to come up before he actually does go for the engagement. For me, it's about watching OneWin team. What do they do here? If they overcommit towards the urn, that could be an easy Guardian taken from Mikhail S, leading to a flex slot. Owls will be coming through, looking for some early damage here, trying to catch out onto the Mirage, and that's going to be the connection on a Sherrick, but the cube will be coming through to keep him alive, and the retreat is immediately pulled out of Virtus Pro, but the chase is going to be here. That's a great lasso coming through on a D-Mob, and he has no cube left, and he has no life left, as he will fall.
You just love the combos there off of the lasso. Speaking of which, though, no lasso available. Listic there with a big fist in Holiday's face. Disengage as the battle rages on, and it looks like VP are in a little bit of trouble here. You can see Listic's not too aggressive. Doesn't like the look of this one. He's going to back out there because OneWin will take an extra kill, and tower's gone down too, so that's a nice win. And in the meantime, there might be an opportunity to get this mid tower. The big rotation there from right to mid comes in from 1win.
Oh, Obakim's got to be careful. You can see that tower very low on health. The reinforcement is going to be here. Not to mention the Urn going to be picked up out of Zanya. He's going to try to run it in, but we can see on the minimap Dmov and Listic going to be there to deny it. I don't know if the turn-in will eventually go through, and you can see, there we go, Listic on the charge through. Able to catch out Zanya. That's going to be the Urn now dropped, and Zanya's going to fall. Not to mention a bag to pick up on top of that. And this could eventually be Virtus Pro actually taking the Urn themselves, but the fight is going to continue. The swap comes through onto Listic. Dmov with the goo ball is just punishing Overseas left and right. It's like watching Sonic the Hedgehog here. And 1win at least able to get 2 kills off of the back of this, and the fight is going to continue as Obakim's going to rotate through. The Urn still be contested quite heavily, considering it's only worth 3k this early on. I'm surprised to see both teams really want to fight over this objective.
Yeah, and it seems generally that 1win have had more players in position more of the time in this fight overall, and they're continuing to reinforce this one off the rope. 3 players are coming from 1win, so VP in trouble. However, Zergi's ult is going to do a fair amount of damage here. That's going to ward away everybody's huge connection off of this cloud form, and that is a problem. Storm Cloud is just really hurt everybody here for 1win, but still, Zanya able to get 2 off of that one. But Michaelis, Listic, and Zergi, 4 kills to follow up with, and so VP turned that one right around off of the Storm Cloud.
I don't know how many, I don't even know what the trade was at the end of the day, except I can see Virtus Pro were able to get 5 kills, and I know Zanya did get the Urn turn in, but I think Virtus Pro are still going to be pretty happy about that trade, able to get themselves the last Guardian of the game. Obviously, flex slot already in their hands, and 1win able to secure a flex slot earlier on, but that was hectic, and I think that kind of shows for me, Dan, the urge for both these teams to win this game. I think that was more of like, not a smart play, but it was like, we don't want to be the team to back away. We don't want to be the team to give this one up. We want to continue to fight and come out ahead in the end.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool as well. Well, maybe hold that thought, question mark? Okay, no, we're going to get a disengage. That said, there is a pursuit here, and we've got some good chasers here on the side of 1win. Mo goes into the ground, though. Can't find him after that. And yeah, you can't keep going after that. That's like 1win will still hang out, though, in the jungle, and we'll still be looking for fights. I can't even make that point I wanted to make. That's very selfish of 1win, but they're going to continue the pressure. And at the same time here, Jason, we got this left side tower going down.
Yeah, the backup's not there in time. I believe Listic, something you mentioned in the first series, how you could use that seismic slam defensively, and I think he got aggressive to take away again the center sacrifice, and then use the charge, use the seismic slam just to escape. So investing a lot of his resources just to deny a little bit of power up you get that eventually snowballs into a massive power up. And Virtus Pro and 1win, only 2k separates these two teams about 15 minutes into the game. We're all tied up in objectives taken as well. Insanely close game, as they're going to be caught up by the paradoxical swap and will eventually be killed off here. And now the push into that right-hand walker could be possible, because Listic's the only one left to defend against this.
In the meantime, VP actually have a lot of players towards that mid position as well. And okay, they've managed to find ABL. I don't know that he's going to escape. Great flex shot there from Michaelis to finish off ABL. And they can disengage off of that now that 1win's attention's been attracted. And there's a lot of jungle on the map for both sides at the moment. And I don't know, do you think it's a good moment to bring Jake in here? We've got a 15-minute mark just hit, and the teams are fairly even.
It's a big fight now over this rune. Pretty significant coming in, but Mo wants to fight even without the ulti. So, I mean, once again, these two teams just going for the knockdown drag out, like just being willing to engage and really valuing that early game lead. VP, I think, drafted for pretty heavily in this game, but so far, 1win have been keeping up really well despite the stun threat from VP.
And you know, Dan, one thing I feel like we see teams make mistakes on is overcommitting to some of these fights and not realizing the game, for at least in my eyes, is about the objective control. It's about taking as many objectives as you possibly can, pulling teams in one direction, like a fight on the right-hand side of the map, and then seeing someone like Sharik go to the left side and get the walker. But 1win, I feel like they've gotten really smart in this case, because ABL, they said, you know, we don't need you there. We're going to go ahead and send you to the left lane to deny that split push. And for me, that's kind of what one of the big strengths of Mirage is, your split push potential. So keeping him in check is really preventing Virtus Pro from getting that next flex slot and the next objective taken.
Yeah, there's so much happening right now. It's crazy across like both extremities, left and right. But the turn in is the current situation here for one winner, trying to find a way to deliver that. But VP, they got 4 players in position, 5 players in position. So this does open up some split pushing opportunities. The lanes mid and right are very pushed here for one win at the moment. So maybe they are not going to be continuing to push.
Ooh, I like this. So Empty Dreams pushes the right lane. Someone has to deal with it. It's actually going to be Shark to do. So he teleports over to the left-hand lane so they can actually contest the urn now. So either you're going to take a lot of damage onto that walker, or they're going to get an advantageous fight. And we can see the push going to be coming through, looking for the turn-in. Shark needs to teleport over, and a great little puddle punch actually denies the turn-in from coming through. But this fight is going to go crazy.
Yeah, and turning around, Demov, Azanon rather, on that Geist is looking very challenging. There's the stealth swap though, coming in just in the nick of time to keep him alive. Flammable is going to go down here in the fight. Does not look good for one win, regardless of that health swap. They're still going to fight on though. Everyone's in the mix at the moment as VP are committing fully into this fight. And unfortunately, one win, they're pretty spread out right now. They're all the way in the back line. They do get 2 kills in that back line between ABL and Zanya, but it is now VP as a ball moving towards them, trying to take care of this. There's a combo to lock down ABL, and this is the problem. The ball of VP is very difficult to deal with. And interestingly, I don't think one win came away super badly off of that, but they are beginning to lose quite a bit in this soul lead.
I didn't actually see who turned in the urn off of that. I want to say it was Virtus Pro just because they had more players alive, but that fight could have been even worse, I would say, for one win, actually, because if Listic would manage to get that kill on a Xenon before the soul swap comes in, the soul exchange, Listic would have had full HP, and he would have decimated the entirety of one win. So I honestly feel like that could have been worse if Xenon didn't hit that one ability to kind of keep Listic out of the fight completely. But either way, Virtus Pro looking to sport a 10k soul lead here in a few moments as we're only 18 minutes in. And the question now comes, where's the next fight going to be? And I think it's going to be in about 2 minutes time when the next urn comes through it. It seems to be the pivotal point for all these teams to force fights when they want to. And I might have to bite my tongue on this one because it's actually going to be on the right-hand side jungle. They catch up. Someone trying to go for the center sacrifice is going to be Demov. Obikim's going to be there to help out. That's going to be the paradoxical swap to come through and the combo on top. But do they have the damage to finish him off? And, well, yes, that's the quick answer of this one. But at least Empty Dream's able to respond with the kill onto Shark. In the meantime, Zergy going to be going head-to-head against Xenon in the left-hand side lane while the fight still continues here on the right. And that's a major fight to have happen. And Xenon's able to win on that trade. He could potentially push in towards this walker for some early damage, and he's going to do exactly that while the fight still rages on here on the right-hand side. Listic responds with a kill on Azanya. And Flamboy's trying to go for the chase to Obikim, but he can't hit the bounce pad correctly. He gets bounced around and eventually forced to retreat away from this one, as Virtus Pro have to send some resources to that left-hand side lane to prevent that walker from going down.
Dude, someone called the casino bodyguards. The fight that was going on for way too long by the center sacrifice, and VP once again looking like they're coming out on top. In any of these like more protracted team fights, they seem to have a lot more to kind of win these ones out. More tank ability, again, more CC as well available. So these team fights, yeah, they don't tend to really be working out for one win, but one win are managing still to keep their farm in close parity with VP despite this. And we're going to try to juke this with a kinetic carbine here on the escape. One win, can you get away from the mole? Looks like the mole is going to fall back for now at the very least. And just taking quick stock on who has these souls, like looking at the soul distribution. Empty Dreams is doing a very good job keeping up with Sharik, who's also at 21k at the moment, who is the highest on VP's side. And we looked at how good Michaelis was doing in the early game. He slowed down a lot. So yeah, things still looking really competitive, at least in terms of the individual hero power.
And I feel like games like this are so difficult and really test the grit of a player to be able to keep your farm up when there's just constant fighting left and right. And I think we've seen Empty Dreams kind of be off towards himself to go for some solo farm with the rest of his team fights a bit to create this lead. And well, the lead might not last much longer here as Obikim going to get the combo over onto ABL, who does escape this one. The urn's still going to be dropped here as both teams going to be fighting out yet again. This is looking like exactly like the first match of the day, except it's a lot closer between the two teams, and it's continuing from that initial laning phase into 21 minutes into the game. Shark in the meantime going to continue to push this right hand lane out, and it looks like both teams might retreat off the back of this, but for how long is going to be the question here, Dan?
Yeah, they're already going for it at the moment, and the pursuit is on. One one looking to catch the urn as it makes its way across, and that's going to have to get tossed here. Wow, Listic is pretty weak at the moment, but he's in the basement, and they're not going to keep engaging on him because Listic has his teammates here up above, fighting it out, looking to try to deal with the remainder of one win, and a lot of them are very, very softened up at this point. It's looking quite bad. Oh, that's a fantastic connection off of the burrow. strike, and now is looking like problems here potentially for VP in this space. But it's
Dan.
weird here.
Listic's going to turn in the urn. Zergy's pushing the left lane at the same time. This is a massive win for Virtus Pro. You trade 1 for 1, but you're going to get a Walker in a flex slot, and you get the urn turn on top of this. Virtus Pro now up to 126,000 souls, almost a 20k lead off of a very scrappy fight. The macro play was stupendous, and even if Zergy goes down, it does not matter. The damage has been done.
It certainly has, and wow, just like that, just looking at the soul differential, that's a 16k difference now. So it really is trying to extend, and I think the plays that you were just describing have a lot to do with that for sure. And with that said, have been really good at sort of dynamically farming as they rotate across the map. I think that's been one of the strengths that's really kept them closer to VP, because VP are coming out the better in almost every single team fight. So that's one of the dynamics that needs to change. Or one would have to do a better job at getting picks early before the big protracted team fight happens, which might just happen now.
Is this the new team deathmatch mode in Deadlock that's been pushed on the latest patch? Constant fighting from these teams, no objective fighting whatsoever. We're in the jungle yet again here. As the battle continues to break out, Virtus Pro able to get the better of Overseas, and the window that maybe OneWin had to really snowball this first game is starting to potentially come to a close. ABL luckily still at 20k souls, but Flammable is going to get caught here. No charge available just yet for Listic. And Flammable's going to create some distance here with that jump pad, but the damage has been done. They've lost 2 players, now a third. This could be mid-boss being taken here momentarily for Virtus Pro. And OneWin, you have to escape from this or just drag this out long enough for wait for those respawns.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're able to drag it out for too much longer. 4 players down. It definitely feels like it would be a great time to mid-boss, and that is exactly what's happening, just like you described. And I don't know that OneWin really have much to do about this. You know, their comp is great at a great many things, but I don't know that they really have a lot of good options here for the mid-boss setup or steal.
I like the hustle they tried, because Empty Dreams went to that right lane to try to get the Walker, try to get something out of nothing here, right? But then Sharik was able to get there in time to prevent it. He instead teleports to the left lane where it's already been shoved, so there's no chance for him to go for it. And maybe this is a perfect time to bring in Jake, actually, because this has been a bloodbath. This has been crazy, hectic, nonstop action in 23 minutes. I cannot believe it's only been 23 minutes, but you got to give us your thoughts on this match so far.
I just feel like Obakim has been the centerpiece of this aggression. I mean, seeing him on the Mo has been really impressive, where traditionally I think he's playing more of the supports. We talked about him being the center of the team. I mean, with him on a more active role like the Mo Krill, the rest of the team is right behind him in this like really intense aggression. And so many of these combos have been successful in getting opening kills and starting team fights, and beyond even the initial combo. Sometimes we see Mo at this point of the game just basically be a walking combo. He's pretty farmed on the Mo Krill. Like, he's relevant in the whole team fight, and it's honestly starting to get to be a problem. We got Phantom Strike now for Abram, so the pickoff threat is really massive from Virtus Pro.
Oh my god. Speaking of Phantom Strike on the Abrams, Listic leading the charge there on that one, and they're now able to pick off OneWin piece by piece. This is not good. It feels like OneWin's advantages or natural advantages with the comp, it feels like they're kind of vanishing at this point.
100%. I mean, look at the soul differential too. I mean, Empty Dreams, he was the shining star of OneWin with the amount of souls he had, 25k, but he's barely ahead of D-Mov, of Obakim, and Mikhail S. Sharik. 30,000 souls. Has kind of gone under the radar, but that's mostly been due to the fact that he's been stopping these split pushes that have come through, giving him an entire lane for free, and no one can 1v1 him anymore. Zanya immediately falls, and so does the rest of OneWin. Listic, yeah, he'll go down for Virtus Pro side, but he has the Rejuvenator, so he's not too worried. The second walk of the game will be taken, and ABL is just trying to escape for his life, but he has no chance. And Virtus Pro are going to crack open the base of OneWin here.
Yeah, and it's funny because one of the dynamics that Jake was talking about it in the draft is like, oh, it's going to be really hard for OneWin to siege VP. It's like we've never seen that. It's like,
yeah, we're not going to get to that point.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. So looking pretty good for VP now as they clean up the remainder of the walkers, and it's hard to quantify some of the impacts some of the players have had. Like Sharik has been really insane on the Mirage this whole game. You can see how far ahead he is on the farm. And that's had to have made an enormous difference in these fights.
No way.
Look at this. Just
no way.
Dancing circles around Xenon.
How did he turn that around? That was so smart out of Xenon, because he debuff removed the Jhin marks. and then engaged on him and had the advantage in that fight, but he couldn't connect the shots, and Shark played around that box perfectly, and the rest of Virtus Pro are playing pretty damn perfectly here. Is looking to close out the game here, Dan.
Yeah, it's like looking like it's going to finish very similarly to the previous game, which was felt very stompy. This was pretty close, but then it just got to a certain point, and once again, VP, they just don't look back. Incredibly good team. VP is so good, and this Mo, I think Jake had a great point here on that Mo. Maybe that's something that has to be banned out, we'll see, but this is going to be the first map looking like it's going to VP, who are on the comeback here. They wanted to retake the throne. The patron is... It's on like 2%, and
No, they're gonna just
pull it out.
Michaelis comes in.
There we go. That's map number 1 for VP. OneWin did everything they could to stall it out, but it was never going to be enough.
Michaelis, the last remaining member of Virtus Pro, comes in last second, killing off the patron and getting them the first map of the series. And honestly, Dan, it looked pretty close early on. But at one point, it all just went the way of Virtus Pro, and there was no stopping in sight.
Yeah, I actually wonder if it comes down to that mid lane. I feel like OneWin couldn't get that early game momentum that they normally get off of a very strong mid lane. And that mid lane was very imbalanced if we think about how difficult it was and what they're up against. And who was one of the stars of the show? It was the Mo. It was in the mid lane for VP.
I think Jake hit the nail on the head, and you know what? We'll just bring you back right now. Obi Kim, you talked about being the centerpiece of the team, and honestly, it feels like Jake, it doesn't matter what hero he's on, he always seems to kind of be the centerpiece of the team.
Yeah, I was really particularly impressed by the Mo this game, and I think it's a dynamic we've seen happen a few times in some of these strong mid lanes, where even if they're not necessarily like sweeping with tons of kills, the fact that they're winning early in the mid lane, Obakam takes that win and gets super active on the Mo. Is in all these early game fights. Sharik takes that mid game win, a mid lane win rather, and then snowballs it into ridiculous farm. Had like a really early siphon bullets, and like you guys said, got to that point where he's defending every kind of split push, and then he's still getting active in the fights. Of course, being Mirage, a great hero for utilizing that farm in the late game and being able to do multiple jobs at once, essentially, pretty uniquely in Deadlock. So you got to give a lot of props to VP for playing this faster paced style, for reacting to the success of OneWin. I think the Viscous pick looked amazing this game too, especially in the early game, like those cubes saves, turning fights around with the ball. That one big urn fight with both teams like heavily committing on the first urn. I think the reason they both committed was because it was just right next to the drop off. So the value of the urn, even if it's only 3K, if it's right next to the drop off, like it's like such a value. So you get 3K in like 2 seconds if you get to pick up the urn. So both teams doubling down in the early game, and VP, I think, just being stronger at that, being better and more prepared for that type of engagement.
And Dan, that was honestly, I it wasn't necessarily the closest of matches, but it was still such an exciting match between these teams. And one thing we looked at when it came to the draft was the double like pick comp with Flammable and Overseas, with the Holiday and the Paradox respectively. But the thing is, looking at it, it's not like they were able to really net too many kills off it. Yes, we saw Flammable. He got 2 kills on Listic in the laning phase with the lassos. And yeah, we did see a couple of paradoxical swaps come through, but it feels like the pace was set by Virtus Pro for the most part in this game.
Yeah, it does feel... I am wondering how, I'm wondering what is the true impact of that mid lane. It feels pretty outsized, because I don't think that the comp or the potential for OneWin to get aggressive or to do well like is in question. We've seen it time and again, but it just seems that, as you say, because VP were taking that mid guardian first and they were able to win that lane pretty decisively, and then they get to basically dictate the pace in a lot of these fights. Like OneWin was still trying to do it, even though they didn't have as much map control. They were still trying to force the jungle invades and the jungle ganks, and it just wasn't as successful as I feel like it normally would be, perhaps in large part due to the fact that they struggled so much in mid, because normally they are able to win the mid lane, and then they're able to convert that into some like side lane ganks before we kind of get into that jungle invade territory or portion of the game. We didn't even get to see that from OneWin because VP were able to just defend the lane so effectively. And Michaelis also had a great start on one of the side lanes, which is also something that has not happened previously. And previously, it was the case that when we were able to target him, but they didn't seem to have the space to do that this time.
Man, I really want to take a look at the match results as well to kind of see where the breakdown of damage was coming from both these teams. I mean, Sharik on the Mirage was just a thing of beauty. But to be fair, looking on the other side, it was ABL. I mean, we talked about him as his individual impact as a player, putting up 35k, the most in the lobby. But all that damage doesn't amount to anything, Jake, if you can't confirm those into kills and you can't take objectives.
Yeah, I think the damage is even a bit deceptive, right? Like one item I've noticed in the meta right now is Fortitude is just like really highly valued by these teams. I think being able to like get active, get into a team fight, live on a low amount of HP, and then not retreat to base and stay on the map, stay a threat has been really important. And so ABL doing a lot of damage with the Spirit Nukes, like you said, not able to confirm the kills, not able to win the team fights outright. Sure, you can snipe damage from range, but you need to have somebody who's converting those into objectives, and that's not necessarily Great Talon's job, but definitely you know VP just won all those early mid game fights. Like you said, like I thought the siege would be super difficult against them, and they never even got close to being siege. Really, never even had much walker pressure against them in that game.
Let me actually ask, because I'm not sure, does Fortitude show as your own healing? Because we're seeing Obikin with 27k, but obviously Scorn heals you, but Listic with 16k.
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't think Obikin built the Fortitude this game, and I'm not sure if Listic did. I saw Sharik built it relatively early. I think Zergi bought it like last game too. So I think it's more for like the cores typically, I think, than like I think for Abrams, you'd rather just farm the Phantom Strike and maybe you don't necessarily need the Fortitude. You have enough healing built in on the kit, and same for Mo. But then again, there's still movement speed on the item. I mean, I think Fortitude actually just looks great. The more pros I see build it, the more I want to be building it in all my games, honestly. Because I'm thinking like, wow, you stay on the map, you get movement speed. It's pretty powerful.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up here our first match in our money match of EU. We still, of course, our second match, and not to mention North America thereafter. This is the Deadlock Fight Night brought to you by Intel, and we'll see you all in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by DDK, who looks extra handsome and extra smart today, as we've had an exhilarating first match here in our money match between Virtus Pro and OneWin. But before we can hop into our second game, I want to remind you guys, we also have not only a fantastic show to put on for you, but a fantastic merch store where you guys can head over to deadlockfightnight.com and pick up some sweet merch for yourself. If I'm not mistaken, Dan, I believe you got your DFN coffee cup, your little mug. I saw you post it not too long ago. There's obviously a lot of shirts for you guys to pick up, and all the proceeds, of course, do go directly right back into the show. It does not go into our pockets. It goes right back to continue to put on some amazing Deadlock tournaments for you all.
Yes. Yeah. Please buy it. All the stuff. That's it.
Such a good salesman, Dan.
I know.
You tell me to buy something and I'll buy it.
Exactly. That's essentially that's the message behind the words, really. So I feel like I just cut to the chase, Jason.
You just need to have like some fight, or not some fight night, some oh my god, what's the word? Fight Club-esque little flashes of like buy it. It's like one frame on the screen. Definitely.
Yeah.
Straight away from the Fight Club, what they use. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? We got to bring in our third person here for the first time on the show today. We've got our man, ZP, to break down a little bit of this series so far. And ZP, we're talking in the break about the match, and I wanted you to give your thoughts to everyone out there who's watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the last match very broadly, right? OneWin picked a team that was very dependent on winning early game, right? And not only did they not win early game, they didn't even go even in the early game. And eventually you hit a point where VP just outscales them. To me, I feel like the adaptation that I want to see coming in from OneWin as we go into the next draft is that even though, realistically speaking, VP is a very versatile team, like we kind of talked about it over the break off camera, I do think at some level you get them off some of their like key comfort picks that they've really gravitated to in the last few weeks, right? Like, and number one for me is that Mikhail S has fallen in love with Vindicta. Break that relationship up. At the very least, put Mikhail S on the Paradox or something else. Shift up some of the comfort picks from VP and still make a comp that ideally is better in the early game, which seems to be getting focused on more than ever with the current economy changes.
You know, that's not fair, ZP. Who wouldn't fall in love with Vindicta when you play with the bikini mod? Dan, so my counterpoint to that was you don't need to change things up if teams aren't able to beat you with what you're playing. Like, for instance, Michaelis, why not play Vindicta if teams can't show they can, like, play against it or ban around it?
Yeah, I think this is... it's always something you see in competition. If things work, generally, you shouldn't change it, because even the adaptations that people might try to manufacture to deal with it might actually not work. And you need to kind of be brave enough to kind of walk into that, because there is this perceived value of like, oh, they know what we're doing. And it's like, okay, well, yes, but you need the next extra step too, which is effectively executing a counter.
Just because you know what we're doing doesn't mean you can beat it. Is the TLDR there.
Hey, to be clear, I'm just saying you ban the Vindicta. Like, you don't need any input from Virtus Pro here. You force them to move. Like, if you're Virtus Pro, you don't want to change right now because everything you're doing is working. Virtus Pro doesn't need the change. I think it's on OneWin to try and throw some curveballs in the draft to make VP change.
Maybe that curveball is actually picking Kelvin early, because we see it as a second ban out of Virtus Pro. They've done it now 5 times out of the last 6 matches, I believe. They banned Kelvin twice, or sorry, second, and they banned Bebop first. So maybe Kelvin could be key.
Big mistake.
There it is. Thank you.
Cheated. He looked at his other monitor.
Absolutely not. First off, we were having that conversation before the draft even began. And second off, makes sense. You get rid of the Vindicta, where Mikhail S again is just, what is he playing for the last 3 weeks? Vindicta. Make him change. They've done that.
So now he's going to be like, okay, I'll just play Pocket or Paradox or one of the other 20 heroes I'm really good at. But yeah, I mean, this is the start to change, and I think we are seeing the adaptation that you want to see, ZP.
You're under my protection now.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I do think it's also good. You know, you can definitely always make the argument that you're forcing them to make an adaptation, which is nice, because they did just win with Vindicta as a central part of their comp. But I think a point that ZP also made off camera was that there are other comfort picks that exist that you just wish you had enough bans for with VP. And so the question is, you mentioned Kelvin, Jason, but Kelvin hasn't really been a part of the strategy for OneWin, despite being a great hero. Not being a part of the strategy, because they don't really pick these pure supports. They want to pick a comp that can be very aggressive. And the thing that they have to solve that can make that work or leverage it correctly into the mid game is they have to win the early game, and they had problems with that because of that mid lane, I think.
What I wonder here, do they take Paradox? Because then this starts turning into the we hate Mikhail S draft. Pretty specifically. And I mean, sometimes these sorts of draft strategies work where you specifically go out of your way to hurt one player's hero pool where, no, you can't remove one player entirely, but okay, it's not Paradox, it's Sinclair. Still makes sense. I mean, I think we all generally agree Sinclair still has a very high power level right now, is highly valued. I would have liked taking the Paradox away, though, just because I think Paradox has a little bit higher value with Holiday being weaker, but you know, we'll see where it goes. I think VP on the backside, though, probably takes Paradox +1, maybe even like Paradox and early Abrams, so that can't get denied from Listic.
I mean, on the Paradox note, for Mikhail S, he's played it 15 times. The next closest is Vindicta and Geist at 6, like over double the amount of play time on Paradox here in DFN than any other hero in his pool. So yeah, I mean, the question is, do you lock in the Paradox? Do you give it to 1 win? Do you lock in the Abrams to go to 7, which has also been a pretty pivotal core to your roster as well?
It's interesting. I do like the Sinclair because the Hex, I think, does provide a lot of aggressive CC potential that could have helped them win a lot in the previous match, but you can see that because Sinclair was on the table and VP still went Mirage, they're still going to such a core of the Mirage, the 7. Like, Mirage is so powerful for the reasons Jake mentioned in the previous game, and Mirage was a key factor of winning the mid lane as well.
I gotta say here, they need to pick the Talon. If they don't pick the Talon here, it will get banned by VP. I think ABL has been crutching up pretty heavily. Yamato is still an option if they don't pick Grey Talon, but I think for what 1win has liked playing, if they believe in the Grey Talon, they must pick it here or will not be coming back around off the bend. Okay, they do pick for it.
I told you, he's looking at his other monitor. He's looking at the draft.
Jason, you need to get new material. You have literally said this every right draft pick I have said for like weeks. It is unbelievable.
Put your hands in the air, right, like this. One hand, take the camera off, and show us your other screen. You won't.
I can't even move my camera like that the way my camera is right now.
I'm telling you, chat. He's looking. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so the Great Talk comes through. 1win, going for the next ban. I mean, maybe they ban Abrams. Funny enough. Instead, go for Holiday. I don't think Virtus Pro were gonna play Holiday personally. I could be wrong.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
I would have, if you're 1win, I kind of feel like you ban Abrams there. Like, yeah. The Holiday ban is weird. I mean, yeah, D-Mov can play the Holiday. I don't know if VP was really going to angle for it. I don't know.
I agree with the Abrams ban. Would have been like optimal.
I don't know who VP bans here. I mean, you could say Yamato, but probably not because.
Good luck to you in your future endeavors.
Okay, does 1win steal Mo here or Abrams potentially? Because this could be another way to kind of, skin a cat. And then ZP could feel better. But if they don't, then ZP will feel terrible still.
I just don't want to see Ava be skinned. That would be really weird. Dark turn out there. Yeah, it's like a real dark turn in my head. But it is like 11 o'clock at night here, to be fair. Yeah, so next pick could be coming through. And it's going to be the Yamato. And now this is where it gets really interesting because ABL, Great Talon, Calico, Yamato can play all of them. And we've seen that when it comes to EU, I feel like ABL in the recent times has been one of the most successful Yamatos. What I'm curious about is, will we see it played middle yet again and played on that high ground to really kind of punish and give you that mid lane control that we saw 1win lack in the last match?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. What I'm curious right now, though, for the VP pick, what are they probably pick Abrams here, right?
Yeah.
No, they go Mo.
Yeah.
Okay, they value the Mo more, and maybe they just feel like 1win isn't gonna pick Abrams on the other end. They've already invested in 2 frontliners, so yeah, I mean, the Mo is perhaps the more contested pick of the 2, but also
why not both, though?
they might pick Abrams at the same time. Yeah, that is also very, very true of the 2. The Yamato though getting picked, I mean, you have to think for 1win, it's gonna be someone else playing the Talon. I mean, they do have multiple players that can play both Talon and Yamato, but I just feel like if you have Yamato on your team and you have ABL, you need to pair the 2 of them together.
Whatever they throw at me.
Yeah, I mean, overseas can play Talon quite a bit too. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I wonder if we see the pocket again, because we saw the Yamato Calico pocket combo, but the thing then, I guess it doesn't make sense is obviously then ABL's probably not going to be playing either Calico or Yamato or the pocket because he'd probably be on Grey Talon. So I guess that leads to more CC. Holiday was the pick here, I think, previously in the previous draft. Holiday's not available, so
no more hiding.
Oh, okay. They're doing it. All right. Okay. Wow. This is an interesting draft.
I'm just looking back at last week because I remember we had something kind of similar.
Final map that they won.
It was Calico, Pocket, and Yamato paired together. So I would assume,
right?
and ABL, they didn't have a talent, and ABL actually played the Pocket on that game too. So I don't know. If we talk about the win condition for one win, this is kind of fitted into the way they play. It's just about Virtus Pro preventing the execution of this, and I would honestly say, Viscous, do it. Why not? It gives you the protection. Obi Kim can play the Mo and Krill. It denies like any assassination attempts, and it worked, like you said before, Dan, really damn well in that last match.
I mean, they don't necessarily need the Viscous. They could go it, but I think part of why they went Viscous there was just to get a playmaker in their lineup and play Viscous a little bit more aggressively early lane wise. I mean, we'll see. Okay, they decide they want to run it even with the Paradox, so they Viscous.
I looked at my other monitor. No, I'm just kidding.
Here's what I think, though. When I look at this draft, I think the upside for one win relative to the last game is that the scaling for both teams is way more even here. I don't think there's pressure on one win to just dominate the early game or lose later on, right? Like, they're not that invested in an early game ramp. So, for VP, this isn't the type of game where it's like hold even and then you just win. So I think it'll be interesting to see the early game go. The counter side to that, though, is that one win doesn't have as strong of a team as they did, I think, in the last map. So if they had trouble keeping even in the last lineup for this lineup, they might have even more trouble this time around if the mechanical skill is even.
I look towards one player on women's team, actually. I look towards Flammable on the Sinclair, or most likely going to be on the Sinclair, because there's so many big ultimates to steal. Choosing the right one to steal for that given situation, I feel like, is so damn hard. I mean, the Seismic Send could be big. The Goo Ball could be big. The combo could be massive. The Paradoxical Swap could be huge. Like, there's so many different opportunities for you to be a playmaker for your team as a Sinclair that I almost feel like the success kind of does fall on him.
Well, before we get into it, looking at this match, I think the number one thing I'm looking at a micro level is just the interactions that we're going to have between Yamato and Mo, because I feel like that's one of the key things that can just absolutely shut down a team that crutches on Yamato, is just a Mo that's in the right place, right time, that basically puts Yamato in situations where she dies before getting things done. But we'll see how it turns out and see who's even playing what, and it is ABL on the Yamato.
Battle cruiser operational.
Okay. As he's sitting on the high ground, we saw that in last week's game. Just gonna be playing the battle cruiser. Yes, I did go out of my way to make a soundboard for that.
Just StarCraft 1, everybody.
I mean, we don't want to get DMCA'd. Just gonna be pelting with the right click from the high ground to really punish any sort of aggression out of Virtus Pro. And I'm sure we're going to see that here in a few seconds. And that's kind of what I wanted to see out of one win, because that's where a lot of the success did come from, was ABL and the control he could apply.
Yeah, and one of the absolute most important things for me here is this mid lane. We talked about it so much. I really think it's so key to enabling aggression for one win, which they have to be able to facilitate early. And they've got the Yamato Talon against the same setup for VP in the Mo and Mirage.
Oh
and speaking of the Mirage, the Yamato can't find it, and it's an overcommit.
Overcommit and a death, but the damage she did was ridiculous. And I look at what Virtus Pro have in the mid lane. I don't think they have anything that can stop it other than ABL making mistakes. They don't really have someone that can go up there and just battle Yamato 1v1. And you saw ABL almost pull off the kill on Shark and then the back away off of that. So a little bit of a misstep out of him, trying to get aggressive, trying to take an early advantage. But a great job by Virtus Pro to, capitalize off of that, getting a kill.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is the Shin Smart maybe will do some damage up there, but that's the scaling on the regular gun damage is going to suck. But yeah, it really needs to be a win for one win, that lane. So we'll see, we'll track their progress over time. We can see that Sinclair has teamed up with the Geist on the far right lane for one win. And that's the Viscous and 7 lane. And I think we already had the set. So basically, we have essentially the same setup on every single lane. The only difference is that instead of the Vindicta, we've got the Paradox here with Listic on the Abrams. Only difference in setup.
Yeah, still the same players, and I kind of like that, actually. I think the only swap up we see normally is when D-Mob plays Bebop, and then you pair the Bebop and the Vindicta together in a lane.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
I feel so bad because I built that up so much, and then it just did nothing when we actually saw it being played. Hex didn't come through. D-Mob just going to back away here. Still relatively healthy, though, as they do force their opponents back. And credit to OneWin this time. Oh my god, did he just get a double?
Oh my god.
1 shot, 2 kills.
Oh man. Yeah, I was like looking at that. I'm like, wow, these guys are pretty deep and they're really low. They need to go back to base.
Simple, effective.
Oh, they did go back
my
to base.
They got gooed. Well, that's a problem. And this might be another problem here. ABL has to get out of here on Yamato. Falling back.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of really want to focus on this mid lane if possible with our observers, because I want to see if ABL gets back on top, how does Virtus.pro deal with it? Because we haven't seen that answered yet in DFN. And it seems like Virtus.pro have figured out a way to do so here as ABL, you know, got knocked down low HP, but I don't know what they did to put him in that position.
Yes, I'm also scratching my head. I feel like we're going to need to see, like, one potential solution could be for OneWin that they have to win one of the extremity lanes, and then they can then help that mid lane. That's one way to do it, but not as reliable, of course. You can see still like Obi-Kim. Oh, very low. Oh, there's that flying strike, and the mole is in the ground. It's in the ground. Needs some lidar or radar, whatever the hell you need to like see stuff that's in the ground. I forget what it is, but looks like it's going to get found. Obi-Kim be taking the bomb in the arse, and that's going to be a wrap.
I'm trying to think, what is it that they use to see things in the ground? I was thinking metal detector, but I don't know why that would ever fit.
I'm going to figure it out because I got. I think it's.
What, you guys?
LiDAR. I think it's LiDAR.
Maybe you can let us know in chat. I know LiDAR uses lasers, right, as like a radar, and right now looks like ABL is using his left clicks and every ability he has to take down Virtus.pro as they try to dive under the turret here. And that control has been given back to OneWin here in mid lane.
Indeed. Okay, well, good aggression on this mid lane. This is what we want to see for OneWin, at least. For their, I feel like it plays heavily into their win condition to be on the winning end of this mid lane early on. And it's interesting, you know, you say, how do you say Yamato? You say Yamato, or how do you say it?
Yamato, yeah.
Yamato. I feel like
I used to say Yamato,
like a Japanese anime type name. Like I should be saying Yamato. And it's like build that into the cast now.
That was far too good. What in the world did I just hear? I did not expect that from Dan. Or the interrupt from the goo ball. Oh boy. Continue.
I mean, isn't the battle cruiser? Doesn't it like you can upgrade the ability to use the Yamato gun?
Yeah, you're right.
So it kind of fits the battle cruiser.
I didn't connect those dots. I gotta
Maybe
say.
it was Yamato gun. I can't do the accent. I'm sorry.
Well, we got more pressure on this mid lane. This is looking way better right now, way healthier for OneWin on that mid lane. And in general, I think across the lanes, we saw a lot of kills exchanged. Jason, it was a little bit too much to my tastes. But things looking a lot more calm here between both teams. Much more parity has been established.
I mean, yeah, definitely. If you think back to mid lane, ABL is able to get a lot more control in this lane, up to 4.5k in souls. It's actually going to be leading the lobby just behind Zergy and D-Mov. And Zergy actually is almost at 5k, which is kind of insane. But considering how things started off for ABL, a good little turnaround. Paradoxical swap going to be on cooldown, so no change up going to be happening here. Rizanya. And it looks like, you know, Virtus.pro, one of the successes that they had in the last game was the extremity lane of Listic and Michaelis, and what a charge here on Empty Dreams, who's just going to cloak away. He should be able to survive, and of course, just as I say it, the caster curse comes through, and Overseas and Empty Dreams both go down in different lanes.
Help me kill the detective.
But still, we've got again, we've got that good damage in that mid lane. We do have this fight continuing. It's going to be an escape here by Ava. So we might get a good chunk of damage here on this Guardian. There's nothing really to throw at it. Off the top rope, though, we do have an appearance from Empty Dreams flying on through, gliding, soaring through the sky with the barrage. And that's going to be definitely creating some harassment, but really not more than that. And VP will respect it slightly. And things will normalize here a little bit. So I'm just trying to look at the health here right now, Jason, of the respective towers. Mid is looking a little bit weaker for VP. And on the right side of the map as well, good progress there for 1win. Also, as they fight it out on the right side of the map, but we're back in mid. Once again, Oberkim not having as good of a time as he did previously. And there it is. That mid tower goes down for 1win.
So now what's the response out of Virtus Pro? Because we know ABL is going to live in that jungle as much as he possibly can. Or is he actually going to get aggressive on some of these side lanes? I mean, we can see on the left-hand side, Virtus Pro is very far pushed up. And obviously leaving the lane open to overseas can allow the Talon to become even stronger. And we already do see ABL pushing in towards the VP jungle. Oh my God, Listic. So yeah, obviously a good start here for ABL, but Listic is just continuing on track with his Abrams, just not seeming to be stopped by, well, 1win or Pojalias Scumbria earlier on.
Oof. All right, well, we get straight into... Okay, you're just going to go straight into the combo. But we do have some assistance. Overseas has made an appearance on that Talon. However, it just seems to... This fight is taking a very long time. And at this point, you have to know that there is assistance coming for Oberkim. And there it is. We've got Sharik on the scene now. And we're going to pop that shadow transformation. So, all right, we'll be able to disengage here safely. 1win as VP managed to hold it off. And we got the jungle invade too towards the left side as well, between left and mid lane, from 1win, looking to try to harass even more and set up those ganks.
I like how Zergy went back for the center sacrifice, knowing he has the teammates here to clean up ABL. Obekim's able to capitalize off of that. It's still, even with the success of 1win, we still have a big difference in souls. Inflammable just cannot stop Listic. Michaela's going to be here as well. Looks like the paradoxical swap came through, but wasn't able to actually pull Empty Dreams away. Instead, it just pulled Michaelas to him, or where he was. And Listic will fall, but I mean, we still have a 4K soul difference between the two teams, even though we're equal in objectives.
Straight onto the goo ball. I catches Zagi. Okay, 3 players here for VP on the right side of the map. This is potentially a problem. Oh my goodness, ABL getting sent to the moon. And Zenon looking for a health spot, maybe no health spot available, just some health to steal. The Divine Barrier popped as well, but that, oh my God, the steal, the Sinclair ult to slow it down to keep Zenon alive just for the moment longer. Is Zenon actually going to stay alive here? Look how committed. The burrow comes out of the ground, trying to finish off Zenon. It will happen. Oberkim getting the job done. That's what he was there to do. And Flammable goes down as well. But what a valiant effort to try to stop that game.
That Mo on Mo cry there was hilarious to see, but Demov comes in with the cube last second, and so does Listic, and that will be the next Guardian taken. More importantly, the flex slot open up for Virtus Pro. I mean, Listic has been putting on a clinic and reminding us why you ban away or you take away this Abrams. And this is the thing with VP for me. They have so many comfort picks that it's so hard to ban them away, and maybe teams will be like, can we add a third ban so we can deal with Virtus Pro? And I kind of hope that doesn't come true until we get way more heroes introduced to the game. But the Urn going to be taken over here toward the right-hand side for a turn-in.
Looking to see if they can try to get a win here. 1win.
So smart.
Such a strong presence. Oh my God, it's just blue all over the screen at the moment. VP annihilating 1win around this Urn. And it's just it's taking no prisoners.
400 IQ play. Did you notice what happened there?
Lead us through it, Jason. Explain.
Demov cubed Shark so he could get the turn-in without being disrupted. He can still turn in the Urn while you're cubed. That was nutty. I actually haven't seen that before. And they get the turn-in. They get 4 kills. They might even get a walker. I'm pretty sure they're going to commit off of this. They need another flex slot opened up. And Virtus Pro, man, they came back into DFN with a vengeance. You're trying to shut down 1win as quick as they possibly can. Xenon is going to be taken out. Listic is not going to stop the charge. Maybe the return could come through out of Zanya as Listic is a little bit overcommitted. ABL finally joins the party, but they still can't kill Listic. The fine strike comes through, and finally he goes down as ABL is able to secure that kill, and potentially more as Michaelas is on the menu.
Yeah, you just really want to see them be able to chase down these stragglers, but it doesn't look like anyone else is going to go down here. It would have been on the Yamato, you'd imagine, but sadly, we have now a 15k differential in souls. Perhaps ZP would care to comment on this, on the happenings.
Yeah, I mean, you look at why the happenings have come into play. I got 2 factors for you. Number 1 is Listic having the Abrams game of his life, back to back, right place, right time. But also, it's kind of what we were talking about at the beginning, where the impact of having a Mo and Krill on your team versus Yamato actually really important, because ABL was getting ahead of the game farm-wise when you looked at ABL's farm proportions, and Obakim suddenly became ABL's shadow, comboing him in something like 2 or 3 fights in a row, and really stopped ABL's ability to continue the snowball kills. And those two factors combined really let Virtus Pro win several fights in a row, now get a nearly 20k gap. A little bit of fight going in here right now, but Sinclair, you know, he has a way of getting away. But overall, I love how VP has played this year, especially on the draft and countering what 1win wanted to do.
Okay, Listic might be getting aggressive. 5 strikes gonna come through. He will fall yet again to ABL. I mean, the swap out of Michaelis into the charge was fantastic, but they weren't able to confirm any kill off of that Flammable, just escapes barely with a nick of HP. And Dimov's trying to go for the catch onto Zanya with the goo ball. He's still very low in health, and the puddle punch should have come through to lock him down. And just look at this. No one's here to punish Dimov. And he might potentially be able to escape for this for free.
Yeah, and it's almost because it takes so many resources and players to even just get that 1 kill onto Listic. It just takes too much attention away. Okay, well, this is looking a very difficult here once again for 1win, but we've got the Yamato pushing in, and ABL, I mean, there's nothing that he could do there. He just got completely locked down. And that is just not how a Yamato is supposed to look going into a fight. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, he had the shadow transformation, but I think he just died too quickly to actually pop it. Didn't expect to be bursted down so quickly. Okay, I like it. Puts the cube up to prevent his health from going low. Might be able to go on the chase, especially with the help of this. Well, actually, not with the help of the owls, as coming in to stop him. A little bit of a guardian here for his teammate of Xenon.
Wow.
Doesn't matter.
ZP are just ZP? VP. Haha. VP are so deep on the map at the moment. They're able to just get.
You know where I am on the map right now, Dan.
True.
I'm just saying, you have no idea.
ZP, you're
I can
never
imagine.
mind.
Anyway, yeah, there's so much map control right now for VP that it just makes it really, so one of the problems I think for 1win is that they draft with a specific strategy in mind for their hero picks, which means that they can't like steal hero picks away because it goes against their draft. That's why they can't pick an Abrams. But if they're not prepared to ban some of these, they're just like left in this spot in the draft where, you know, they're just in a lot of trouble if they can't win that early game decisively.
Oh, that's a preemptive shadow transformation, so it doesn't get combo. There's just too many players. A VP going to be here, though. And he will quickly be cleaned up. I mean, 1win are still looking for their flex slot. We're 15 minutes in. They only have 1 Guardian down, and VP's able to reinforce this right-hand side, but eventually it will fall. The combo comes in onto Obikim. And now his combo comes through, but that's going to be the Hex to land as well. He's running with the combo player. I don't know what's going on here, that interaction. John is forced to enter the shadows and look to escape. But he will just get sent back to base.
Movement there from overseas. You get 3 players alive if 1win, looking to potentially do something here, but they're just, I mean, escaping is really the only choice at this point, but not on the table. Overseas takes down Listic at the very least. Listic is the juggernaut. And that's no easy feat, but there are still 4 players left alive here for VP. ABO get taken out, and these are just, I mean, these are just terrible fights back to back. There's definitely a stat check element to this, and 1win are not able to create their own engagements. They're having to consistently react to the ganks of their opponents, which is just never ideal. Ooh, are we doing
DDK, I need to give a second here to give a big shout out to our observers, because EU has been ridiculous so far today with the constant action happening around the map. And with the urn in hand, Obi Kim's going to start off the mid boss. And 1win, not even in position to contest this, and no realistic way they can. With how big of a lead Virtus Pro have, not to mention the team fight potential out of VP, but they're going to head in, they're going to try to do something about this. The Hex going to be looking to come through out of Flammable to deny it.
Yeah, looking to try to get in there, find some fights here, but it's looking very scary. Oh, look at the owl getting sent straight down the tunnel. His 4 players, that looks very cool, but they will just shrug it off when it all is said and done. And this mole is depositing this urn into enemy territory.
Why not?
Oh my God.
4 kills. The urn on top of this. ABL can't do anything by himself, and Overseas just being picked out of the sky by a giant booger.
Oh my God, that was outrageous. I thought Overseas would get that kill, actually. Maybe he did for 2.
This is tough to watch. I mean, it's complete night and day from last week with one win. Complete night and day of the one win bombshell that concluded just a few days ago. And the question was, going into the series, like, what has Virtus Pro adapted to be more consistent with their wins? And I don't necessarily know what it was, other than let's play with Viscous.
Yeah, I think I do think Viscous is a big part of it. You could see how like the Geist pick feels really muted in any engagement where like Viscous is. The Geist can't really do much in those 1v1s because of the cube, and it just makes those fights really awkward. And then the cube also comes into, I mean, we talked about it, like to be really a decisive factor in delaying fights. And one of the strengths of like a heavy playmaking comp like this with ganks is like getting those kills to happen quickly.
And what's the best way to shut that down? A cube. You can't allow that snowball to happen. You can't allow that 6v5 fight to kick off for one win. With the combo as well, it's not really possible for ABL to do much. Decisive Slam going to be used out of Fireball here as he steals it away from Listic. And there's the cube we were just talking about, not to mention the trap on top of it to curse them out to prevent them from shooting. And maybe, just maybe, one win might have the chance to get back in this game here as they do finally have the man advantage. Overseas, your team needs you. They're still fighting on the right-hand side, looking to push back in towards mid lane. And ABL Zanya looking to chime in to get 2 kills apiece. ABL eventually going to be shut down here, but that is the best fight we've seen out of one win since this game started. The problem is they're losing their base Guardians all while this is happening.
Demoff is on a 12 kill streak on the Viscous. That's kind of outrageous. Oh, finishing it off with the Storm Cloud.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Oh, no. Don't go into the base. Don't beam that hard.
Okay, whenever VP has gotten an advantage, they just haven't let go on any of the 3 maps we've seen them play today. It's outrageous.
I think the minion healed him that he had next, or maybe it was Restorative Locket or something. He got a little bit of an influx of heal. Maybe it could have been,
oh my god,
some life still coming through. But that's the Patron going down. The respawns are going to be here at a 1 win, and I don't think Virtus Pro want to give this up. I think they're going to stick around here to lock this one down and take what's rightfully theirs at the throne here in DFN.
Yeah, I agree completely. They still have 3 rejues online, so they're in a great position to just keep looking for these frags. They're ahead enough on items. So this is a problem for VP. They've got to just mount a defense here. Or rather, sorry, for one win, they've got to mount a defense here, and it's not looking very successful so far. Try to say my in comes another bird. That's gonna be good for 2 kills at a stick. So with that, they're gonna be in the pit. They're gonna finish it right here.
Virtus Pro looking to close out this series in a very fast 2-0 fashion. The Patron down to about 25% HP, and you can see one win trying to do anything they possibly can. The Affliction coming through, trying to deny, but Obi Kim is just punching away, and the Patron will fall, and Virtus Pro will claim the title once again as Kings of EU here in the Deadlock Fight Night number 18, presented by Intel.
Wow. What a speed run from VP today. They just actually, I don't think we saw. Okay, so I don't know if they lost a single team fight in all 3 maps, like an actual team fight. When you get like past that early laning phase, you get into like 10 to 20 minutes, that time period. I don't know that they lost a single team fight.
I think I only have one thing to say. The Kings are back. I mean, for me, the sign of a good team is a team who can obviously win matches. The sign of a great team is a team that can fall from grace, lose that title, and come back even stronger. I feel like Virtus Pro are basically Saiyans at this point. They got wounded, and they came back in Super Saiyan 3 mode and completely walked over one win in a very fast fashion. Let's just bring ZP in right away as quickly as that match concluded, because damn, that was an amazing 3 matches out of Virtus Pro here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, VP looked angry. It looked like they were playing angry. If you were to tell me that they actually lost the one win bombshell tournament and needed revenge, I would believe you. But they actually won that tournament, and then they came in here and just absolutely slapped one win here in the finals. And look, I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that they really understand the meta right now. I think they're really comfortable in the laning phase in a way that other teams aren't. And also on an individual level, I feel like we've never seen Listic play better on the Abrams, and that's some of the highest praise I can give.
Yeah. Dan, ridiculous stuff. And every time we ever see like Virtus Pro become wounded, lose matches, they always come back better. And the thing is, you kind of forget with how many matches we have a week, how many weeks we've been doing this, that Listic is a damn good Abrams.
Oh yeah, like one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business. And it's such a problem how comfortable VP are with the fundamentals. They're very adaptable in how they play their style of play. Obviously, like CP said, they're like really comfortable with they got a good beat on the meta right now. Then you add that to the strong fundamentals, and even a very like specifically designed draft for a very specific type of strat just didn't really work for one win more than one time. So they won last week, and it was really close games. But now I feel like one win has to try to find a more adaptable way to play. They can't just play this super disruptive playmaking centric type of style, because it's like if you run into a team like VP that can just weather the early game, they just come out behind.
All right, well, you know what? We are talking a lot about this series and a lot about one player in particular. It makes me wonder, ZP, who did you potentially choose as our player of the match presented by Intel?
Look, it's got to be Listic. Any other choice from Listic would be wrong. And here's what I think it comes down to. Map 1 in this series, Listic, first one to get a kill for VP, gets ahead in his lane as Abrams, and that was really important. When you think about how this match went and how VP got ahead, one of your biggest X factors is if you're playing Abrams, right? Because the term feast or famine gets thrown around a lot when doing esports analysis, but I think it's actually pretty true with Abrams. The fact is that for every great Abrams game you have, sometimes you can have a really bad Abrams game where you almost turn into like a quasi-support Abrams, but Listic got ahead early in lane and just kept presence on the entire way through. And then as you got on the map too, just picked up where he left off. Great early game, constantly getting picks, and worked to disrupt, the part of the team that wasn't getting disrupted by the Moen Krill that was stalking ABL for half the map. So Virtus Pro basically had lockdown for most of one win in one way or another, but it doesn't happen unless you have Listic playing the early game, particularly the laning phase, very, very well.
I mean, he did have a couple of deaths here and there at DDK, but I think those were deaths that were more than worthy to have, considering the pressure that he was constantly applying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like the vast majority of the time, it was very successful. So you don't want to change a single thing, and having that like level of presence and oppression on the Abrams at that time in the game, especially, it's very hard to deal with because you just don't have the spirit power yet on a roster that's really spirit damage centric to a large extent. If you think about the Talon, the Yamato. Even let's say like stuff like the spirit bombs, like everyone has a lot of spirit damage that gets really crazy going into the mid game. But if you're able to like get that pressure on early, like Listic did, and just basically harm the early laning phase as Listic was able to do, it just puts one win in a really awkward spot. It was like the same as the first match. And Oberkim, I feel like played really well also on the Mo, which is, I think Jake called it out. Like we're used to seeing him on a support, but yeah, really amazing play on the Mo that was also quite disruptive.
Yeah, just to quickly reiterate, this is from the first match of the series. This isn't the match that just played. Obviously, seeing Listic going to be yet again on the Abrams as well as Obikim. I mean, they did replicate the same heroes, except we did see Michaelis on Paradox. So we'll get that up for you in a second here. But I think the first game was so good, we had to look at it twice, obviously, with ABL putting up his 35k in damage. And then the question comes for us and for a lot of teams out there is, what can stop VP? Like, what's the next step? What's the way that you take them down next? And we flirted with a couple of the ideas, ZP, of like ban away Vindicta. We saw that happen. We talked about banning potentially Abrams. I think there's a lot of ideas out there, but it comes down to like what team can execute the counter picks, the counter strategy properly.
Well, I will say, when you look back at the last draft, probably the worst mistake that got made was going for the mid-round ban of Holiday when they could have taken away the Abrams. Abrams was not locked in at that point, and they gave it away. Like, I'm sorry, you'd rather deal with Mikhail S on Paradox and Dimov maybe being on the Holiday, because clearly Dimov on the Viscous was still a terror too, right? Whereas I don't think Listic necessarily has the impact and a frontline role on anything other than the Abrams. So to me, when I'm looking at the draft strategy, I feel like that was probably the most crucial mistake. Also, I spent the last 3 or 4 minutes while you guys were going over points peer pressuring Listic. Listic doesn't necessarily want to do interviews all the time, but chat, I know you want to hear from Listic, especially after a game like this, so I applied top tier peer pressure. He will be our interview when we get to it here in just a moment.
That's fine. Doesn't want to do the interview. We don't want to invite Virtus Pro back. That seems pretty fair to me. No?
Whoa. Well, you know,
imagine people in esports these days get to say no to interviews. You're contractually obligated to do it, even though we don't have a contract with any of the teams.
to be fair, and this I said we'd address on broadcast, VP may not be back next week because Virtus Pro, the org, I guess, has some stuff going on where they're flying people out. So there may be a conflict, but we'll see. We're still hopeful they'll be back next week. But
it's not June yet, ZP. Why would they need to fly anywhere? There's no big event happening.
Right. Well, you know, people don't need to know about that. But you know what? I think Listic is almost ready. He's getting checked out here. So Dan, give us a point while we make sure Listic doesn't bring any weapons to this interview. We've had to institute this process after Ido. You know,
what is he, American?
Yeah, I think for me the biggest takeaway, because we want to see really competitive matches in EU, is that one win have to maybe they have to consider like giving up on their strat unless they really believe in it and they can like re-engineer the early game. Otherwise, they're going to have to play VP at their own game, the fundamentals game. I don't know how well that's going to go, but I mean, that's like if you like, look, who's close to VP right now? Like, no one is close to VP. Someone's got to give it a go.
Big and Brawlic? Or B&B, sorry. I don't know. Maybe when there's a land one day. But you know, we don't have to wait too much longer. We do have Listic ready to go to bring him in for this interview.
Hello.
And Listic, hello. Thank you so much for coming on for this interview. I love to talk to you, and I know the chat loves to talk to and hear from you as well. So first of all, congratulations on your win, man. But I'm going to jump straight into like the nitty gritty of these last week, 2 weeks for you. So you lost a 1 win in DFN last week. You came into, or sorry, in DFN, yeah. You came into the 1 win bombshell, and then you beat them in a 3-2 very close series. What changed between DFN to 1 win and 1 win to DFN yet again for you and the team?
Yeah, so when we beat at Fight Night, we'd been beating these guys in scrims. I mean, no blame to them, they're like a really good team. We'd been beating these guys in scrims for like, I don't know, like weeks. And then at Fight Night, they come in with not even like a completely different strategy. It's just like they're focused on something. They're focused on this earn play. And it's something we noticed from Deadlock Fight Night to 1 win. And that's where we improved on that. We started focusing more on earn. And then from 1 win to Fight Night, again, it was just, I mean, we hadn't got it down like really cleanly from Fight Night to 1 win, so we were just having problems still, like adjusting to that kind of play style. But yeah, from 1 win to Fight Night again, this Fight Night, I think we got it down like pretty solid now, and we know how to play like against this team really well. So
you think you got it down after absolutely demolishing them in back-to-back matches? I would safe to say, yeah, I think you guys got it down. CP, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if that's, I think we got it down. I mean, dear God, I'm a little bit terrified to hear about the idea of like, oh yeah, we got it, no problem. But getting into it here, Listic, you know, the interesting thing for me is seeing your hero pool change over time, where, you know, at one point you were Abrams all the time, right? And then, you know, you go through a Grey Talon phase, you go through, you know, a Geist phase, and, you know, a lot of very versatile picks. And yet today, you just bring it all the way back on Abrams. And I think the thing that really surprised me, by the way, the draft, we talked about just before we brought you in, but the draft on the second game, they have the option of banning your Abrams away, which probably would have been good given how much you did in the early game of the last map. They don't ban Abrams, instead they ban the Holiday. Were you guys even going to pick Holiday in that draft where you already had Paradox and kind of this lineup already set in stone to begin with?
nah, we weren't gonna pick that dog ass character.
All right. Well, okay. It's funny you say so. You guys did pick Holiday in the bombshell tournament, but you know, right now you're not as hot on Holiday as other options. It sounds like.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's what you get for pressuring him into doing the interview. You get like
I know.
answers.
Just he's actually taking revenge out on me. It's just like he activated hydration mode, man. I was not prepared.
Yeah, grab Zergy next time. Nah, I mean, I'm just out of it today. I don't know.
Well, it seems like it looks like there's no one close to you guys right now. Do you feel like that's actually how it is, or is that just like what we're seeing and like in these matches? Like, are you expecting like Pogula Cumbria to like come back? Are there other teams that you feel like can kind of get to your level? Because it really feels like right now you guys have like created a pretty big gap between yourselves and everyone else.
Well, No, I really don't think so. Until like another team finds another strategy that they're good at and executes it better than us. But I think we're better at. I mean, we showed it with 1 win. We're better at any strategy that they come up with at their own play, you know. So.
Nice.
All right. Well, you know what, Listic, I don't want to take too much more of your time up, but I do want to give you a chance to kind of like give a shout out to anyone, to tell people where they can find you if they already haven't. The floor is yours.
Yeah, my socials link. My socials are Twitch TV Twitch TV Listic _ Thank you. That's where you'll find me streaming every day. My teammates also stream. If you want to see any of those characters. Yeah.
Okay.
Not much else.
That's, hey, a man, a few words, that's all you need, because you let your gameplay do the talking for you. Listic, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again on the victory.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Poor ZP, man. You're like,
Yeah, he got wrecked, man.
let me just ask you this, like,
destroyed.
30-second long question, and then he's like, yeah, or no. This is why he gets the people for interviews and I don't do it, because I don't have to deal with the players trying to get me back.
Yeah, no, I mean, that felt a little personal. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't, but in that case, it was just like, a little bit of insight here. I was expecting, it's like, yeah, we don't really like Holiday because of this and this and this, or, yeah, our strategy was all about Abrams. So if they banned Abrams, that would have first more, it's like, yeah, okay. It's like, well, okay, that's where we're at. But either way, it's hard to argue the results at the very least, though you can't argue the one-word answers.
You know what? Listic's becoming one of my favorite interviewees if he keeps stuff like that up. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our EU portion of today. But to quickly get you caught up on what's happening after this, we do have North America, though it's a little bit of a twist this time. Because of spring break, we don't have the amount of teams that we would want to field to be able to pull off a challenger match. So instead, we're treating you something a little bit special, a little bit extra sweet. It's going to be B&B up against Hydra Nation, the return of the Hydras here in a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. And of course, that'll be on the other side of a break, and we'll see you soon. You make our way into our money match here at DFN number 17 for North America. Big and Brawls have rebranded over to BNB. Now, the opponents they're up against is probably quite unexpected considering they were able to take down melee creeps in our challenger match. LARP Lords, we're going to go head-to-head against our reigning champion. Never have expected them to make it this far, but the question for me now is, can they potentially take the title and $1,000 for themselves? LARP Lords continue to lock in this Viscus as a first pick, denying it away from Gibbs. BNB end up sporting Ido on Holiday, the first time he's played it in DFN. BNB start to make some moves after taking the mid lane tower. Not able to get the kill on Lord NM doesn't stop Pure Content and his team from pushing down their second Guardian, all the while they get kills in other lanes.
I don't think so. Somehow,
Still alive right now. Somehow, some way, Lord NM just getting away by the seat of his pants.
No owl.
No
Invested, gets back to base. Lord NM, very, very lucky, but does leave DMB in a tough scenario. He goes down with the help of Gibbs, who comes through on the Ivy, and this should be the right lane being taken for the guys on BNB, which should be a great start to the game.
Ido manages to catch out dude trying to farm the jungle, all the while Naked tries to run the urn. Realizing they can't contest it, BNB decide to just push that left lane walker.
Invade the vault again. Starve Do. Forces up the shell transformation for Do, and it's Ido looking for a way out. Yamato grapple in. Can still fight this evenly with Divine Barrier. However, Scout comes in as the bouncer to the casino on the LARP Lord side. And wait, Ido's still alive somehow. What? Ido is yet to die. The camera's shifted for a second, and we see that Ido is still alive as things turn a little bit crazy here. But the crazier thing still, Ido got away.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people use punch to get around corners before, but I've never fully seen a player just punch their way to safety the entire time. And that's exactly what Ido does. I mean, I'm not going to say it's single brain cell play, but it might, in fact, just be big brain.
After the last fight, LO were able to turn around a 10k deficit, but BNB come knocking on the right lane, and LARP Lords need to hold on.
You're in right lane. Now, turning it around, looking for a scout on the other end. The Crow just devouring HP here, though, as DMB and Do clean up.
Hey, guess what? Soul Exchange was still on cooldown there, so Scout could get as aggressive as he liked versus that, guys. There is potential for more kills coming up their way. Scout does have the items on board. Absolute menace, close range, and there is the early parry. Should be a kill over towards Poppers, and what a fight.
Keeping the urn out of the hands of LL, Pure Content runs it back to his walker, but drops it while Scout steals it away for the turn-in. Poppers, though, doesn't want to give this away for free.
Nice and early. Still not a lot of value. Found off the back of those picks, though, TP.
Urn is going to be won here by LARP Lords, just Scout on the quick turn-in. A little bit of extra souls from the effort. Meanwhile, Vindicta starting to be a real threat. Nearly gets Pure Content here. The Crows just eating them alive. But the Shelter's so big, blank saving both and setting up Poppers for the return.
After taking the last walker of the game with some great macro play, B&B continue to push their advantage with a 10k lead.
You know who needs aid, though? The Scout. After just runs afoul of Geist here. A great rotation from B&B into the mid lane. Getting 3 down, and now you got to wonder, do they go back mid-boss? They're kind of prepped. They're kind of ready.
Leaving Gibbs back to push out the right lane, LARP Lords decide to force a fight against the rejuiced up B&B.
And realistically, they need a massive death slam, get something back under control. Frozen Shelter to deny the Yamato, as well as the Calico space here.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to grapple over in. Still chasing down Shadow Transformation in. Goes over and now looking for Ido. A second Frozen Shelter, though, in. Just stalling things out, ruining Dew's day to an extent. Unable to finish off 2 kills that they otherwise would have had. 400 HP. And now you wonder, do you want to stay in here? Probably not. The silence just hurting some of the aggression here. Out goes, oh, here comes the owl. Is it going to catch? No, ends up going on the DMB instead.
Yeah, DMB down. I mean, whatever happens, you're still getting Spirit off the back of that kill there. As well as the healing aura to get everyone back up to full HP. 2 players down. This should be a quick pick onto one of the shrines. Great paradoxical swap as well onto Dew. Yeah, and this is undoubtedly going to be a shrine naked in a corner.
This has honestly been... B&B making this work has honestly been pretty remarkable. The fact that it was even for as long as it was, you would have thought that the power of LARP Lord's comp would have brought over the top, but...
And just like that, the lead is turned into 40k after B&B took the shrines of Patron. LARP Lords make the right decision to force a fight, but the stat check is too tough and B&B take map 1.
Ow. Quick way of just shutting down the chase. But also the fresher Kelvin, I think, is also kind of spelling the death knell for Dew getting things done. It just... Anytime Dew goes on high dive, probably gonna get stuck in not 1 but 2 shelters. Or get blocked off by them. It's super tough. Abrams charge comes in, but you know, at this point you're under farmed. What would have been a quick kill, you know, you get it eventually, but it's not clean. It reduces your ability to go on the rest. I mean, the stat difference right now between B&B and LARP Lords pretty significant in these fights.
Yeah, again, I think you're right. The LARP Lords, honestly, the first 20 minutes of the game, very, very well done. To keep up pace with B&B, who right now is like at the top of their game, I think that's very impressive, and they should be very proud of themselves. But yeah, Refresher Kelvin is brutal to play against.
LARP Lords, they might have upset melee creeps, but B&B, they come in with one of the most unconventional drafts we've seen, and they make it work.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it for B&B. Locking in the Kelvin first yet again. LARP Lords stick with the Viscous, as they also bring out Infernus, one of DMB's most played heroes. The Bash Brothers make a reappearance in the right lane, just punishing Dew and Naked, as well as getting the Guardian.
Very, very significantly far ahead is dangerous. Again, these dives are made very easy with the help of the Frozen Shelter. And I think this game is going quickly in the hands of DMB this time. The Naked is making it a little bit more difficult.
You look at it as a 3k difference, but it's feeling far more significant here. Naked tried to do a little bit of Viscous move to get away. Every puddle punch trick in the book, but nothing was going to save Naked from that. Telekinesis in from Dew at least makes it a trade onto Ido.
It already started out rough versus Lucky and Lord in the mid lane, and it continued to get worse as they fell 2k behind and now lose their Guardian, giving B&B their first flex slot.
Dominated and continues to do so. It opens up so much space.
While Naked runs the urn, B&B look for a fight on the left lane and the last Guardian.
Vido's Abrams. They go directly, but okay. Gibbs getting caught here on the left while people looking for teleports. Death Slam now in, countered by the lasso. Lasso just pulls him out midair.
That was a very nice combination to deal with that. Countered completely.
Naked's looking for the turn in, by the way. While this team fight escalates on the left, it's a one-on-one for the urn on the right. Ido, meanwhile, fighting the middle. Parry comes out. Now no parry enough for other melees. Ido lands the big left hook. Meanwhile, what's going on in the urn turn-in right now? We don't have eyes on what is going on. It's this big fight going on, but Naked is actually able to get the urn in.
With the reinforcements there, Naked leads the charge on a possibly overextended BNB.
Oh. Low HP, doesn't matter right now. The Viscous over the ice path! And now Thunderdome in action. I mean, it's BNB dropping the dome. Naked take advantage of it, but not for much longer. The slam into the side from Ido ends up killing the Viscous, and BNB taking advantage of this fight in the right lane. Lose fish kick in the process, though.
BNB continue to get picks in the jungle, netting themselves a 15k soul lead 16 minutes in, and the picks continue on the left lane as LL look for the first Guardian.
Farm to the Abrams, but it does give them way more explosive pick power later on. But see right now, Holiday, What&M just desperately trying to say, why 50 HP? Nope, down. Here comes Ido to the party, fashionably late.
Even after losing 3 players and eventually a 4th, poor do, LARP Lords respond back in and take advantage of the eagerness of BNB, all while Naked gets the urn turn-in.
Move, if you're playing something like poker, is knowing when to fold, and there's been a lot of folding going on.
It really has. It really has. Out comes through. Says Lucky could be the receiver of it and catches him.
Oh boy. Well, you think you're about to be safe, and you just hear the screech of the owl at the last moment.
I respect it as well, because usually you jump off right at the end to catch a Talon off guard, but the fact that he aims it into the floor there right at the end just shows a good understanding of the hero overall.
I mean, really nice pickoffs towards the end here. It's not going to fully erase the deficit, but 2, about to be 3, has pure content looking for any way out of the situation. Goes for the parry, and no, I mean, that would have had to be like 3 parries in a row.
With Dude dead, BNB go for mid boss, and LARP Lords are forced to contest.
All right, Rejuvenator coming on down. BNB looking to put this one away if they can. Contest, though, coming in from LARP Lords. Who is going to get it? It's been a while since Rejuve Steel. Naked used to be the king of Rejuve Steals, but the Kelvin going to freeze things out. Death Slam, though, right after. Are they going to get it? No, it's Poppers with the Rejuve, and that might have just put LARP Lords away.
While LARP Lords finally get their first flex slot 20 minutes in, BNB devastates their opposition's base.
It's all right, guys. We got the 20-minute flex slot. I mean, hey, look, better late than never.
I can buy my 13th item, finally. Everybody knows lucky number 13, of course. As the shrines start to go down, Naked once again looking to pop that urn in whilst the shrines get decimated. Would not be surprised to see a patron knock Ivor in this situation.
You get first stage patron down here if you can. They should. They will. BNB putting this game into endgame now. We'll see if LARP Lords has anything left in the tank. There's a few possibilities, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Concussive Combustion answered by Stone Form, as Gibbs is just the iron wall right now. Not afraid at all to take one-on-one fights throughout this game. Just a terror on the Ivy. Stormcloud now gonna come out from Yams. Swap right after. And BNB, they say, we want an early night. Go on in onto the patron. Defending champions successful. BNB taking the $1,000 and the NA championship.
Well, that was kind of what we expected here between BNB and LARP Lords. Now, LARP Lords, they deserve some mad respect considering they came in last second. They're still putting together a roster. They're still practicing and put a fairly sizable match up against BNB. Honestly, I have no doubt about their success in the future. But that's going to wrap up here our recap of DFN number 17 North America. Make sure you like and subscribe here to Locked In.
We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night, now taking on North America, number 18. ZP and Jake here to bring you through some North America action. And Jake, it's kind of a special setup here today as far as it goes. No BO3, just a BO5 because spring break took out most of North America.
Yeah, we got a special treat on the cards. I think this is going to be a particularly exciting best of 5. We don't get many, of course, in Deadlock Fight Night. So it's going to be particularly interesting, I think, to see drafting and strategy develop throughout the series. See if any team is able to get an early emotional advantage in terms of if anyone gets an early stomp. I feel like that always plays into the perspectives they have coming into map 3, map 4, map 5.
I think you touched on a key point. It's not just one battle, it is a war when you get into a best of 5 in a game like Deadlock. But if you're just tuning in wondering what the format is, we got you covered. This is how we run things here on the show. Normally it would be a best of 1 challengers match into the best of 3 money match. Usually, you know, we show along a bracket to go there, but in this case, oh, there we go. We have a bracket this time. You know, this time it really highlights the difference here, Jake. You know, we got the normal setup in EU. Go to NA, just B&B versus Hydra Nation all night long. And I mean, this will be interesting. You have to go back to the very first Deadlock Fight Night to get a BO5 when we anointed our original champions. But, you know, here, B&B already came in as a champion, but still going to play the BO5.
Yeah, and Big and Brolic, they've been on a bit of a run. They've been looking solid, but they're up against the reformed Hydra Nation, who has been reformed kind of a lot in the last few weeks, time and time again. So looks like we've got another re-up for them in terms of the new roster. So I'm curious to see who they field and how they do in today's match.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about this is that Hydra Nation themselves will make fun of it at this point. Like, they know you can't change rosters as much as Hydra Nation has and not have a self-awareness. But it's kind of a blast from the past where they had Quig on the roster. Like, Quig came back, then Quig quit again, and now they've brought back in Flick, which of course was part of the early Hydra Nation era before they did some change-ups there. So Flick back into the roster, and by all counts, the Scrimbuck Express saying it's been doing pretty well. Meanwhile, Jake, B&B, you know, a little bit more stable by comparison to the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, sticking with a winning formula, I don't think there's any reason for them to, you know, make changes at this point. I think it's going to be exciting for a lot of people to see Leffa back in the lineup for Hydra Nation, though. Like, in terms of individual skill, I think a lot of people would put him right at the top of North America. He's certainly in that echelon. And so I think from a carry perspective is definitely someone to have eyes on here. I'm curious to see how Leffa does now in the full duo lane meta. I think of him as like a real inveterate solo lane player. But, you know, let's see what he can do with those Sinner Sacrifice buffs, getting to like these ultra crazy late games. Leffa's always been a treat to watch, and so I'm excited to see what he can bring this week in the best of 5.
Also, before the stream catches up, I said Flick. I meant to say Rocker. I have no idea why. I've probably been up a little bit too long. It's been a very long day for me before a broadcast, but it's Rocker who's back into the fray, where Rocker quit, had basically paid someone $3,000 to join the team in his absence, someone that couldn't end up joining in the end, but he's made his way back to Deadlock, is what it comes down to. But also, Dan has made his way back into Deadlock here as the analyst. I don't know why we're saying it like that, but we made it sound like really this, you know, the specialist. He who analyzes, Dan. That is you. You are he.
I was sold when you said Flick, because basically it's like, I mean, there's been times when the roster essentially, I mean, if we made the graphic and went live, the rosters can still change. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that, you know, chat on one hand, when they first started, be like, what do you mean Flick left? And then they'll be like, but wait, did Flick leave? Like, it's Hydra Nation. He could have left. Like, Quig joined the team and left it like 3 times in the span of like 1 week. I mean, who knows? But no, Rocker was the much bigger blast from the past. But yeah, my name mixing aside, getting into it, we have a history here on Deadlock Fight Night where we're just going to bring up where things have been at. And yeah, you know, you see Hydra Nation, long period of excellence if you're to scroll that up to the beginning, but a little bit more turbulent in recent times.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, like, they basically won everything before Fight Night number 10. I mean, they like the run of dominance goes so far back into the past. But I think they have brought together a lot of the players who were part of that majorly successful run for Hydra Nation. And so I think we could be seeing them, you know, in a bit of a resurgence. We know these individual players are incredibly good. Maybe they struggled to find their footing on previous rosters. And I think Big and Brolic can put up a real test for them. But I've just always been super impressed by Leffa. I mean, the individual performances are not necessarily the most important factor in a team game such as Deadlock, but I still think they can really, turn the tides if it's a close series.
Yeah, it's always really hard to predict. You can't doubt the quality of the players, like Jake says. I'm definitely on a B&B high for sure. I love the fact that Ido has a great team around him, and I mean the interviews also deliver. So I feel like if you're not rooting for the interviews, the post-match interviews, I mean, what are you even doing?
I mean, I don't really. Okay, so his first interview, he comes in and he is just absolutely off the chain. Broke his F-bomb quota in the first 2 sentences. And then he comes back on with a choir boy act. It was literally an entire act for the entire interview. And then he drops the act at the very end with another F-bomb. I've enjoyed the interviews, if nothing else. A little bit of showmanship going into it. But speaking of going into things here, we have the draft ready to go. And we'll see now just what will be variable with EU or even just the last week in North America. Jake, this will be interesting, especially with some of the changes here. I'm curious to see NA's take on Holiday right now, especially with Listic in the last interview being like, yeah, she's, a word. Well, I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah, I think Holiday's probably, it was already maybe a little bit of a lower prio in NA compared to EU, so I imagine this only intensifies that. I am curious to see if there's any, respect for the stuff like the Viscous or the Pocket that Big and Brawlic have made look really strong, but it's more of their specific comfort. I'm also curious to see for the Hydra Nation players coming back in, what do they end up playing? We've seen somebody like Leffa on the Yamato many times in the past, could come out here in this draft.
There we go. First ban coming in from Hydra Nation. We'll see what exactly they fear. Is it going to be the Sinclair? I mean, the Sinclair, I feel like has been built up to be maybe more of a threat than expected. Instead, the Grey Talon ban comes in.
Wow.
I think given how well B&B has been able to play heroes like Grey Talon, this makes sense. Now, the counter question here is, do they first pick the Sinclair? Or have we started now this move away from the era of, oh, you need the first ban or first pick Sinclair? Because to me, Dan has been looking at it. I feel like the consequences have not been that severe for letting a Sinclair through, at least in the last week.
Yeah, it feels like it has backfired on teams that over prioritize the the pick of it if it gets left open, and some teams are also losing a ban because they feel like they have to ban it if the other team doesn't ban it. So I feel like we are getting to the point where we're not playing into that game as much. We see that here. Might not even see it get selected potentially for Hydra Nation. We'll have to wait and see, because the early picks are really important to your core strategy as well, and your core comfort for your roster. So throwing a Sinclair in there just opportunistically, especially if you expect it to get banned, it doesn't necessarily make as much sense to me. So we'll have to see.
Day for mercy.
I mean, B&B have been really sticking by this first pick Viscous. It's worked for them really well, with Gibbs putting on, huge games, having these crazy snowballs. And Hydra Nation let it through. They're willing to fight it strategically. I think a first ban would be a little extreme for something like a Viscous. And they get a Vindicta of their own. We'll see what's followed up with, maybe some kind of initiator. We've seen Paradox, I think, go up a little bit in value with the reduction in people's desire to pick Holiday.
Yeah, I mean, I think Paradox Mo and Krill gets picked instead. Mo has also been the other hero that's really been rising up the ranks, just because not only is Mo good in terms of the early game, especially once you would get ultimates online, but Mo also kind of acts as kind of a hedge against heroes like Yamato, right? Where B&B could pick Yamato off the rip in the next 2 picks, but it wouldn't quite have the same impact as it would against a team without a Mo and Krill, because Mo and Krill is one of the few heroes in the game that can kind of act as a check and balance. But seeing what B&B comes in here, think about heroes on the board. Paradox would still make sense. And honestly, Dan, they also see the Mo and go, we don't care. We're still picking the motto for our team. And
you have a Viscous too. So even if you do get comboed, I feel like you're willing to push the limit much more on Yamato with the hard save in the pocket. Knowing that, if Mo combos you early, you're just going to get bailed out, or even the Mo could get stunned by the goo ball. So I don't mind getting the Yamato here. I don't think you need to be too scared. I think both teams are drafting their own vision of the game right now, rather than being too worried about the counter picks. And I love the Bebop here on third. I mean, this is a really high tempo set of 3 heroes for Big and Brawlic to open with, a lot of snowball potential, and then Yamato could really carry the game and get out of control.
And I also like the Yamato pick because I feel like if they didn't pick Yamato, they would have had to, I feel like Hydra Nation are going to want to combine that with the Mo, I think it just will play probably pretty well off of that as also. So it's like nice just like dealing with it, and then you can target your ban at something else. And the response here from Hydra Nation, okay, they get the Paradox, get their initiation going. It feels like maybe teams might not pick the Holiday because the T3 stun going away is probably like too central to like how people maybe perceive the hero being played. So might not even see that double initiation, except unless if we see the Lash stock stay high. But Hydra Nation never were like super into Lash as much as some of the other NA teams, I think.
Also, I'll say it here. I think Kelvin is either getting banned in this round or getting picked by either of these two teams. Like the Kelvin going this far in NA is ridiculous. Okay, and he does get banned by Hydra Nation. So yeah, that's one thing going. I don't know where Ivy lands here. I mean, Ivy, it feels like is actually kind of slowly crept into at times people are neither banning nor picking as people realize they don't necessarily need a support unless the hero is Kelvin, who is still absolutely ridiculous. Interestingly enough, though, in terms of heroes that are getting valued a little bit less overall is the Wraith side of things, where I'm not even convinced we're going to see a Wraith here, even though I think Wraith is still good. I do wonder if part of it is just the fact that so much is early game focused right now that teams feel like they would rather just pick things that give them an even more hyper early game edge.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing an Abrams here for Hydra Nation as well for the Vindicta lane. Could be really potent.
Yeah, and then we have like the comp that we have like most of the comp that VP was running all day today. The Paradox, Mo Krill, Vindicta, Abrams. It's very strong.
I can sit here, and yeah, Abrams comes in. Yeah, it's funny how Abrams just fell into the fourth pick range in a way that Geist often has, right? Where I mean, as I speak of it too, Geist also could work for B&B here. This is about. Jake, it just feels like Geist has always ended in this range and throughout Deadlock's history. Not as early often first picked, but the 3-4 pick range often.
Yeah, I think Geist is a good shot with Calico banned, Mirage as well out. I wonder if people are still valuing Warden much at all. I do think Warden is something to think about. It is going to be a Lash. With Kelvin out, I like this. I think this looks pretty solid in terms of the counter initiation. I think late game there could be some problems like a Phantom Strike Abrams canceling your ulti or getting shut down that way. But I still think, I mean, it's really interesting to see these two very different drafts that I actually kind of like them both. I feel like there isn't much of a draft advantage, at least that I see so far. I feel like both teams have a lot of roads to victory. Big and Brawlic definitely heavier on the playmaking, and they're going to get a Sinclair deep into the draft at this kind of a pick. I feel like you've got to just start valuing it with something like you could copy the Vindicta, you could copy the Abrams and feel really good about it. Heck, even the Mo Crow combo is not so bad.
Yeah, I'm liking this from B&B a lot. They also said like last week as well that they have a really good interpretation of like how to play around their strengths of their hero pool, and it was definitely a very different look. I remember we were kind of like surprised they were running double supports and doing all kinds of what appeared to be strange business, but they put the method to the madness in a way that was really convincing. So we get the Geist coming through for Hydra Nation. What do we feel? What do we feel is like is really missing from this lineup right now? Because it's pretty well rounded.
I mean, they could probably use a little bit more damage. Like, if they were to end it with a Wraith, it would be good. Though you've been seeing more in Furnace. 7 also is still available. Like, you could get a last pick 7 right now, which would also... I think the 7 is probably the most likely. And maybe it's also part of why we've seen less Wraith, is that you've seen 7 raise up in value. And as a result, okay, yeah, they do in fact go for the 7. So, yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me, just based on what we've seen in EU2. And again, it's probably part of the reason why we've seen Wraith a bit less, Jake, because you think about itemization, if you are trying to eat the jungle as Wraith, it does kind of pigeonhole you into going Tesla bullets a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think the 7 valuable here, although I will say the ulti is probably going to be a little bit difficult to get too much out of with, Bebop and Lash, and even sometimes Viscous, being able to pull you out of that and punish you potentially for popping the ulti. But I think 7, for the farm snowball, the acceleration. Big and Brawlic are going to finish with the Holiday. I think this is kind of just the last option really left for the 12th pick of the draft. But I don't think they're loving it. I mean, it's fine. It could work. There's really heavy on the playmaking, as has been Big and Brawlic's way. I think it'll be curious. It'll be interesting to see, like, maybe ultra late. There's some problems for Big and Brawlic, but they've been a team that has made these like less conventional core type drafts really look good and like still survive and thrive even in the late game with characters like Bebop and Sinclair potentially still hitting like a pretty solid late game scaling potential.
It's interesting too, because I feel like Wraith could have slotted in kind of nice as a longer range damage dealer for B&B potentially. But the Holiday is interesting because, yeah, as you say, like even more playmaking. They've got the hook already. They've got like Lash. You can initiate super well. There's lots of ways to like initiate with this lineup, but like you had Holiday on top of it. So that for me is like, okay, they've got to get really aggressive, and we need to see that early game roaming Bebop. That would be really fun to see. I'm very curious how the lanes are gonna shape up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the way Deadlock is being played right now is that teams really value winning the early game. I mean, the changes that happen to the jungle mean that you get less value out of just, trying to use the jungle to recover. You really need to try and win at least 2 out of 3 lanes. And if you are going to lose the lanes, you can't have a lane that just gets absolutely demolished, right? So when you look at the heroes that are getting valued right now, it's definitely more trend towards what is good, in that key first 15 minutes of the game. And the heroes that usually ramped up like really late game, they've taken a hidden priority, Jake.
Yeah, I think you can get away with a couple in your draft, but you've got to have some kind of build that gets you active on the map. I think like pure farming early is just not viable. Even somebody like Seven still needs to show up and still needs to like take engagements and be relevant. Within that early window, you get those first few buff runes coming up. Like you've really got to be able to participate in those engagements and secure your team, those early guardians as well. For Big and Brawlic though, I will say like they've got a potential for Yamato Bebop in the mid lane, which for me is one of the best lanes in Deadlock right now. Especially in the mid lane, with Yamato being able to play the ultimate height and being like super annoying from up there. And then of course the Bebop hook threat at all times. Could be a super strong mid lane, could give them an early advantage and get the lane a little bit out of control. Sinclair also, I think, a pretty strong laner, even with like the minor nerfs that he got recently. So I think for Hydra Nation, the question is going to be mostly the laning phase. Can they get to the point where Abrams, Mokrill, and Geist can like really start to get active and really start to get out of control? I think Big and Brawlic would love to snowball this game into their ultis and tempo down some early guardians.
One thing we got to address here real quick to the audience, so you know the delay. Normally we would be in game, but the bladder control for Hydra Nation has never been at a lower level, because I am reading directly from Hydration with a little bit of censorship, but it's one after the other here. Quote, never mind 1 bathroom, then right after 2 bathroom, then right after 3 bathroom. Half of Hydra Nation went to the can right before the game start. It's unbelievable how it's only NA, Dan, that continues to have bathroom-related difficulties week after week.
I mean, it's not a show of confidence if they think the game's going to go that long, that they can't hold it,
You just win in 10, guys. Win in 10. You'll be in the bathroom. No sweat, no trouble. I mean, I do also think like this Lash could have a pretty sick game. Like there's very little to stop Lash from getting a massive ulti. There's kind of nothing, I guess, the Paradox swap potential to make that ulti awkward. But I think having already had Bebop grabbed in the draft, Kelvin banned out, means Lash could have some like game-winning plays. I think definitely someone to watch in those mid-late game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, part of it too is that you think about who's playing the Lash too. It's more of a specialist, and that's going to be fish cake on it for sure. And you kind of get the buff there, Jake, where if you are kind of a notorious one trick for a hero, in terms of playing it, you kind of get that buff, right? Where it's different than the person that's more versatile. They get to play in their comfort zone. And I mean, there's a world where BNB, that they've done in the past, in the Lash pick in this game in particular, they just get more out of it. But Dan, any final thoughts as the lane phase takes a little bit of shape here?
I think that BNB, one of the biggest win cons for them is they have to be super active, and they have to find success in the roam, especially with all of the initiation that they have. That's the edge that they need to leverage in this game. If Hydra Nation are able to come out of the early game like even, and it's the mid game go even, I think that spells problems for BNB.
Well, Jake, the lanes are in action. I'm just curious, do we have Yamato cannon Yamato in middle, just orbital bombardment? That's why I want to know, even as we look at this Viscous lane on the left.
Yeah, definitely a nice lane pairing with Viscous having a bit of weakness with the last hitting. Bebop really resolves that, but Viscous is great on the harass and the raw damage. I think other teams may have sent the Bebop into mid, but Yamato Lash can also I think Lash can really also use the ultimate height, right? Like slamming off that big high ground for massive early damage. First, couple exchanges, first few waves, I don't think will tell us too much unless teams actually get kills. But for the most part, it's going to be a farm trade until either team gets like most of their skills online and start to put the pressure.
Interestingly enough, in terms of who's playing what, it's not actually Ido on the Amato. It's poppers. Ido instead just can't be removed from the movement hero that is Holiday. Just too addicted to the movement, Jake.
Yeah, also, Hydra Nation, like, really don't have any support, I would say. Like, it's not even just like a question of like an unconventional support. It's like, I think more and more we're seeing in Deadlock, some of these teams are just not conceptually valuing a support really nearly to what they might have in the past. And then just, you know, thinking like with, especially with these new duo lanes, maybe you can just scale and just like win early game, and there's enough jungle to farm. If you farm the enemy's jungle, if you're playing for that snowball effect, maybe support other than, let's say, Kelvin, who just adds so much tempo via the healing, maybe not necessary in today's game.
No, and I think oftentimes when you don't have support, it's compensated for with more CC, right? Where it's where you get like oftentimes a support player playing Mo. In this case, it's not a support player playing Mo. It's the weird thing Hydra Nation has going on where in the post-Quig era, they'll have Calc at times play supporting heroes, but also still play Abrams at the same time. And I think you're right. It does come down to this idea that a support hero is not 100% necessary the way that Deadlock has evolved, but people still do like playing Kelvin, who doesn't get banned.
Yeah, I think Kelvin, I mean, the Frozen Shelter is so unique in terms of utility. Nice little jungle steal here from the Holiday. It's big for Ido. And it's as well with Ido on the Holiday, right? Even for BNB. I don't think Ido really is going to play like a passive support style. I'm curious what he's going to do, typically getting a little bit more farm in the squad. On the Holiday, we usually see Holiday get a little bit more sacrificed and be played more as like this pick-based initiator. But with Ido on the roll, I'm kind of curious if we'll see a bit more of a core Holiday in this game.
So far, things a little bit on the quiet side right now. 12K to 11K, both teams filling each other out. You know, it feels a little sleepy relative to what we got in EU, where EU, you know, we got to 5 minutes and it felt like we had aged about 5 years with some of the levels of interactions in lanes. But I also don't hate this here, Jake, either, given the fact that everyone is well aware what level of advantage you can get off the lane phase. And, you know, there's something to be said for not taking dumb risks, because losing badly is way better than just, or rather way worse than just, you know, going even the way things go. Like, you'd rather at least keep it even.
Yeah, I don't think either of these drafts is like critically focused on early game or more than the other. So I think neither team is going to feel like this tremendous pressure to get the game popped off. So I think this might be one of those ones where we settle in for a little bit more of that mid-game brawl. I do think buffs coming online when the jungle starts to spawn, that's going to start to proc these teams to get a little bit more aggressive. But the fact that there's not been significant Guardian pressure and no real not much activity other than the farm trade across the map speaks to, I think, both of these teams having confidence. That being said, Pure Content opens up on a rocker with first blood.
Yeah, so the power of just early game Sinclair. And, you know, one thing we didn't really talk about in the preamble that I still think it's worth bringing up here. Well, hold the phone. We got Goo Ball and a completely melted down Calc running through the doorway. Bank shot off the side, still looking for 7. Is fall through going to be there? I think 7 might have gone away. Bebop taking the building path, allowing that. But, you know, Hydra Nation have had trouble finding their identity, Jake, since the swap to 3 lanes, as far as like apportioning farm.
Yeah, I mean, they're also a very different team than we've seen in the last couple weeks. Cube, just not enough duration, gets absolutely crushed by that A result of Young Calc getting back in and getting the trade right back his way. So keeping the game extremely even for now. Even mid lane, I mean, Hydration in particular got tons and tons of pressure in this lane, but managed to weather the storm, you know, be that annoying presence with Mo with so much sustain, so hard to actually push out of lane successfully with just 1 or 2 healing items.
It's kind of interesting how Hydration's hero pool has evolved, where, you know, oftentimes you see Hydration things like the Warden, and now it just shifted to a little bit of a Mo specialist. Also a player that started the game as a Lash specialist, so Hydration kind of going all around the world in heroes played. But middle lane, still very, very interesting in how it's evolving right now. Combo still on deck for Hydration, as right now priority is onto the Guardian, forces out the Shadow Transformation early just by being nearby. Hydration is gonna have a path out the score and heals a lot. Still has a combo on deck here, Jake, if they chase.
Yeah, I don't think they can really leave under tower, and that's both ultis popped in the mid lane. So Hydra Nation are going to have a couple minutes here where they have the opportunity to force tempo. Somehow, Vindicta in very deep, but the confidence is warranted. He knows that there's not anything that they can turn around with, has the combo behind him, not even needed in that exchange. So it's a nice trade here. The mid lane for Lafa and Hydration starting to look kind of like a strong suit. for Hydra Nation, a place that they could build that power off of. Meanwhile, Yams looking to return to this side lane, maybe set something up if Seven is over aggressive. Just off the mark with the hook.
Well, then big hook if it hit, but instead, just a little bit of lane control. Meanwhile, take a look at Yamato. Poppers back in the lane here in the middle, but the pressure in the middle starts to get a little bit overwhelming, especially once Vindicta gets Assassinate online. That 700 HP that Yamato has easily could just turn to nothing. A little bit of poke and an extra Assassinate, but instead, counter poke onto the Vindicta, pushing her a little bit back.
Yeah, trade's coming in. I'd imagine when Yamato gets this ult online, she might go for a dive on something like the Vindicta, but actually connecting to her, kind of challenging with Hydration doing such a good job being that frontliner, taking all the aggression. It feels like going on the Mo and Krill is just not really going to work in that lane.
What about going on the Abrams though, back in her lane, and Calc just able to shrug it off, doesn't really care about the lasso one way or another, and to the middle lane. Hang on. Hyper Beam coming on out, and a very dead Yamato running away, but the rest of BNB not doing too shabby when you look at the lane, particularly on left lane. Gibbs able to find one.
Yeah, well, Hydra Nation are kind of winning the mid lane. I think the side lanes are starting to go against them here. BNB, these active playmakers, getting kills across both side lanes, and now it could be both of these side Guardians going down. Seven is returning to the other side. Looks like he is popping an ult just to defend that Guardian. But Trade's going their way in both of the side lanes. Maybe time for Lefa and Hydration to start to get a little bit more active. Vindicta and Mo Krill in their own ways, I think, can both take that early lead and start to bring it to save some of these side lanes if they so desire.
One of the funny things about Mo this early in the game too is that I feel like using combo at all can be an interesting decision, because the mere threat of getting comboed actually gives you a lot of space that you don't have when your combo is on cooldown. So just kind of interesting how much respect Hydration is given. But Holiday in danger, swapped and down. Just a quick evisceration coming on in. Courtesy
yeah, the nukes
of,
are huge. Bebop showed up here, but Abrams there to match. So great awareness from Calc. Coming back to participate. Takes a lot here. Could think about getting aggressive now. Looks like it's going to be Lefa, though, the one who's starting to get this snowball rolling. And we've seen this before, right? Like a strong Vindicta early game, now teleporting across, coming to the side lane. We're going to see potentially a game-turning fight here coming from Hydra Nation with Lefa coming to the side lane. They want to push this Guardian.
Oh! From downtown, Jake. Just when you think Yamato is out, Poppers just gets clipped. Last little slight of hair there, and Lefa now with a ramp into the mid to late game off that shot. Really strong last 2 minutes for Lefa.
Yeah, it's been looking great for him, and no one has really been able to shut him down. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure soon on Yams to find a hook on this Vindicta, because without it, I don't see how you're really going to be able to stop his reign of terror from the skies. And it can be scary against a player like Lefa, who's so aware, so clean with the movement, and he's just going back and forth across the map on this teleport. I really love this, like taking a dominant mid lane and just going back and forth, showing up constantly on both sides of the map, getting kills for the rest of his squad, and it secured Hydra Nation a 3K lead.
Lefa's picking up a buff. Could be actually quite big, depending on what it is. Picks up a buff, immediately goes middle. And Lefa's strong enough that Lefa's actually going to be terrifying to anyone from BNB in middle right now. Lefa completing the rotation right now. Assassinate at the ready. Here in the mid lane. And then looking for the Lash. Lash, meanwhile, wanting no part. Meanwhile, off in the side lane. See Calc going in for a moment now. Backing a little bit out. 3 here for Hydra Nation in the right lane. Looking for Ido on the Holiday. Stormcloud. I believe just copied and used by Pure, but just shut down by Calc. Off in the corridor.
Yeah, Big and Brolic low on quite a few players here. Now Holiday takes a risk, comes into the small room with the young Calc Abrams, and looks like a poorly calculated risk here with Calc now pushing under the tower. And I think this will be a side Guardian. Bebop showing up, though, could try to turn it around with the Hyper Beam, but Guardian already so low.
I gotta say, Jake, combining with the EU, Abrams players have been eating really, really well today. Just, Calc having a great moment there. Listic just absolutely demolishing in EU. Abrams is back. That's all you got.
And what an aggressive Abrams build. Like, so much sustain, so much tankability here in this early mid game. He's really going to be able to lead the charge for the rest of the squad of Hydra Nation. And with somebody like Lefa dealing damage from the sky, Rokane starting to get really farmed on this 7. I mean, This is looking pretty good for Hydra Nation. Still early, but almost a 10k soul lead when you're only at 11 minutes is pretty significant. BNB in a little bit of trouble here.
Also, the allocation onto Leffa. Leffa has been feeding themselves with these souls, and as I say that, it's another one off in the left lane. And you know, you mentioned it, and it's very true, is that it's just teleporter central, where okay, the map is bigger, Vindicta doesn't have as much mobility. You don't need mobility to cover 2 lanes constantly if you just use the teleporter back and forth over and over again, is what Leffa's been doing to get as much possible action with these assassinates.
Yeah, it's really huge. You know, not being a great jungler on Vindicta, I think this is exactly the way to snowball an early lead. And also, as well, almost has that second max on the snipe. And we know, like, the snowballing explosivity possible once Vindicta gets that extra 500 souls per kill. Calc maybe overextends, feeling his survivability a little bit too much, but elsewhere on the map, it's Vindicta profiting from that presence.
Leffa needs to die. Well, I cannot say that any more plainly.
I'm not sure he's gonna die this game, ZP. I think he may actually have like a 20 kill streak when they win.
No, he's just running around, just enforcing his will. It's assassinate after assassinate. Jake, when does it stop?
We gotta pray at this point for like a Bebop or Lash. Like, we need a movement control on Vindicta. If you can't catch her, there's no way you're dealing damage, especially with those double barriers. I mean, this Vindicta is a huge problem right now for Big and Brawlic. And the problem is, I think also they can't pin her down. They can't catch Leffa because they don't know where he's gonna be. He's just kind of dancing on them, making moves with the TPs, and the rest of the team is willing to die sometimes to make space, knowing that this Vindicta snowball is online. 7 as well. You know, got to be a really big threat in the late game. You got to think about the late game team fights. Without a big Lash ulti catching people out of position, it's going to be really hard to actually catch these backliners.
Also, in terms of income allocation, we've been talking about the rich in Leffa, so rich that he just bought like the lifetime teleport pass on the teleporter more than not. Look at Poppers right now. I mean, you could just change the name to Poppers with a U, and that'd be pretty accurate for the level of farm that you have as Yamato at 14 minutes of the game. It's not good, Jake.
Yeah, being broke on Yamato is pretty brutal because this character is all about damage. You don't really have control. You don't really have sustain. I mean, you can tank, but you really need that damage to be relevant. Here we go, though. This is a catch on Vindicta. That's what they need. Started with the Rabbit Hex.
He's so tanky.
The follow-up, but he just flies away. He's fine. He's out, and now he's going to start pumping the snipe damage. Copied Abram's ult. Okay, they are able to finish off the Vindicta, though. That's pretty massive. So Big and Brawlic bringing numbers to this engagement, profiting for now. Young Calca as well looking to go down, so props to Fishcake, finds that setup onto Leffa. That's exactly what he needed to do. The Guardian, though, still very high HP in this lane. Far from a sure take.
Honestly, good fight for BNB. I mean, it was kind of comical for a moment where it looked like Leffa might not even die, but they covered their bases. However, the re-engage comes in. Fishcake already down. Hydra Nation looking to re-solidify here on the left. They do just that. They catch Ido. And now the 7 played by Rocane gets to walk forward. Also going to be a threat farm-wise. Like, all the right farm is going to the right people on Hydra Nation here so far, Jake.
Yeah, who's not a threat farm-wise? That's Yamato. So we'll see if he can find a way to get back into the game. Rocane grabbing this center sack on the enemy side of the map. These little differences really do add up as an urn comes down. And the lanes are all pressured right now from Hydra Nation. They're doing a fantastic job. Look, Hydration's so ready for this. Insta pick up on urn. It is a difficult turn in, though, into the enemy side of the base. So I'm curious if Hydra Nation would like to really go for this. They already have some numbers on that side of the map, so it's possible, but they could see this just being a faker and given the difficult turn-in spot.
Yeah, I don't really like them going for the turn spot when your biggest cannon in your reserve right now is the Vindicta. I think going there would be a little bit of a throw. They could just still skirmish on the map. Meanwhile, though, swap in from Flick. Off here on the right. BNB, though, overloading the right-hand side. Moving forward, looking for a kill they could get. 7 right now. Their quarry. Lasso in. It's going to be enough to kill Rocane. Rocane gets free, drops a Storm Cloud. Can they burst down Rocane? It's getting awfully spicy here as Rocane completely turns the table on the 7. Still not dead, even as Yamato in. Off the flying strike.
Oh my God.
Rocane gets away. He lives. He absolutely lives, Jake.
No way. That was a pretty big slip up by Ido. He had him lassoed and then jumped into the air, but the lasso ended in the skybox. So 7 was just in the perfect position to just rip the ult and actually be a little bit out of range for some of the follow-up damage. Now, though, Leffa thrown under tower by the Lash, dodging the snipe, stunned by the Walker, but the support is there just in time, and oh, he's going to get away with this CP. This game is out of control.
That's the privilege of the rich. Oh, no, he knocked off the zipline. No, he is surely not.
Surely.
Oh, okay.
That was close. I mean, like, honestly, if that wasn't good tracking from Yams to get that finish, that would have been a living Vindicta. Once again, though, BNB trying to double down, trying to turn their fortunes. I like these plays. You got to take risks now with this kind of disadvantage in the game. They lose a Walker, but they're trying to make some trades for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're BNB, you have to go for anything possible at this point, because this game is just getting out of hand. And the fact that Leffa nearly lived there and lived through the first part of that, by the way, you've now hit the point where a character is so ridiculously overfarmed that decision-making that has served you well in most matches is now failing you because you're not making the right decisions because you don't usually go against a Vindicta that's this over the rest of the game. But I mean, it's not just that. The overall spread is still ridiculous. I mean, Rokane is showing that right now. I think just bullying Yamato off screen at 22K. And at this point, we'll bring back Dan in here in a second. But Dan, you know, what paths to victory do you really have right now if you're BNB?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I think you need like a really good like lash hold or something. Obviously, some kind of engage that's going to give you net you like immediate kills. But the problem is that Hydra Nation are being so active all of the time that you're not really in a spot where you can just easily set anything up. And one thing I will say too, as we're seeing the mid boss here, just like imagine how like farmed Leffa would be had he gone like the assassinate build. Because like the majority of assassination kills, he didn't have the bonus that you get from like maxing it straight away because he did a different build, and he's still like extremely competitive on the souls. So this could be so much worse from Leffa's POV.
Well, Jake,
huge rejuve take here for Hydra Nation. I mean, with this kind of a lead, this could really easily turn into that mid walker, opening the next flex slot. But beyond that, I think Hydra Nation have their sights set on a really big team fight victory. I will say that presents an opportunity for Big and Brawlic. I think their best hope is going to be a big team fight defense of a Walker, but with the rejuve, it's got to be more than just defense. It's got to be a very clean defense. If they give up too many kills of their own, even trades, I don't know if that'll be good enough with Hydra Nation being able to just respawn on rejuve and keep the push.
I think the biggest thing that's just so awful for BNB right now, yes, they're overall behind, but when you have your Yamato as your least farmed character on your entire team, as you go into the mid game, it's just not good. Also, you see right now the bullying attempts to swap on to Poppers right now, where Poppers legitimately could get soloed by Paradox here, even if there wasn't the backup in the area. Like, to be put into an area, Jake, where your decision-making Yamato has to be run rather than go deeper, it's just not how you want the game to go down as a Yamato player.
Yeah, there's just not really a threat from Big and Brawlic to actually turn around these attempts from Hydra Nation. So Hydra Nation are willing to really push the risks, and Yamato with no ulti really doesn't have any business actually taking this engagement. Lash hoping for something, but it's so hard for him to even look, as this beautiful position there from Paradox, really zoning away the rest of Big and Brawlic. Ulti's popped, Hyper Beam as well as the roll. Looking like a decent roll for Gibbs, but he's so low, there's so much pressure, getting smoked by this damage. Even the goo ball isn't enough to tank through it. And this game may be over, ZP.
Yeah, and May might be the most generous world possible, as at this point, if you're BB, you're hearing boss music every time Vindicta takes to the sky. Just, it is absolutely brutal. They're pretty much out of options here. Even if they landed the best Death Slam ever, Jake, I think Hydra Nation would just shrug it off and kill them anyways. It doesn't really matter now.
Yeah, at least there's no 7 ulti to close the game, but Leffa is going to secure the game, back out, grab the buffs. I think this is just going to be a first phase patron draw from Hydra Nation. I would expect them to back out here, given that their 2 players aren't really attempting to participate in this fight, but Hydra Nation are going to get everything else besides the finish of the game here, and it's just going to be a matter of time as they get everything on the map. And then Big and Brawlic, I mean, you got no choice but to come out here and take a big risk, but it's such a telegraphed play. Maybe a grab on Hydration here. Lasso is available, but unable to find it. I feel like Ido really needed that there.
They had to go for something, and now you got another urn being turned in by Hydra Nation, as it is just getting choked out here. I mean, it is 50% more souls at the 21-minute mark. The question is not, could they ever have an even team fight? The question is how many players would it take for Hydra Nation to win an XV6 right now? And honestly, they could easily do, I think, a 3v6, Jake. That's how bad the difference is between the teams.
Yeah, you're starting to get out of control here. This is going to be the attempt for Big and Brolic. They're going to come out on the map, try and take some kind of engagement. Excuse me.
Well, Cal.
Not much of them.
He kind of looks around, like everyone's running, or is dead, or is about to be dead.
Lash ult,
Slam.
kill 10. The coach.
Kill 10. If only. Well,
7
you got
ult.
the storm cloud coming on out. B&B fallen by the wayside, and Hydra Nation here in our special best of 5 money match, coming out strong here, Jake. Decisive play, leading to a firm start to the series for Hydra Nation, 1-0.
I talked about this. The psychological effect in a best of 5 series of an extreme blowout is rough, and this is the best place for Hydra Nation to get that kind of a blowout victory. I mean, Big and Brolic are going to be reeling. They're on their heels right now. They just drafted like their comfort. I think they pretty much got more or less what they wanted in terms of their hero pool, what they're comfortable on, what they feel they're the best at. And Hydra Nation just wiped the floor with it. Like, for Big and Brolic, this presents a real dilemma. Do you go away from your comfort picks? Do you feel like they weren't working? Or do you think maybe we just didn't execute well enough? We can win this game if we play it a little bit better. Because honestly, Hydra Nation, I felt kind of lost the both side lanes. They weren't that dominant. They won the mid lane with Leffa having a great start with the help of Hydration. But this wasn't like a laning phase blowout. This was like Leffa getting ahead, out-rotating you, and just like so many team fights going against you. A couple big mistakes, like think about that failed kill onto 7, who then turns it around and kills 3. That should not have happened, right? Like, that's a major mistake for Big and Brolic. Maybe you could think, you know, run it back. The game's just going to go so differently. But getting blown out by 50, 60K souls in a game of Deadlock at this level, it just does not feel good.
We're going to bring back in Dan here as we look at some of the highlights. And, you know, Dan, it just felt like we were watching the Luffa show for a while, and then you look at the rest of Hydra Nation, and the soul count for players like Rocane just went up and up and up, off the carnage being just absolutely dished out from Leffa going to teleport to teleport to teleport. I mean, we need a teleport counter there, Dan, it felt like.
Yeah, it all lined up really well for Leffa. You don't normally see Vindicta, you know, being able to be so successful, being so mobile, because that is the greatest challenge for Vindicta. But yeah, Leffa did an incredible job, hit every single assassinate. And again, it's like he didn't have assassinate, you know, leveled up to the degree that he gets the big bonus from it. So all the money he was getting, looking so farmed, was just straight from just owning so many people on a consistent basis, getting all the free farm, the efficient farm, using those TPs effectively. And the fact that, you know, B&B didn't manage to keep, like, you know, we can see on the clock here, it's about like 10 to 12 minutes in, and that's when the farm was already dipping for B&B, where they're not potent enough in some of these fights, which just allows Hydra Nation to just kind of just extend their lead even more, because their players are so individually good that you can't just, like, you need a bigger advantage, you know, to play with than just like getting a good timing on them. So having a start like that is not something that can happen again for B&B. And like you guys said, you know, the dilemma is that how do B&B draft if they can't draft their comfort?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing here, and you know, this will be my last point before we go to the break, Jake, but it's like, you look at what happened here. I feel like B&B, you know, for better or for worse, they're kind of locked into that first pick Viscous, and it might limit their draft options if they really want to make sure Gibbs gets Viscous no matter what.
I mean, they've won with it so many times before. If I were them, I feel like you can't write it off after one game. If Big and Brolic come back in and they just draft something like 180 different, I think like they're just mental boomed, and it's going to be too hard for them to make a comeback. I think they've got to stick with their guns at least for game 2 and just deliver a better early game, you know, better, really the mid game. I think Leffa's rotations were just way too explosive. Maybe a better performance in the mid lane, maybe something like the Bebop to check Leffa could have been a better allocation of resources for Big and Brolic. So I think there's still hope for them in this series, but honestly, getting blown out like that in game 1, I said it before, right? It doesn't feel good. And there starts to be a point for Big and Brolic where do you have that like mental wherewithal to come back and actually have that 0-0 mentality, actually be mentally fresh in game 2? Not many players and teams can really do that, frankly, from this position.
Well, B&B, they are getting tested here today. 2-time champions in a row. They have been the kings of the North American scene for a little bit now, but Hydra Nation saying, we've held that crown way longer than you have, and we want it back. They kick off the series 1-0. Will B&B respond? We'll find out after the break. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night in North America, number 18, presented, of course, as always, by Intel. I'm ZP here with Jake. And Jake, Hydra Nation coming out of the gate strong, looking to reclaim the crown. A statement made in map 1.
Yeah, it's very early in a best of 5 series, right? There's a lot of comeback potential here for Big and Brolic, but it will be a comeback, right? That's a statement victory with a complete domination of the map. Really, no team fights Big and Brolic are able to win. That's a gut punch here for game 1, and for Hydra Nation, newly reformed, bringing Leffa back into the lineup, making all these changes, floundering a bit in previous weeks. They look to put those struggles behind them here. They look to be back and on the road to reclaiming their rightful spot. I think fair to say, based on the historical performance as the champions of Deadlock Fight Night North America.
Well, speaking of statements, if you want to make one at home, there's no better fashion statement to make than picking up some hot new merch. That's right. You can get meowdered. You can get a walking urn. You can still get gooped. I think that's still on there. We just kind of rotate what we advertise, but there's cool
The
stuff.
urn goes crazy, actually.
Yeah.
I want the urn sweater.
So if you look at it as like, it's kind of versatile where, you look at it as like that urn could be anything, but you would know exactly what the urn is. But regardless, we got to bring him back one more time. No, not DDK. He's off on break. That's right. The one and only Jason Kaplan. Jason, welcome back.
I challenge you to say something nice about me, ZP.
Honestly, Jason, I think you have great intelligent input when it comes to the teams and the game as a whole, and you put in a ton of work behind the scenes that not everyone actually realizes. You are one of the hardest working people behind the scenes on the show, period, and probably just in general. You're great.
You were ready for that, Jason. You were not ready for that.
No, I thought he was just going to give you some like random bullshit, but he actually said something kind of nice. Okay, all right, you can be nice sometimes. Yeah, it's I'm not really used to you being nice to me, but yeah, I'm happy to see Hydra Nation back. To be honest, I find it very weird though that Left was back on the team. If I'm perfectly honest with you guys, for the reasons that he originally was dropped on the team. I do wonder if there's like still some bad blood. I'm assuming kind of not within the roster. Maybe his stint in EU under the name of Maidong changed his ways, and he's able to rock pretty well within the team. And then also leads you to wonder, like, Rocker, why is he back all of a sudden? I'm kind of getting the feeling maybe Hydra Nation have been signed to an org and they haven't told us yet in preparation for June.
Well, if they ever get signed to an org, thank God, because if anything would stop the roster mania, that would at least help. Like, then you actually have to deal with contracts versus like you had a bad game, you're off the team, or you're just mad at something and you quit the team, or God knows what has got into Hydra Nation's roster happenings. But it is B&B with the choice of first or second pick. They decide they want first pick this time around. We'll see if they take off the board. Is it Vindicta? No, it's Mirage. They still fear the Mirage, Jake.
Just running it back so far. We'll see if they go for the Viscous first again. I don't think it's crazy for Big and Brolic to just go again on their comfort picks. I think honestly, like, it's what's brought them to this much success. I think if you try to do like a huge change up now, you're almost assuredly going to lose because you're just not going to play your game well enough if you're going completely away from what you've been practicing, what's been successful for you. So I'd love to see Big and Brolic double down on the comfort picks, like maybe get the Idol pocket out, and anything that's like going to be particularly just individually strong for them is I think what they need here in game 2. Beyond even like, obviously you want a good team draft, but just get people their best heroes and don't ask too much in terms of flexibility. After a beatdown like that, you want everyone coming into the laning phase feeling good.
Yeah. Step 1, get Ido off Holiday and put him on a playmaker, I would say. I mean, obviously, Holiday can be a somewhat of a playmaker, but you think back to when they originally had their success. I mean, his Abrams is able to put in work, his Pocket, Yamato, like he's got a lot of different heroes he can play to be effective. And well, speaking of ban away the Vindicta, they actually decide to take it away themselves.
I like the approach of take away the Vindicta just because you think about Leffa's ability to take over a game on characters that just have disproportionate impact on a carried level. Vindicta is one of the best in the business right now. And characters like Infernus don't quite do what they did during Leffa's golden era. So to me, Jake, even if Leffa plays really well on anything else, I feel like Leffa may not hit the same potential that he can currently do on the modern Vindicta. As look at the Mo value right now, Jake. Mo, first pick coming out of Hydra Nation. The mole stocks continue to rise.
Yeah, I'm curious if they won't go for something like a Bebop, maybe to put some more threat on the Vindicta. And speaking of Lefa's pick, I do feel like the Yamato is still a great option for him. Like being this ultra late game, still strong in the meta. It's something that Lefa is very personally comfortable on, has like a great mechanical ceiling on. I think the value on Mo makes a lot of sense with how important we've been talking about the mid lane as being, with Mo being fantastic at not only soaking tons of lane pressure, but just keeping waves constantly pushed into the enemy Guardian. That's like Mo's specialty with almost any laning partner. And so, I think this pick really just emphasizes like this desire for teams, maybe not to take the enemy Guardian, that'd be ideal, but at least to just ensure that you're not losing your mid lane Guardian early.
ZP, what I find kind of crazy about this like Mo and Krill being first picked is I think back to like DFN Pacific, and when watching like the qualifiers for those matches, I was just like amazed. I was bewildered. Like, why are these teams picking Mo and Krill first? Now, part of it was due to like the one trickness of some of the players, but I feel like, funny enough, they were kind of ahead of the curve, ahead of the meta a bit, which is kind of odd when you look at that region as a whole. They're typically behind metas, especially like early on into an esports scene. But Mo and Krill has definitely become one of like the strongest picks, I would say, in the game because of that early control. It gives you that snowball potential, and of course, as everything Jake just mentioned.
I think the guy's pick was a mistake here. Even though I don't really love picking Yamato into Mo and Krill, now I feel like if you're Hydra Nation, you need to give Lefa a hero, right? One of the best backup heroes here, if you don't have the Vindicta, is the Yamato. And we've already seen, going back to early EU matches, how you can use the Mo and Krill to feed the Yamato on top of it. I think Hydra Nation goes Yamato here, but if they don't go Yamato, you need to ban it as BNB. You cannot give it up. But what's it going to be? Is it going to be Yamato? It's Abrams. Okay.
I mean, Calc, another really powerful player hero combo, I think, for Calc, and one that's been valuable. And I think Lefa, as much as I think Yamato is an amazing pick for them, he's a very flexible player. Like, I think, like, I'm just not worried about Lefa having a good performance on like whatever hero they end up giving him. And so maybe it makes sense to, when you have a highly flexible player like that, to just deep prio their picks until later in the draft, since you're going to be feeling pretty good on anything. I'm also curious to see if Kelvin gets banned out here, still in the pool, still available. I think it's definitely on teams' minds. Yeah, Hydra Nation are going to take it out. Don't want to have to worry about the threat of that frozen shelter.
I mean, I think you're kind of right, like somewhat with the Yamato ban. Like I do look at, I know you're talking about like Lefa being flexible, but like looking at his pick history, like it's Infernus, it's Yamato as like the two primary, and then everything else has like one or two picks. But I definitely agree he's flexible. I think what I look at over B&B's side is, I'm assuming this Vindicta Bebop are to be paired together in a lane to look for a lot of early kills, like the hook into stake or stake into hook is insanely deadly. But with the 7-ban coming through, you're kind of forcing Rocker to change things up a bit, which he did have a lot of success in that last game.
The 7-ban here, I mean, it makes sense, especially because Rokane could come in on it, but I don't know. I think putting Lefa on a bad hero, or at least a hero that doesn't have as much impact on the game, I feel like is the highest value play here, because I think the odds are still overwhelmingly high that you get a Yamato pick here. They go Calico for more frontline. I mean, I don't hate it, and I'm trying to think, has Lefa played Calico? I feel like it might have happened at one point. I'm not 100% sure.
I feel like it's just been a while since we've seen Lefa, so I feel like I don't want to overrate what he's picked in the past, because the game has changed a lot since we've last seen Lefa. And I mean, if this guy just like grinds the game, plays, he could easily have some new, very comfortable picks coming out of the pubs. Like, I don't think we saw him in that much Vindicta before either, and he just tore the last game apart.
Just once.
Yeah, so I'm like, I think just focusing on the draft is Hydra Nation don't need to get like the ideal Lefa here, and hey, maybe they will get the Yamato. I mean, I don't know that Big and Brawlic really want it as badly with the draft they've gotten so far. I think they need a little bit more stuns and control. I don't know that the Yamato really fits the bill for the draft they have so far. And do you really want to steal it away from Hydra Nation that badly? I'm a little skeptical of that.
How did Sinclair make it this deep?
It's just happening. It is.
I think
literally
Sinclair is less prioed than before. I mean, there's some nerfs to the laning stage. They do steal the Yamato away. But I think also with like maybe Warden getting played a lot less, I actually think that hurts Sinclair a lot, because the Warden ult was like the most broken steal ever. Like, think about the ulti steals for Sinclair this game. It's like Abrams is pretty good, but I don't think it's like as crazy as like the Yamato or the Warden. Some of these like really consistent, like you're always going to get value popping that stolen ulti.
I think combo can be a pretty damn good steal if we're thinking about the way Vindicta and Mo play in a lane together. If you just steal the combo when you show up to a lane with Vindicta, that's like some pretty easy snipes as well. But yeah, it's weird to see if Sinclair is kind of like a reactive pick more than like an initial pick in NA compared to EU.
I mean, the Infernus, Lefa special. No, not many people are willing to play it, but he is. I'm actually really curious to watch Lefa play Infernus this game. I feel like he's been a standard bearer on the character, has innovated builds in the past. And so it's definitely going to have I think a lot of viewers as well are going to have their eyes on Lefa's build and going to for sure copy it in the pubs for the next few days.
Also, the funny thing there is that there's also a world where they could put Rocane on the Infernus too. Rocane also has like a lot of Infernus play too. Even though I think of the two, it'd be more likely put Lefa on it, but there is a world where it's changed up and you could even see something like Lefa on the Shiv, Rocane on the Infernus, because historically Rocane had played an absolute ton of Infernus too. Being Beef though, final hero, you know, take a look at what they finish off here. I feel like they need maybe something more in the realm of range damage. Like, do you see a Wraith here last pick? Okay, Pocket. Okay. You give Ido the ball. We know what Ido is going to be playing here, but it's also it's also interesting because you would have thought Ido maybe would be on the Yamato, but pocket-wise, I mean, I do wonder if there's a few sacrilege plays where BNB doesn't have Ido on pocket. I mean, I don't think that's super likely, but also there's a hero pool-wise, it could happen, just to be clear.
Yeah, I think there's some key breakpoints for his Hydra Nation draft, like when Abrams gets the Phantom Strike online, how Mo's able to have a decent enough early game, and also on Infernus and Shiv. Like Shiv without Kelvin is, I think, not nearly as consistent, and Infernus has been hit or miss. So for Hydra Nation, this draft, I think, is a little bit less airtight than their last.
Yeah, I believe like Rocane would most likely be the Shiv player for Hydra Nation since he played it in the past, like with Llama Lords, but I don't remember like his Shiv really standing out. And I know like EU memes on it as just by decay, but the Shivs we've seen lately in NA just have not been, even in EU, have not really been too successful. On the other side, though, I'm kind of curious because Gibbs, remember when BNB won 2 weeks ago, Ido said like Gibbs is an insane player. He's the best Viscus player he's ever seen in his life. And now he's kind of, I think, being forced to like adapt because he's not getting the Viscus anymore. At least the team isn't allowing him to play Viscus. So I'm assuming he'll be towards, I wanted to say the Bebop, but honestly, I'm not really sure anymore because the only play he has so far is Viscus and Ivy together.
I wonder if it's like, is it crazy if he plays Yamato? Because who's the Yamato player if Ido's on pocket?
Poppers, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't have a great game last game with it, so that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't necessarily judge off of that, but yeah, I mean, Poppers on the Yamato and then Ido on pocket would make sense. But again, it's an interesting thing too, just because, you know, Ido also still plays a really good Yamato historically, and you know, you wonder if you change it up, given the fact that Poppers did have a rough game. You know, again, so the hard part is like how much you just do what you've practiced versus how much do you adapt in the moment to the given day. You know, questions that anyone that, you know, is in this sort of scenario will ask, but right now, we're just waiting to for the players to get to lobby, where, by the way, Hydra Nation is again the team that is waiting, and they haven't given bathroom break as an excuse this time. Instead, what we've heard from Hydra Nation is, quote, never mind, one is missing, deafened in Discord. Just so you know.
I wonder if there's a point where we start like applying punishments for teams who do that.
You got to do a draft time penalty.
Yeah. But bringing up something Jake mentioned, though, about like losing that first match, especially in a best of 5, like it can be really rough mentally. But I'm curious, Jake, because I think I've asked a lot of pros this over the course of my career now. Would you rather lose a close game or lose a stomp? And I feel like most players say they would rather lose a stomp because it's just like, okay, we just got outpicked or something like that. Let's just completely refresh our mind. Where you lose a close game, you think back to that like one mistake you made that potentially cost the game. I'm kind of curious in your opinion with it.
I feel like that's cope. I feel like that's crazy cope.
I didn't say it wasn't copium, but
that's wild copium to want to be stomped instead of, because at least if you had a close game, it was like, okay, we almost won and we could like just do better next time and like, you know, push it over. We made that one mistake. But when you get just blown out stomped, I feel BNB have had to make a huge adjustment. Like they came into the series wanting to play a very different game. They come in game 2 and they're saying, all right, we're going to plan B with some very different picks. And maybe that will work for them. But regardless, I don't think that's ever where you want to be in the series, to be forced into like a definitive plan B. Your plan A completely failed, fell flat. Like, is your plan A because you thought it was your best chance to win? You put your best foot forward on map 1 of the series, you know, knowing it is a best of 5 against a strong team. You don't hold anything back. And so to get blown out when you're giving your all, I think that feels absolutely terrible. And so, you know, the question is I think B&B wisely have picked a lot of comfort picks. I think they absolutely could make this one more competitive. Maybe not being all in and committed on the Viscous is smart and is like the right play. Do they have what it takes to just recover from, like, you know, a couple things go wrong in this game, and will they start to feel that pressure?
I saw left on Calico, just FYI. So looks like that. You were right there, Jake.
Wait, Ryan, I was the one bringing up the Rokan on the Infernus as soon as it came up. It was just
No,
off
it was all
the
Jake.
historic. All right. I give you all these props. I banish you, Jay, so I'll call you back some other time. But we are getting into it here. And yeah, taking a look at who's playing what. It's going to be Poppers back on the Amato and Ido on the pocket. You don't take the ball away from LeBron, even in this scenario. So the people are getting what they want. And Rocker on the Shiv. It's an old throwback, Jake, but it works.
And I mean, once again, Hydra Nation are having Leffa and Hydration in the mid lane. And I think this is going to start to become a look for them after seeing it here in 2 games with 2 of arguably your strongest mechanical players laid together in maybe the most impactful lane, you know, getting the early Mo Krill to prioritize that. And this is also a really scary lane. One of the few lanes I think that can tolerate the amount of harass with Mo Krill being able to tank through it. And then, I mean, the tower dives are going to be really scary if Leffa gets online.
I think the thing I like too about pairing the Mo in this lane with the Calico is that if you do get an HP edge, like Calico is one of the most aggressive characters in lane period, especially with the last hitting change of just diving on you once you have melee lifesteal and you have even a smidgen of advantage. Like, it's one of the few characters in the game that can make, you know, even a Yamato Geist lane at times wonder, oh boy, should I go in?
Yeah, it's a serious threat. 2 insanely good last hitters. I think Mo Krill and Calico are probably some of the best last hitters in the game right now with the shotguns and high fire rate. Pretty unique in that regard. And so I'm definitely going to be watching the soul count in the mid lane. That's something that has got to be a little bit scary. Oh, like a failed dash from Shiv. Could be punished. Just barely gets out in time. See if he has the souls to buy a healing right. Seems like he will.
I kind of dislike this matchup for Hydra Nation where, you know, Rocker just kind of came back to the game, right? It's like, welcome back to Deadlock. Have a lane versus Sinclair, who's still one of the most difficult characters to lane against. I'm not actually too surprised that Rocker's eating perhaps a little bit more damage than the norm right now in the right-hand side. It actually makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, it's a scary spot to be. Lane's relatively stable for now. Slight soul lead for Hydra Nation just based on last hitting. But neither team able to secure much here. Expected to be relatively quiet in the early game. That being said, Calico definitely has the opportunity to pop off, especially Geist this low already. Geist can kind of struggle when she falls behind in lanes due to that, you know, needing to consume HP. And here we go, Calico senses weakness, already diving in for more. And Mo keeping that wave under tower. Naoto can't really leave or else she's going to miss way too many souls. And that's going to be an easy kill for Leffa. Maybe 2, actually. I think Leffa wins this.
Yeah, look at the melee lifesteal. It's going to come back in. It's going to get another heal up in the middle of this trade as Leffa just punches away. You know, with how good Leffa is playing today, does this bring anyone back in time and just wonder, how in the world was Leffa off this team for even a second to begin with? Like, what is going on here, Jay?
Look, he got his European vacation in. He's back. He's tan. He's looking good. Out on the server here, ready to do some damage.
Got some games in on the Spade server, realized it was actually for the best. Yeah, real deep cut on that one at this point, but hey, it's that's where we're at as Rocker. Looking pretty healthy in lane. B&B, you know, not wanting to fall behind early here once again.
Yeah, that mid lane is definitely a point of worry, though. Definitely the place where Hydra Nation want to keep the pressure on, especially based on how the last game went. I mean, you can think of few better heroes than Calico to do essentially what Leffa did last game, which was like get super active, take an early lead, snowball it. We've seen some teams, you know, winning the mid lane and then sending one player to get active, the other player focuses on farming. But last game, Hydra Nation, just both of them got active, right? They like doubled up on it and it really turned explosive and turned what basically were even side lanes into decisive wins for Hydra Nation. And with the tower already being this low, I mean, Guardian could go down, maybe not this way, but I think in the next wave.
You don't want to lose middle lane this early. And yet on the same note, I don't think there's anything that can be done to really prevent it. You can't pull people from other lanes this early now, Jake. And again, when you get a Calico that starts getting this level of early edge, that's backed up by a Mo that could just throw themselves body and soul directly at you. Yeah. I mean, that Guardian's going to go down. Pure and simple.
Yeah, Bebop could turn the fortunes around. Hyper Beam online. This is certainly, the side lanes are definitely going to be the place where you need something to happen, because I think you're right. It's just a matter of time there in the mid lane for Hydra Nation to pop it open and then be free to go elsewhere on the map. But these side lanes have been quiet, far too quiet, I think, for Big and Brawl's taste, for their preferences. They do have ultimates online, but look at those health bars for the mid laners. I mean, Yamato and guys struggling. Swap used, though, in the mid lane. But it looks to be just like basically delaying the inevitable.
You know, the swap, which, by the way, is one of the main threats that could keep people off the tower. Now they don't have to worry about it. You still have decent health on your Mo, on your Calico. You also have to respect the Mo at all times, because you're even a little bit out of position, you're just going to die to combo. And yeah, I mean,
Love the early Guardian.
Quick parry in. There's a combo onto the Yamato. Yamato, it gets the shadow transformation off. Restorative walk at full HP heal. Well, near full, and, you know, could have been a lot worse, I suppose. Just if they had a little bit more damage before the shadow transformation came in. Still lose the Guardian,
I mean, Yamato lives, but yeah, like the damage has been done here. I mean, Leffa and Hydration are going to be able to buy, reset their HP. Yeah, they're down ultis. Maybe they'll wait a little bit before they get active, but the mid lane is going to become a very dangerous place. I don't think Yamato and guys can really stay here and farm. They're going to be there now, but I expect to see more action just continuing to pop off in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Geist has no swap. Yamato has no ult. It's not where you want to be. We're sure, on the same note, there's no combo. But this is what we're about to see here, Jake. The mid Guardian is down, and Ava will play. In this case, Calico off on the rotation. This could be devastating to the right lane. A pure 3-on-2 getting set up. The run in from the Calico now complete. Ready for the dive. Here we go. How's this one complete? And right now, they're looking for pocket. Force out the cloak early. And Jake, it might not even be about the kills. It might just be about setting up for another Guardian. But as I say that, it's a quick Ava rotation back to mid.
Yeah, being marked, though, here by the Geist and the Yamato, I think he's going to be able to just walk out of here on Ava, though. It's going to be relatively close, but still has the ulti in reserve, healing rate as well to get back to full HP. So ultimately a failed gank. I think that's, you know, like not the end of the world for either team, but Hydra Nation aren't mad at it either, right? Hydration himself was just there in the mid lane defending, really no tower damage to speak of. And once again, Yamato and Geist trying to play together, trying to fight this, but I mean, combo into insane burst there from Leffa. And now even Great Talon, like, could be dove here. Yeah, this is starting to get scary. Okay, Divine Barrier is going to scare Hydration off, but once again, Leffa just off for a rotation.
I really think the more I look at these games, especially, you know, you're looking at history, but even what's in front of your eyes right now, Mo is the best character to pick early on in your draft, whether it be to hurt a Yamato or empower a Yamato. Mo's impact on what Yamato does is ridiculous. We're seeing it here again, Jake.
Extremely low in Furnace, may need to back off and just reset the health here. Bebop looking to get tricky with it, but Young Cal very aware. Great charge, stun on the Bebop, puts a lot of damage on him. Spells used by Geist is going to force that Bebop out and a return away from this engagement. Calico continuing to be active on the map, and Hydra Nation just slowly trickling up here in the lead. The Big and Brawlhawk are doing really well to survive these ganks, but still slight out farm right now from Hydra Nation.
Well, what's going to happen for Hydra Nation right now is that having the middle Guardian down, they just have more access to the jungle, more free roam. And again, you take a look at middle right now. 2-on-2 setting up here. Mo moving in here with the Calico, catching the Bebop from the back. Combo ready to go. Gets pushed back a little bit. Dashing. Nope, doesn't like it. Doesn't commit for the combos, so able to get away. Hyper Beam comes out, but Mo just quickly turns the corner, Jake. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, Hydration really just has a great understanding of the limits on the character. He's not forcing into like unnecessarily risky combos. He knows it's not worth trading his life with this kind of advantage as he already has. Infernus doing what he does best, stealing some cams, putting pressure on Geist, who has swap, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Yeah, continuing to be nuked down even after the swap. Very low, burning. Finish comes in here for Leffa right on top of that Geist, and is going to be a cleanup here. Even Vindicta, I think, surely going to die just after the Guardian goes down.
I really loved Rokane's movement, by the way, there, where Rokane went low enough that they were at risk of just getting crunched by Assassinate. And Rokane just took every nook and cranny possible to break line of sight and just burn away anyone chasing. Really good map awareness, although not enough awareness to perhaps go back and heal after that last escape.
It's a really nice gang from Ido. Pops that Infernus and then gets out. Yamato is going to be chasing onto this Paradox, has ulti available, and Flick knows, so he's going to go retreat to the safety of the tower. But Yamato not feeling the confidence to be able to dive. That relatively weaker early game starting to cost them as they look to recover here.
Bebop, book on to Rocker. You have the Vindicta showing up too. Should be enough to kill Rocker here, you would think. Hopper's on the finish. See here for BNB trying to overload into right lane. Rotation though coming in from Hydra Nation in turn. Everyone on the zip line coming on in. They've taken out Leffa, but now they need to escape. Calc and more have come into this fight. Calc finishes off Yams. Calc feeling rested, moving forward. Now, who else is on the docket as Hydra Nation continues to rotate over and in?
Seems like it will be a nice hit for BNB. They're all such low HP. I'd love to see them. Yeah, they're going to go back and get the reset there. And that's the first really solid trade we've seen for Big and Brawlic. Sinclair's already used, though, the clone, and so could be struggling to get out of this. That's a really nice dash away. The combo. Yeah, you're done for, buddy.
When you think you're about to get away and the two fists just come on in. Right place, right time for Hydration, who honestly, pretty high game IQ on the Mo here so far, just in terms of knowing where to be, set good combos. Meanwhile, though,
like we're nearing a carry Mo situation right now with Mo having ridiculous farm, Guardian going down. I mean, Mo is 11K. He's actually going to get, I mean, Mo can hit a kind of a crazy carry potential. It's really hard to do, I think, because Mo typically is going to get punished in some of these scenarios when you're comboing, but that hasn't happened for Hydration. He's going to start to get to the point where he's just unkillable when he gets a few more items on this Mo.
You delivered that with all the energy of a weatherman along the lines of, and as we go into Wednesday night, we have the highest probability of a carry Mo situation. There will be, 70% carry Mo's into the evening. Please watch out. You're not wrong though, and it's kind of interesting because it doesn't happen that often, but a Mo that can almost kill you themselves with combo is terrifying. It's not wonderful to go against. It's also gonna be a Mo that can take more risks and play deeper in the enemy territory.
Yeah, even grabbing urns and crossing the map so quickly. The lead once again for Hydra Nation is starting to grow, and this is just shades of game one, right? Not quite as explosive. I think Big and Brawlic were more cautious this time around. They felt the threat, but once again, it just feels like Big and Brawlic are being choked out. I mean, Bebop's watching this can't be farmed. Okay, the Hyper Beam hopefully is going to get a last hit. Looks like he only got one of those last hits though, so still two of those large creeps going towards Rocker. Nice trade for them on Hydra Nation, and the Hyper Beam Force is pretty tough there. Not the trade that Big and Brawlic were hoping for.
Meanwhile, Mo Fists continuing to rain down, and
let's check these items. Let's check these items. You got the Warp Stone online. Oh man. And all these early game items, I love this from Hydra. I mean, he's so tanky, he's so annoying, but he's all invested in all of his slots. I think this is a really smart build because it's one that he's not really playing to carry. He's just playing to be as strong as humanly possible right now at this moment in the game. But that's just what Hydra Nation needs. They don't really need Hydration to carry. They just need to keep winning these next few team fights and get the rest of their real late game cores online.
Also, can we talk about the absolute state of where BNB is in this game where, forget the obvious notes on economy. When your Bebop and your ideal Hyper Beam is just hitting a camp from afar and maybe getting one kill, and you're like, this is a good use of Hyper Beam. It's just telling of how pushed back you already are in the game in terms of what you're looking for value at this point. So, I'll bring in Jason here for a second. And, Jason, you've been watching this. You're looking at BNB. What paths do you have back right now, especially with your Yamato at 8K?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you have a path back right now being 20K down 14 minutes in. Realistically, with just how good Hydra Nation are as a team and the lack of mistakes they make, I don't see a clean, easy way into it, to be honest. The problem is that Ido, he doesn't really have any carry potential in 11K. As Poppers, like we mentioned in the first game, he's very low on souls, so he doesn't have the carry potential. Gibbs, I actually don't know what he kind of leveled up first. I'm assuming it was the Crow build, but if anything, maybe the assassination actually would have been exactly what they needed to have some sort of snowball chance. But what I've been kind of focused on more so is not necessarily about how BNB get back into this, is that how Hydra Nation have kind of kept their identity from when they played previously in the 4-lane setup of allowing Hydration just to farm out a lane and using Leffa to just rotate around the map looking for kills and looking to create opportunities for his team. It's kind of cool to see they're able to maintain that team identity in the change from 4 lanes down to 3.
The terror of Mo continues. Taking a look at mid lane, Geist wanting none of it. And Jake, you're also right now at this level of farm difference, you're just seeing a difference too in how jungle invades are going down. Hydra Nation is eating at B&B's table, and there's very little they've been able to do about it.
Yeah, another pickoff comes in. Leffa shuts down Gibbs. Another Urn comes in. And I actually really like that Hydra Nation aren't forcing walkers. They know that I think one of the biggest risks they could take right now would be a walker attempt with the threat of Bebop and I mean even Pocket being pretty fantastic at defending walkers in a lot of these situations. And they're not forcing it. They're sending waves into Walker, forcing a response, but they're never taking the fight that deep into Big and Brawlik's territory. And so Big and Brawlik keeps showing up and trying to turn things around, and it's just going against them. Leffa is just picking players off without ever overcommitting.
I mean, Leffa's been making wonderful space. Hydration, anytime combo has been up, someone has been getting a beatdown. And Hydra Nation, as a result, has been able to push macro objectives really well. I mean, Jake, you look at this here, forget about having a flex slot. We're 16 minutes in, and there's not even a single Guardian down in favor of B&B. They're at the point where they can't even do builds the way they want to or have any access to the map. As Calc finds Ido. We barely talked about Ido on Pocket this game either. That's scary.
Yeah, and 2 snipes missed there from Gibbs, not able to get a connection. He's gonna just satisfy himself with clearing a wave. Leffa does go down, and so the rotation wasn't for nothing. But elsewhere on the map, I mean, Hydra Nation are dominating the lanes. They're shoving them all in. Furnace may be in trouble here, is gonna even get out with his life. Walker is extremely low. Seems like more support is coming in now on Yamato with no ulti. Yamato's in trouble, being doped by Shiv, dead to rights here.
Also, we didn't really talk about, but, you know, it hasn't really been needed with how the rest of the team has been playing, but you talk about Yamato counters. Not only has Yamato been getting comboed repeatedly, but Shiv also can make Yamato's life a living hell with killing blow as you get into the latter parts of the game. So even if Poppers had farm right now, where Poppers, by the way, does not have farm, it would still have huge overwhelming options to shut down. But you know, right now you're at 10k Yamato versus most of the other team being at 19k, including your heavy hitters. There's no sadder spot to be in as Yamato with that level of farm.
Well, ZP, it could be raining, so, you know, there's that. At least it's a sunny day here in the Cursed Apple, but it's not much else that's optimistic right now for Big and Brawlik. I mean, I feel this game, they've been very defensive. They've been, you know, making sure that the lead doesn't explode. But in response, Hydra Nation have adapted perfectly. They're just trickling things in little by little, objective by objective. You know, now taking some walkers, and the space on the map is starting to get really, really constricted as Hydra Nation are bringing heavy numbers here to this side of the map. It's going to be a Sinclair kill, but I have to think there could be more on the cards here. Hydration scouting out those opponents, the rest of the team bearing down here on the mid lane.
Yeah, I said at least it's not raining, but in my head it just turned into a chorus of "It's raining Mo's." Hallelujah, it's raining Mo's. Like, kind of has been. If you're thinking about fists at your B&B, has not been safe to traverse the map at all, as Hydra Nation right now in a near unassailable position right now, Jake.
Yeah, I think they're going to start to think about a mid-boss take here very soon. Vindicta, though, has some low targets on the enemy side, could turn things around, but it seems like Hydra Nation left the tankiest players around to start, you know, dealing with that push out in the mid lane. Combo comes in onto Ido, who is dancing with death there, taking some risks on Pocket, but that's the threat that Mo brings against those slippery heroes. They're not so slippery when Mo's got his big grubby fists on him.
They're kind of grubby when you take a look at it. They've quite literally been through the dirt before he hits you. Kind of his thing as a mole. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't get better. And, you know, maybe
Hydration is just Leffa solo diving a walker, meanwhile, fearlessly, is going to back out and escape and pull the rotation at the same time. So now I think this mid-boss take is essentially free for Hydra Nation. I mean, they're on their way to wrapping up game 2. ZB, this is a 50k lead at a lower net souls. I mean, I think this game 2 is over. I mean, realistically, ZP, I don't see a way back into this for Big and Brawlik. And this one slipped away in a different manner. It wasn't a blowout, but it just trickled away against you. So what do? You've tried taking the fight to Hydra Nation. You've tried playing it slow and defensive, and both times they've thwarted you.
I think part of it is that, look, at the very least today, the Poppers Yamato has not been performing. It's been forget the fact that there's a team difference, even within the same team, you know, whether it be B&B's strategy, Popper's personal performance, or what, they have not been using the Yamato well. I mean, it has been a very poor Yamato 2 games in a row. Again, even relative to their own team. They go for a Bebop build, which, you know, kind of necessitates that you do well in the early game, and you get crushed in the early game. And, you know, it's a quite Vindicta game. The things you would expect to be doing well for B&B at the parts of the game where they usually would be doing well have not. And their mid to late game options, even within their own spectrum of team farm, have not been where they need to be. I mean, pretty much anything that could go wrong for B&B kind of has gone wrong in this game, Jake.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the mid lane with the domination that Hydra Nation and Leffa put on. I mean, in Poppers, I think it's less about him and more about the fact that he's just getting worked in the laning stage and has to, you know, make a comeback in both games, which is so difficult when you get smoked in the mid lane and the other team takes that advantage further. Poppers forced into a pretty bad ult here. I think he's gonna, just get bursted down. And this is just the overwhelming stat check coming in. This is GG.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to go in here, grab both shrines, Stage 1 the patron, and yeah, even if you want to make an argument of, oh, play it safe and leave, why?
I don't think you
are gods among men right now with this level of soul difference. You are simply sitting in there, and it's kind of the old thing of, you know, when you get strong enough, you know, you won't have to dodge, you know, full-on Matrix type of reference. Yeah, they don't need to dodge right now. They can just hold up their hand, and half of B&B will fall over.
Yeah, they're down a couple ultis, so maybe they go a little bit slower here, but I think as long as they don't dive the fountain, they should be just fine. Big and Brawlic looking to get active to force something. Maybe a Hyper Beam could clear the pit here. Patron under pressure. Hydra Nation are being a little bit patient here, not sending everyone through to the pit, forcing a couple key ultimates out, but Bebop can't even stay in the Hyper Beam. Patron's down, GG.
There's nothing hyper about that beam at that point. It's more of a tickle beam when you have this level of soul difference between the two teams. But look, this just got out of hand from early game on, and B&B just not having the options to go back. And I just wonder back to the draft here, Jake, where to an extent they denied otherwise great options that Hydra Nation like to run, but options that didn't really seem great for B&B themselves in this instance.
Starting to wonder how this team ever lost a championship, right? Watching this ZP. I mean, we're in a best of 5 here, but it doesn't feel like it's going to go on much longer. Hydra Nation, these are just wins, right? Like, we see a lot of close games here in DFN, but these are not close games. These last 2 have both been blowouts back to back and in different fashion. Hydra Nation showing not only are they extremely strong once again, but also they have versatility. They have different styles to play. And I'm starting to wonder, you know, what can you do for Big and Brawlic? I mean, this is where the mental advantage really starts to compound. Like, you got blown out twice in a row. I mean, under Jason's analysis, hey, it's great. We got blown, guys. We lost so bad 2 times in a row. I'm glad the game was more close, guys.
My mental state is so clear right now, Jake, and so is theirs.
What is your mental state right now? I was about to call you back in, Jason, but you know, it was a pummeling. Half the highlight reel is just going to be Mo unleashing. But what do you got?
So to be fair, like, getting wiped out once, okay, I could see the bounce back mentally, but twice in a row, yeah, no, that's really rough, man. Like, looking at this game, I look at B&B and I'm like, what is your answer to, I don't care what hero they throw at you, to Hydration and Leffa. Like, what is your answer to them as a combo, as a team? Because they can play really well together. They can play apart really well. Leffa, once they get control of that lane, he's allowed to roam around the map, and Hydration's able to go back to farming the way he typically would when it came to a laning stage. They just don't have an answer for how mechanically blessed these 2 players are, and I think that's where we have to look towards. Maybe you put Ido in the lane up against this. Ido paired with someone who can kind of play at the same level and hopefully keep things even. Do you try to force those 2 players on specific heroes that you can more likely beat in the lane? And I don't know what they're going to do, but I don't think they're going to find the answer in this best of 5.
Well, I'll tell you what they're going to do here, and I feel very confident about this, Jake, just because of how much trouble it has given them in these games so far. Mo's dead. The hit has been put out. Mo will be banned. And if Mo isn't banned, he should be banned. I think if you're B&B, that has to be your step 1 on alternative strategies here. Hydra Nation has shown that they would pick him early.
Go ahead, Jake. I want to go off on this point, but go off.
I think I agree at this point. Like, you gotta ban the Mo, but that just shows the type of hole that you're in here in the series.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, realistically, is hydration you're talking about. You're gonna ban hydration out? Good luck with that. Like, good luck. Oh, he's gonna do so bad in the second best character. Yeah, it's gonna be really rough for him. So I think the hole is so deep. You at this point in the series, like, yeah, just ban the bow or first pick it yourself and force Hydra Nation to show you something different. But I think you're just hoping for an extra lesson after class at this point. I don't think you're starting the comeback with the Mo ban and getting hydration to play something else that he's also fantastically good at.
I'm going to answer as well here, ZP, because let's think about it this way. They didn't win the lane because of hydration. They won the lane when Leffa was able to dive into enemy territory and win a 1v2 without hydration there. Like, hydration sat in lane, kept farming. Leffa, I'm going to go 1v2. And from that point, it didn't matter what hero hydration was on, Leffa was going to win that lane, I feel like. And that's where I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't think it's a pick. I don't think it's a hero base that you're losing on. I think it's just a skill base at the moment. You're not putting the right players up against them that you need to put against them. And something I did want to mention before, or at some point during that game, is that, for the original reasons Leffa was dropped from the team, I'm surprised to see him come back, but I feel like the stint and what he learned in EU, I feel like hopefully he matured as a player, because in the solo lane, it kind of fit into the style he liked to play. He wasn't very communicative. He liked to do his own thing. He didn't really organize with the team to make hits happen and stuff like that. But it seems like right now he's communicating a lot more. And I think he realized kind of how good he had it within Hydra Nation as a team. And I think he wants to be back at that top level, because it's tough playing across the EU and it's tough trying to find a spot in an NA team.
Well, you know what, Jason? You know what soothes all ills that may have been there historically between Leffa and the rest of Hydra Nation? Winning. And Hydra Nation is doing a whole lot of that here tonight. Hydra Nation up 2-0, up versus B&B. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 18, North America, presented by Intel. What could be match point comes at you after this break. We're back at Deadlock Fight Night number 18, North America. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, right now the revolution is being televised as Hydra Nation coming back for the throne. They brought out the guillotines and heads are rolling right now on BNB.
The coup d'etat was very shortly lived here. The Kings are back, and they look to be reclaiming the throne pretty quickly here today. 2 back-to-back blowout matches here, and you know, Leffa back in the lineup. Hydration and Leffa laning together in the mid lane. This is looking like the start of a new era for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, Hydra Nation, you know, their roster's changed up a lot, and that would put it mildly. Basically, a roster change every week, even when they haven't been on DFN. But perhaps now they've found the magic sauce once more. And we got some magic here on the DFN desk. That's right, DDK back here to talk about the action. And, you know, Dan, I feel like you've been happy watching this just because I feel like of anyone on the desk, you have been one of Leffa's biggest supporters historically. And seeing Leffa not only being back in, but dominating has to feel pretty good from your perspective.
Feels pretty unfair for the other team. I mean, it's definitely a problem. And I think you guys brought up a great point. Just the fact that you can concentrate the power into, now that we have only 3 lanes instead of 4, is actually a pretty scary prospect. So yeah, the mechanical barrier of entry just got a lot higher in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
I mean, Leffa, I'm glad to see him on new characters too. I think Leffa's had that time in the lab, not under pressure to perform week to week in matches, and is now just showing us what he's been working on. Vindicta, Calico, 2 picks we haven't seen that much of him on, but looks amazing. Looks like super well practiced, and I mean, I'm not super surprised. Like, usually these like ultra high mechanical skill players, they're not one tricks. You know, they might stick to a couple of really strong picks if that's the meta, but you know, I don't think that Leffa or Hydration is really vulnerable to being banned out, although maybe you're forced to try for being in Brawlic at this point.
Okay, for BNB right now, the moment of truth. Do they first ban Mo, or do they first pick Mo, or do they receive a Mo beatdown for the 3rd game in a row? Have they learned from their mole-based punishment? What will that first ban be? It's Mirage, so gentlemen.
One more Mirage ban for the road.
Well, they better pick it first. That's all I know. But also, one thing I need to mention, because a few of us have said it, BNB is just BNB now. They dropped the big and they dropped the Brawlic. That was a branding thing for them. But yeah.
Bed and breakfast, baby. We're
Exactly.
in. Well, I mean, it's bed and breakfast. It's like they got nothing left. They're the ones being feasted upon by Hydra Nation. They're going to ban Talon, but like, okay, all right, so ZP.
Pick Mo. They need to pick Mo. I will. Dan, I'm taking over the broadcast right now. Pick Mo. That is you need to do this. Like,
Everyone
we can't see it again, Dan.
And we will materialize this by focusing our energy through the screens.
I'm visualizing a Mo and Krill ban. I'm visualizing it. I'm manifesting it.
Oh!
I mean, all right, in fairness though, like, I don't know that any of it matters. Like, yeah, the Vindictas also smoked you in game 1. I tend to think the Mo is what's dominating the mid lane, and Leffa is profiting, not least by being really amazing at the game, but I think the hero pick wise, I think the Mo, we've seen this in EU too, the Mo just being this like immovable object in the mid lane, always clearing your waves, always shoving under tower, always denying. It's really powerful, and I think Hydra Nation will probably grab it here in the first 2.
I wait with bated breath. Maybe
surely, unless they're actually just flexing if they don't. I mean, after just what they did the last 2 games, like, why would you show anything else? Why would you do anything different? Would be a surprise to me.
I want to see it just so that BNB have another opportunity to pick it, but then not, and then ZP get mad.
Okay, so now we're just all in on
True, you
Mo.
offer me a ZP troll, and I'm interested.
I'm interested in this, but yeah, okay, they picked Mo Krill because
I receive a ZP troll, you say.
Look, Jake, you nailed it on the entire idea. Is like, you have been dominating. You do not need to change your draft strategy at all if you're Hydra Nation right now. Like, you are sitting pretty. You are happy with all of this. I would say, okay, you've left them the Mo. Take Calico, BNB. Do not let them get Calico. I would, because they might take Calico off on the rip if you don't deny it here. And Leffa on the Calico also not really ideal.
You know what's interesting is we're seeing kind of similar stories a little bit to EU, where, like in multiple different ways. But like, one of the stories in EU was that OneWin had a very specific strategy for how they wanted to win, and their draft had to really align with that strategy. And that strategy didn't give them the option to actually like steal picks from VP, because most of VP's picks wouldn't really like be that viable in their strat. So I think with B&B, what they're doing as well is they're playing very comfort. And so they're not really in the mind to just try to mess with their opponent's bans rather their picks too much by stealing them.
Like the Calvin though, I mean, if you're as far as a change up, I think Calvin is one of the bigger change ups. It's been consistently banned, so if you don't take it first phase, you can be sure that Hydra Nation are going to take it out of the game. Maybe that lets you as B&B make some of these turnaround team fights happen. They've also got the Bebop for the playmaking, so in theory, I think I like what B&B are working with here. I'm just worried that based on how the series has gone, this is beyond strategy, and we're in we're at the point of mental domination here for Hydra Nation, where they're going to be feeling so good and so confident. They're going to be, making plays with each other. For B&B, you're hoping that confidence turns into hubris and Hydra Nation start overextending and like diving objectives that they shouldn't. But Hydra Nation in the last game looked really disciplined. I don't expect that from them.
Okay, one thing I will take issue with Hydra Nation here. Why are you banging the Yamato? Has the Yamato, okay, Dan, objectively here, have you felt threatened looking at the Yamato play of B&B in the first two maps? Was there anything in these first two maps that suggest to you that you need to get rid of the Yamato? Because the Yamato was just getting pounded by Mo repeatedly. And trying to get anything going. Maybe the Kelvin, I don't know, maybe the Kelvin being in play made them worry about the Mo, or rather worry about the Yamato a little bit more, but I just don't feel like Yamato was something that Hydra Nation needed to take off the table the way things have gone.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, you've got kind of the natural counter with Mo, and then also I feel like you're already helping Poppers out by just not allowing him to pick it and getting wrecked again. So maybe they're just feeling charitable in that regard.
I think what ban does Hydra Nation, what do they need? Maybe they don't need the Yamato ban, but is there anything they do need to ban? I guess you could have thought to ban a Viscus, just to know that that's something that B&B particularly like to use, and maybe you would never pick for Hydra Nation, where they may be a little bit more likely to use the Yamato themselves. But at this point, I think Hydra Nation don't have to take it too seriously here in this draft. The Shiv Calvin comes through though, so I kind of like what B&B are putting together here for what may be their final stand in the series.
Yeah, I mean, they grabbed the Shiv, so Rocker won't be able to go back to it in this next setup. But I mean, I assume for Hydra Nation, you're probably gonna get Infernus now. From just to round out their team, you think about what they're missing, who would be playing what, or Seven actually. If Seven isn't picked by B&B here, Seven probably gets picked next round by Hydra Nation, especially now that they've picked Infernus. Now Seven is really super double getting picked.
I feel like they want the anti-heal, with Infernus is what a lot of teams I think they interpret the Abrams, Merrin, Krill, Geist. We want some anti-heal. We can get it on Infernus.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical about the Infernus for B&B though. I wouldn't have minded it on Hydra Nation, but I feel B&B maybe are taking it as a semi-block pick at least, knowing that it is a good matchup into the Shiv. But I like you guys said, I think the Seven is maybe a better hero in general right now, significantly better. Maybe the matchup is a little bit nicer for Infernus, but you're really lacking control for the Seven ulti at this point. There's not really much at all for that. I guess the Bebop hook, but that's not necessarily going to be the answer, especially with Bebop typically initiating the fights with hook. I think Seven is going to get a ton done in this game and have a lot of space to work with. And they get the pocket as well for that dot effect. I'm really curious to see who plays the pocket. Is this a Lefa pocket with the Mo and Krill in the mid lane? That could be exciting.
Must be right there.
I think it kind of has to be a Lefa pocket, because I'm just thinking about who else would he be on here. I mean, Lefa could play
the Geist is I think decent for him.
Yeah.
I don't think he would play Seven. I mean, that just doesn't seem like a Lefa hero to me, but
he's played Seven in the past, but it was a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Rokane that does a shift. Either way, it's going to be a little bit off the norm, but I do think in terms of value, B&B getting Viscus last is pretty good value, given the fact that they were investing first pick on the Viscus before, right? Where in terms of value, going from Vindicta first pick, or rather going from Viscus first pick to Vindicta first pick and still getting the Viscus, pretty good for B&B relative to draft number 1, which, kind of looking back on, may have been quite bad.
Cube is a great solution as well for a lot of the lockdown that Hydra Nation have. So Paradox 12, the Merrin Krill lockdown, it's definitely, I think it's going to help with survivability. So I definitely like it.
Yeah, the saves and team fighting look a lot better this game for B&B than last. And I think they stole some important pieces from Hydra Nation. And so I think draft-wise, I do like this. I think the Shiv Kelvin has looked really, really good. When you do find success on Shiv, it's often with the Kelvin, you know, in tow, right behind, turning around these fights where Shiv is just barely living with that deferred damage. So there's something to work with here for sure for B&B, but I think eyes on the mid lane. I mean, you just cannot get dominated like you've been the last two games where the mid lane just gets crushed by Mo +1 and the game is almost over from there.
Well, guess what's coming the middle lane? That's right. You guessed it. It's Mo +1. We'll see if the Vindicta Bebop can go a little bit better. And it is left on the 7. Okay.
It is interesting. I would have thought he would be picking like a little bit more of like an early game active character, but maybe he'll play the 7 with that signature aggression that we've come to expect from Lefa.
Yeah. And Jason was right. Jason was telling us, like, you go far enough in the past where it's been so long, I honestly forgot. Pocket is in Rocco's hero pool. And I was thinking that Rocane on the Geist would make sense if Lefa was on the 7, just because, like, that also is something that Rocane has played a lot. But also, Jake, they keep the hydration Lefa synergy for middle lane. If the idea is, like, we want 2 of our most mechanically skilled players in middle, well, they did again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys won't be leaving the mid lane for quite a while, unless there's like another roster shakeup for Hydra Nation, which, you know, you won't rule out at this point. But honestly, with the way these performances have gone, surely not after this week. Let's see, though. The series not over yet. Still an opportunity for Hydra Nation to mental boom and cuddle their players.
Honestly, completely true. It's not the scariest thing about that statement. It's not hyperbole. If Hydra Nation got reverse swept, there would probably be roster changes based on history. Like, Hydra Nation, you cannot even complain about us saying that because you know that is what has happened in the past. We have the receipts. But I agree. Right now, it is looking less likely that that will happen this week.
Early pressure on towers, both side lanes, getting waves shoved under, but early monster rounds from the Bebop. I think this is in an attempt to just keep the waves off the tower. I actually kind of like this as a sort of a response to the Mo, where I think the biggest problem with the Mo in the early games, Rocane opens up first blood found on the Poppers, who struggling started this game as well. It's been a tough series for him so far, but yeah, this monster rounds on Bebop, I actually really like for just keeping Mo off of your back, keeping him at long range where he's not getting that lifesteal constantly on you.
Middle lane just of such utmost importance, the way things are. But right now, I'm also curious on the right lane. Kelvin, also a bit of a lane monster himself, especially with how denies work, but also getting monstrously shoulder charged into the side. But a little bit healing right as rain right after. Early game, interesting though. Hydra Nation getting a little bit ahead, enough to where I kind of wonder how much of this is coming from denies right now, Jake.
Yeah, I definitely, it's been a strong suit for them previously, just like the mechanics, being able to last hit 7 under a ton of pressure in the mid lane. Maybe he's going to be forced to buy a healing right himself. Both teams happy to farm trade. I mean, I think Hydra Nation are in no rush to really force this game open. Consistently, that's been the story of the last few games. They're willing to just play the deny game and then look to hit a tempo peak when their ultimates come online just a little bit sooner than their opponents.
Fishcake off on the Infernus. Left lane, kind of interesting. I mean, actually probably more winnable for B&B if they could break anything open right now. Here's to see how this one evolves. Still keeping an eye on the minimap. I'm just, Jake, I'm magnetically drawn to the middle lane, just wondering what is going on within the mid lane, just because it's been the storyline the last 2 games before this.
Yeah, is that an Enchanter's Barrier Rush for Pocket? That's really powerful, I think, with when he's able to get his ulti online with that cooldown reduction. Pocket leading the way on soul count. Geist, Abrams having huge games of their own in the side lanes. This game in the mid lane, I think, is a little bit more stable, but it's the side lanes now for Hydra Nation, showing the depth of this roster. Pocket ulti, I believe, on 2. It is going to be shut down, though. So Rocker traded back. Fishcake and Ido are able to get something done here on the side lane.
Not bad for B&B. A little bit of signs of life. Also, in terms of signs of life, too, you kind of look at the middle back and forth, and it hasn't been one-sided. I think the threat of Bebop has put a little bit of the Lefa Hydration combo in check. So, not too
dead heat right
here.
now in the soul count, so I think you're right about that one. The threat is becoming a little much. The monster rounds keeping the lane off tower, and now it's B&B's turn to start to put a little bit of pressure on this mid lane. I don't think they're going to be, too eager to tower dive with the threat of the combo online. Of course, range is a scary prospect for them. The disarm as well being particularly annoying against Vindicta, right? It's like a sort of a quasi counter to that flight.
Fish cake running right now. Getting cute though.
Ido's in a great spot here, yeah.
Yeah, Flick actually can't escape from that one. Rocker meanwhile coming on in.
Rocker's here, though. He's full
Where are you?
HP. He could kill them both here. I think he's got them. Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Ido. He's got to make a play out with this punch.
Yeah, you see the chase down. Ido's going to get away from that one. Just barely. Although if Ido peeks, Flick is immediately back for a carbine. So like Ido actually has to leave and not get sniped off Zip. Flick taking the shot does not land.
Gonna be some nice Guardian pressure though in the side lane. Definitely something you're feeling pretty good about. Ido coming back in without the heal though, so taking a bit of a risk here. Does have Fishcake with him, but Infernus gonna be a little bit limited. And because Ido didn't heal, I think there's an opportunity for Hydra Nation to just keep pouring the pressure on to come back in and go with the next wave. Beautiful hook down to the mid lane though, and Seven hooked their tower, but hold on, he's turning.
How
with the
beautiful
ulti.
is
That's
it?
ridiculous.
Beautiful for who, Jake?
Oh,
Who is it beautiful
Hydration,
for?
that's so sick. Hydration stole tower aggro for him at the crucial moment. Oh my, the synergy is unbelievable between these two, and they're fearlessly pushing tower with okay. That's the Leffa special though. That's the Leffa special.
Yeah, that was intentional. That was intentional. That was the Leffa. I'ma do it. Yeah,
actually, the Leffa special. Perfect timing.
Yeah, because I looked at
Guardian.
the first. It's like no one's around to get credit. He did it on purpose. Yeah. It's still funny though. Let's just see him face plant into the tower. You're right though. Is that most people other than Leffa don't do it.
Yeah, they bit off more than they could chew though with that hook. I mean, understandable. Hooking the Seven is like the dream target, deep under tower, but the ulti is just a little bit too powerful. Leffa's just a little bit too farmed. Hydration is aware enough as well to come in and start tanking that Guardian right at the crucial moment when, I mean, I think Leffa was dead there early enough to give kill credit if Hydration hadn't done that tank.
I will say, I'm kind of surprised it's still in the game. Like, I feel like 2 years from now, we're not going to be in a world where you could just like go into a tower and let the tower kill you and not have a like bad penalty for it and give souls to like everyone on the team or something. Like that's just like a quirk that I don't think will last, but it's enjoyable.
I believe in Dota it splits the gold bounty among all enemies, so they all get like a very small amount, which is still desirable in certain cases because it's instead of feeding the cores, you feed everyone, which is not so bad, but there are definitely options for the future in Deadlock. Young Calc getting the pick onto Poppers, who it's been fair to say is not having the ideal series. Leffa though, super low. Oh, just no way he lives. Surely he dies here. Hydration is just bodyguarding, fearlessly tanking the aggro, and I think Leffa's gonna get out of that one.
I feel like that's a sentence was said way too much tonight. It's just, yeah, Leffa's gonna get away. Leffa's gonna get away.
There's no way he doesn't back. He's an insane person if he doesn't back. Oh my god, he's gonna buy healing
he's
right.
not
All right.
Well,
Yeah, this is a too much, bro.
they found his weakness. He never backs. Never show your back to the enemy team. Only go forward.
Yeah, that's a little bit out of control, even for Leffa. Game, slight advantage for Hydra Nation. The side lanes have been going, I think, a little bit even better for them this game, where mid lane is a little bit more of a dead heat, despite that big trade from Leffa in the early game. Yams would love to get active on this Bebop. Would love to like continue snowballing, try to help some of the other players get online.
One of the problems for B&B, when you look at Guardian health right now, it's not quite as bad as previous maps, but middle Guardian real close to going down. Gibbs, meanwhile, into the sky. Easy pick here on the Rokane, and this is quite a bit of damage going on to the right Guardian.
Yeah,
see how long they stay.
It costs them, right? Like in they get the rotation, they get a kill, and maybe another onto Calc, who overstays pretty deep there. But they did lose the mid Guardian for it, which is going to be a pretty expensive loss, considering I believe it's possible for Hydra Nation to defend. Geist is going to come speed back down that lane.
You know, if anyone in the world would know exactly how far to push a pocket, it's Ido, regardless of hero. Ido on the Viscous, just absolutely no fear, rushing down Rocker there. But, I mean, all in all, Guardian for Guardian, B&B could be in a worse spot right now. I mean, it's not too bad some of the adaptations have had and like getting trade outs here. Like, this has by far been our closest map so far of the series.
Yeah, and Shiv and Kelvin are both having, respectable games here, which I think is one of the more powerful combos. Rocker, though, turns around onto Ido, using his signature pocket as well, adding insult to injury. And Abrams waiting here in the fog, tries to turn, but Geist couldn't get the swap off, bursted down too quick by Shiv. And that's a nice fight from Poppers, who's instantly over to the TP, tries to get active in the side lane, but there's 3 members of Hydra Nation here. The TP came through, and Hydra Nation knows about this. They could take the tower and maybe look for more here. Shiv is not that safe in this position.
Yeah, the TP is interesting. I thought more were going to TP with Shiv. Instead, it's just Shiv teleporting over. Now can act as baseline with the new zips coming in. I think Hydra Nation knows about it, and they're just on the way out without taking a little bit of the creep camp on the way as Hydration goes in the full rotation.
Yeah, grabbing some buffs. And this Shiv is starting to be the hope here, I think, for Big and Brawlic. Like, it's the one character that I think could get really active here, could start to, fight back in a meaningful way with the help of Kelvin behind, and Kelvin on full support. That may be one of those key factors as far as turning this game around, turning this series around, really. But Rocker, meanwhile, is going to grab another Guardian, and little by little, Hydra Nation starting to clear the map.
I mean, they're happy to get 2 Guardians there in exchange for urn control. They're not even really contesting this urn, but given what they got for it, not really too big of a deal. Hook, though, in. Hyper Beam out for Yams. Our Hydration, Letha over at middle, just, I think you called it at the beginning of the game, Jake. You said, yeah, I'm not sure they're going to leave middle much. It's been accurate, as Ido, Gooball or not, is getting pummeled. However, not as much as 15 HP. Cal turns the corner. Ay.
Little too close. I like that Abrams voice line. Very accurate. So many low players, though, on B&B, and Hydra Nation knows it. They've got the comms. The rest of the squad is here to get the cleanups. And some players, Ido, speeding back to the lane, but too little too late. I don't think there's any chance, really, for a clapback on this side lane. Flick being ganked, but I think is just fine getting out of there with the help of that bounce pad. And if you take stock across the board, all lanes now pushing towards B&B's side of the map, and the lead is small, but just based on the way this series has gone, I have to expect this is a dangerous moment for Big and Brawlic. I feel like you really can't let the lead get any bigger, or, I mean, we know what Hydration can do once they get past that 10, 20K threshold and they start, just clearing your jungle little by little. The advantage grows from there. So B&B, I think they're really needing to get something here, some kind of a big team fight to turn their fortunes around.
Jason, what do you think of fed beefy moles like Hydration right now at 11K souls?
You want my opinion, or you want Dan's opinion?
Oh, no, sorry, I want Dan's opinion. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, my opinion's not good enough. I get it. Okay.
No,
Go ahead, Dan.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
You're benched right now. Dan, big beefy moles. What are you thinking right now as this person in a cube is about to...
I feel bad for Jason. I feel like Jason should give his thoughts now.
No. It was my mistake, but I'm going to cover it up.
I'm going to start my own DFM with blackjack and hookers, okay?
I mean, it's almost relevant to at least the blackjack is with Wraith, but no one's going to answer my question, are they, Jake? I think it's just, I'm thrown to the wrong person and it's all over.
Bebop, hello. Come on, where was your mind?
Pretty impressive stuff here. Lefa as well, living up to, I think, my expectation of him getting really active on the 7, right? Like, this build is seriously active. He's got the monster rounds as well to, farm accelerate ultra early, but Surge of Power is a really key power spike for the 7, and he's got it online now, starting to shove mid-wave under that walker. And there's a lot of jungle to take right now. I mean, this is a scary moment for B&B. You need to get out of the map. You need to deny some of these jungle steals that could easily come in with all the lanes pushed against you as they are in this moment. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, we love to see this. Thank you, observers. This is we just watched the jungle farm. I am happy.
The devouring is happening right now as Lefa is just like, yes, funnel all the power into me. And you know what, Dan? This is something that you've talked about a lot for Lefa, is just soul allocation right now. Just on 7 in his element. We're going to ignore the previous call, and we're back on track here.
Yeah, I mean, when he used to play this, I don't know if he was taking pages out of like Hydration's books, but like he had really good pathing. Like, he understood precisely some of the most optimal pathing and timings for farm on 7, and so he would just try to like really min-max that as much as possible. It wasn't just that Leather was really scary in terms of mechanics and just like winning fights and stuff, but he also added this extra skill set where he actually really knows how to farm on the characters. So I'm not too surprised to see 7 being back, and yeah, his soul value will certainly, I mean, it's already ballooning. It is a large balloon, but it will soon become a gigantic balloon.
Yeah, he's cleared his whole jungle back now to the mid wave, but here, fight starting to break out. Ido on the goo ball, Kelvin as well, diving in with Frozen Shelter available. Meanwhile, though, Young Calc is just clearing off the backline. There's no damage with these frontline divers, but Gibbs just gets enough done on the Vindicto. Rocker wants to fight, though. Gets that affliction on a few.
Look at middle. Leffa, surely he doesn't just get free Walker here.
Oh, he's getting the free Walker.
Oh,
that's a
God.
foregone conclusion.
Like, you've given up kills, but...
I mean, all in all, like, this is a good fight for Big and Brawlic, right? They looks to be a winning trade for them, like, numerically. But the fact that Leffa secured this Walker, this fight is essentially a throwaway. Swap comes in, and I mean, you know, if Geist even trades one here, I think that's pretty bad news. He's gonna get the trade. Hold on, maybe a second possibility. TPing? No way.
I feel like Leffa just made the call of team, shield me in an endless deathmatch while I kill walkers and get bigger. Because that's just basically what's been going on. It's been endless deathmatch right now in the left lane. Full TDM mode activated. But Leffa now is going for another walker, Jake.
Surely he can't get a second Walker. Calc, though, is going to get back, and it's a cleanup. I mean, it looked like a good fight, but just overstaying their welcome. And now 7, max ulti. Bebop, there's no way you're out of there. Yeah, he's waiting for you to climb over that wall and
he's
surge of power. He's going to get another Walker.
He's still going for the Walker. They brought 2 people, and it was not enough. TDM, left lane, Leffa, Walker show, middle and right lane. And you got a little bit of Geist back up this time here as Kelvin may be dead. Geist is like, you can handle the Kelvin. I'm going to shoot this Walker.
7 super low, being potentially traded, needs to go down, is in the E-shift form here. Ooh, one more burst maybe from the Gubal. He's got to run. Oh, he's too fast.
Once again, Leffa living at one point 130
he's
HP.
Run the Aaron on 1 HP, I'm calling it.
Leffa's allergic to ever going
he's not running the Aaron. Okay, that's fair. Oh, Gibbs with a snipe from downtown. Where even was he? That's like across the map. That's like an insane sightline. What was that? He shot him from like a mile away. Gibbs was on his side of the lane.
Okay, Jake, here's what I have to understand is that with that level of geometry guessing, the JFK files did just come out right now. So I mean,
actually,
maybe
he read the JFK files and so he learned from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it was
on
amazing.
The grassy knoll with the Geist.
It was a conspiracy generating shot for decades. You know, Gibbs right now just took notes. That's all. But either way, BB's still in a tough situation right now, Jake.
Yeah, they're starting to make this a little bit chaotic. I have to think, you know, that Hydra Nation are a little bit less disciplined than they've been in some of the previous games, but they still have such a big lead. They still have a lot of room to work with, and they have been out deathmatching, frankly, even in these chaotic exchanges. Now with 2 walkers down, there's not much more of the map for them to play for. Looks like an engagement, though, on that left side lane. Very important to see if Leffa can get shut down one more time. That might be enough to swing his tempo lead down. The E-shift, think he's going to stabilize him. The snipe, is he timing it? Oh,
you just see no! How Jake, he can't keep getting away from him. We even saw the laser pointer at his head. And Leffa just takes fakes taking the teleporter and leaves. He leaves, Jake.
The CIA, they're looking out for him. They gave him the intel.
I've never been more Jesse Pinkman in my life.
Can Fishcake even do this Earn? Like, he's gonna go. Okay, maybe he can. Well, he's visible. Uh-oh. Nope.
Nope. Run.
Rocker has ulti. He could actually kill them all here.
Affliction drops it on Kelvin.
On Vindicta 2. Oh, Vindicta's done for.
That was such a high value affliction, and the pain just continues. Won't be the one to grab the Earn, though, because he's dead.
Doesn't need to be. 7 ulti over the top now on the Walker. Ido's going down. Walker as well under massive pressure. Leffa's going to get the finish here with the ulti, just pumping that damage, zoning all the creeps away. And 4 dead. I mean, Hydra Nation could look towards something like a mid-boss. The spawn timers are a little bit low. They might elect to just, you know, clear waves and get as much of the enemy jungle as they can. But we've seen this story too many times today, ZP. Hydra Nation in full control. It's up to them to be overconfident to force something. And oh, what a beautiful sight. 2 Cinder sacrifices for Leffa. Don't mind if he does.
Yeah. I mean, Dan, this just feels like a commentary on the state of capitalism right now as we watch Leffa get rich gambling at 27,000 souls when the poor proletariat on the other side is at a mere 17K. What is going on in the cursed apple right now for Leffa to be this far ahead?
I don't know. It also feels like Leffa's playing like a single player game as well. You know, like he's just out there clearing walkers by himself, just like running around, just doing his own thing. Pretty much the whole game, coming into fights sometimes and just like owning everyone. It's I don't know, like you can see. I mean, you can see firstly, I suppose, why the 7 pick feels so comfortable for Leather. Like this, because it's like it plays really well into how well he can do when he's playing anything on from a solo point of view. Because a lot of the ways that he plays heroes is like you know, he will be that solo guy running around the map, and it just suits his play style really nicely as well.
I don't know, trying to get something on the map, trying to clear a wave, but looked to have been a little too greedy. Hook in, but Paradox relatively tanky here, and the rest of the squad is showing up. It's all 12 players into the fight. Gibbs down, Leffa over the top on the height. Oh, this is a scary place to be.
Time to drop some balls. If people are even still alive to be done.
It's just dead. Like Leffa, the most farmed hero, can't even see an enemy because they're dead too fast. So that tends to be a bad sign. I'm not an expert, but that tends to be a bad sign.
It's not a good omen, but also, in case people are wondering what's at stake right now, this is our special best of 5. Hydra Nation, the challenging team, looking to reclaim their former glory, has dominated. And should they finish out this game, as right now the stats look to be leading us to, they will be our champion once more in Deadlock Fight Night North America and be bringing home $1,000. Jake, the path couldn't be more clear.
We need a betting sponsor so we can flash the like 100-to-1 odds right now, because that's sort of where it's starting to look here for Big and Brolic. Rejuve, another urn being dropped off aggressively while they take the rejuve. Surely that's too much. Surely that's a little too risky. But even Kelvin's forced away. He can't hope to contest this. And Rocker's 1v2ing on the sideline. He doesn't care.
An absolute crushing right now.
Vindicta's surely dead, right? On like -1 HP, Vindicta.
Well, I see avenues of escape right now. You see it, Vindicta just going, oh god, 12 HP.
Run.
The problem of being near pocket for 2 seconds as affliction goes off, just, yeah.
Base siege coming in from the left side, and Hydra Nation are still split around the map. They're not even bringing all their resources to bear here, and they're still just slapping away these defenders like they're melee creeps. Nothing to be had here in the defense, as 7 just clears every single defender as they appear.
7 is closer to a 3x gap than a 2x gap right now.
Oh my god.
Oh. Actually, I'm not.
Look at him ulting over the top here. Like, how do you can't even come out on the map right now? He's ulting in their throne. Oh my god, dude. Okay, that's a little. He's farming damage stats now.
Storms have gotten pretty powerful right now, Jake, as it turns out. But that's gonna be first stage patron going on down. Hydra Nation making it look easy, on their way to being our champions of North America once more.
They should back, though. They're all 1 HP. There's no way you fight on 1 HP. They're all gonna heal with speed amp and then just immediately full send. I'm calling it. It's gonna be everyone speed back to base and then immediate full send in the enemy base. Okay, guys, Rocane overstays their welcome with everyone else retreating. It's a pretty significant mistake, but with this level of advantage, it's well within the margins here for Hydration. And let's be honest, I want to see the Leffa camp. There's a lot of jungle to be done.
If Leffa's just like, hold up, guys, hold up. I know that Jason does a little bit of stat tracking. I need my souls per minute to go up. I'm gonna farm the jungle 2 more times and then we throne.
You know what's funny about that is that Rocane actually held one of the highest positions even when he stopped playing.
It's true.
Oh,
7 is jungling. Look at. Okay, Zach.
I think the jungling is over, and
he's coming, guys. You think he's gonna make it to the throne in time? Yes, the Kelvin ulti. E7's gonna make it to the fight.
He doesn't have Stormcloud, but shouldn't need it, as Hydra Nation look to put this one away, become the champions once more, and they do it in a fashion befitting those at the top. They dominate, they crush. Hydra Nation are the kings of North America once more.
Didn't have to wait long for this one, ZP. They're back in force. Rocker goes down, but Patron on 1 HP. It's only through mercy from Leffa that he hasn't already finished the throne, and there it goes. 3-0 sweep, special event, best of 5. Hydra Nation, it's nothing to them. They clean it up in a very quick 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and they just looked fantastic. All 3 maps long. The one thing I would go back and wonder, it's like, maybe you should have done something. Look, Hydra Nation is real versatile, but that mole That damn mole, Jake, just every single map. Big impacts, but even more so coming in from Leffa, regardless of what Leffa was on. And the 7 Leffa at the end, maybe the scariest, just the soul vacuum in play. We're going to be bringing Dan back in, though, Dan. And again, I know you're a fan of Leffa, so seeing this probably had to feel like a little bit of a masterclass to you.
It's funny. I mean, I don't know how to think about this sometimes because, like, we've seen so many different versions of this roster recently, but you all have to wonder, like, why was Leffa gotten rid of only to come back and they look even more godlike than ever. And it's kind of crazy, but it feels like, yeah, balance has been restored to the Force right now, because in EU, we've got VP reclaiming their title in extremely dominant fashion, in exactly the same fashion that Hydra Nation just took their title back, which is just basically stomp after stomp after stomp, which is not typical for, I feel like, DFN, as we've seen it in the last like few weeks. So my head's spinning a little bit, but yeah, these guys are pretty good, Hydra Nation. Now we have to see them play VP somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we need to see some sort of like an epic showdown, because it seems like in either region, there's not many teams who are able to give these champs pause. And I mean, Hydra Nation back and looking maybe better than they've ever been. Even in a lot of their wins in like the end of their championship spree weren't this one-sided. Like, and I think especially you think about the 3-lane map, Hydration Leffa dual laning together looks to be exactly the combo that they needed to unlock the potential of these players.
Also, I would say it's a survivor combo, but the reality is that Leffa has already been kicked off of Hydra Nation or left or some combination thereby. So it's an original Hydra Nation duo, but it's not like a duo that has held consistency from week to week, given the fact that Leffa was off the team for a while. But hey, you take a tour in EU, you know, you right the brain a little bit, you come back refreshed, rested, and you just crunch North America, you know, just how it goes. But you look at the stats here and just kind of dominance here, Dan.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's cool to think about is that obviously Young Calc is an addition to the team that's relatively new and happened in some of the shakeups. And Young Calc is maybe the best Abrams player in North America. I think there's a strong argument for that. And Abrams is really good with Mo right now. That, you know, we've seen that dominance from VP using the exact same roster time and again. And those two heroes are central to that. And Hydration already had a really good Mo. It's not like he's picking it up just because it's in meta. When it was not in meta and it was just an available pick, Hydration played it excellently in the past. And Hydra Nation always had not just like a Mo pick, but like a strategy that worked with Mo as a central piece to it. And so this lineup is actually really strong from the start to finish. It's hard to find any distinct weaknesses, and they got the versatility that, you know, of really great hero pools. They've got really good, you know, eco management. They're very good at like always extracting the most value possible from the economy. Their macro is good. They balance all of these dials and levers really well. And so it's great to see them back in form, because for a while, although it was cool to see new faces, it was a little bit strange to see Hydra Nation disappear, you know.
Well, this does bring us to our player of the match presented by Intel. And in his own, or in Listic's words, the player baptized on EU soil for his rebirth, the one, the only Leffa, is your player of the match. Jake, a force. Every single map in this best of 5, making it a quick 3.
Yeah, 3 different heroes, 3 different extremely dominant wins, looking masterful on everything he touches. Clearly, you know, rumors of his demise have been greatly overstated because he's back in NA. And honestly, this team looks better than ever. They look stronger than ever, more consistent than ever. I was really particularly impressed by game 2, where B&B played very defensive. They were like trying to bait out any kind of a mistake from Hydra Nation. Hydra Nation just gave them nothing, and they showed that you want to play defensive, we're going to eat the map, we're going to crush you with economy, and we're not going to take any risks if you guys are going to play passive and just sit behind. We're just going to get further ahead. And I think historically Hydra Nation has always been amazing in the dueling, in the team fighting, mechanical aspects of the game. But now to see them have this strong of an economy game as well, this reminds me of a team like Virtus Pro, where they can win not only through aim skill and mechanics, but also through economy, through the MOBA mechanics of Deadlock, which is, I think, super important for the development, for the overall potential of this team. And then got a player like Leffa able to leverage that to the fullest degree.
Well, Dan, as you take a look at this here, it was pretty unbelievable, but, you know, we have a special event here, right? This is a special event. It was a special BO5. And you know what that means? we're not bound by the rules. We make the rules here, and that's why we have a second player of the match presented by Intel. That's right. It is he who rocks the double fist. Hydration on the Mo, because really, Dan, it was the deadly duo of Hydration and Leffa that truly made it happen.
Yeah, some of the dives, I think especially that one where we saw Hydration like take the aggro for Leffa was like pretty insane. But yeah, just got really, really good cognizance and good chemistry. And from what I understand, Leffa's not necessarily the most vocal player. I don't know about Hydration, if it's any different to his interviews. Maybe these guys just have a mind meld or something, you know, because we did see like really great coordination between them. They read the game really well. And the Mo is so strong right now, and having Hydration be able to like consistently create space and create setups for a player like Leffa it's just too strong. It's too good.
I think it's so exciting seeing these guys in a duo lane where, I mean, we always used to talk about Leffa and Hydration being the dynamic duo for Hydra Nation when they were on the roster together. But that was always in the context of the late game, of like reaching the point where, okay, they're finally starting to group up as the two main carries. But seeing the two of them in lane is just like a joy from minute one. And it's allowing them, I think, to hit a higher peak where they're not relying on, you know, hitting a high farm peak and being in like the mid to late game where they started to grow up. They're grouped up from minute one, and they're really showing that dynamic duo prowess that I think the fans are really going to love to watch over the next few weeks in DFN. I can't imagine, surely not Hydra Nation making any changes after the performance they put on today.
Please no, do not. But to give us some insight into that, we got an interview ready, and we had to go to just one person for an interview on Hydra Nation. The rival of Ido when it comes to interviews. We got the man himself, young Calc, with us for the interview. Calc, first off, congratulations on your victory. And second off, what changed with Hydra Nation aside from your roster like 8 million times to make today such a success?
Well, I'm glad you asked, and I know you said aside from the roster, but this is a message directly from the king himself, the leader himself. He wanted me to say this. He said, to answer your question, what changed? He said, it's finally easy to improve and win with the problems gone on the team. And by that, I don't mean DMB, I mean Vegas and Quig. That's what Hydration wanted me to say.
Wow.
Oh, holy. Okay.
Did Hydration really say that?
Yes, he really said that. He really said that. No, he really said that.
If Hydration would say that on interviews, we would get him on for an interview. He has to like filter it through like the Calc filter. But look, I'm happy for it. Floor is open. Dan, what do you got for Mr. Calc?
I just like that Hydration speaks through people as opposed to like doing it himself. I love the imagery of that. It's like anyway.
Sends a messenger.
So we see like the meta change a lot, going to 3 lanes and all of that. But it feels like Abrams has had like a really big resurgence in terms of how people have been valuing him in every region. You must feel good about that, Cal, given that, you know, you're probably the best Abrams in the region. So what's your feeling on like how the meta's been changing and just seeing like more Abrams, more Mo?
Abrams isn't even that good. There's a reason why other teams don't pick it, is because when they pick it, they don't get any value out of it. The only 2 good Abrams players in NA is me and Flick, I think, so we're the only people who can really play it.
Fair.
The gauntlet has been thrown down, and I got to give you one more opportunity to throw one more gauntlet down. I'm curious right now, Hydra Nation, you guys look to be in peak form, maybe as good as the team has ever looked with this 3-0 blowout. But let's look across the pond, looking at Virtus Pro, looking at their run of dominance in EU. Right now, if you went to a LAN, who's winning? NA, EU? Who's got it right now?
I mean, it's hard to say, but you got to have confidence in yourself. I think that we're really happy with the form we're in, and we're really confident with how we're playing. So I think it'd be a good match. I don't think it'd be a stomp either way. I mean, VP is obviously a really good team, though, and they have really good players on it. So it's hard to say, but obviously we got some confidence. I think we would have a shot at least. It'd be close. It'd be probably the most entertaining match you could put together.
Well, Calc, obviously, like, Hydra Nation had a rough few weeks rebuilding, but you've come out stronger than ever. Any words you want to say to the fans, viewers, whatever you want to get out here on broadcast before we let you go, the floor is yours.
Well, since Flick is on a role that's like kind of overshadowed by other roles, I think it's important to give him a shout out. Like, I saw the 2 players in the matches was like Leffa and Hydration. Those are fantastic. They're both insane and they play super well. But don't let the public forget about Flick. Flick is honestly doing so much all the time. He has like max damage on a lot of different characters. He's such a good player, so don't overlook what him or the other people like Rocker and Rokane are doing on the team as well. So like, Flick's probably the best player in my opinion in NA. So and nobody even talks about it. So
top damage on Paradox game 3 is kind of insane. I was like, how you do top damage on that character, especially in that game with everyone else being so farmed. So yeah, exactly.
I just saw that too. What? Like, what? We didn't talk about that yet. That's great.
Yeah, it's like, by the way, secretly, Flick did a lot of damage. But Calc, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win once more. Hydra Nation, once more, the kings of North America. Everyone here, you saw it. Calc testified to it. And also put a lot of gasoline on the fire in turn. But look, this is stuff people love to hear.
Look, he's just the messenger, all right? You got to blame hydration.
That's true. That's right. That's right. It wasn't Calc who actually did it. Calcia, the
king has sent word from on high. he's hung the bodies from the bridge. You know, he's got the heads on the pikes with the championship crown in tow.
It's a classic, Dan. It's a classic that goes, I mean, we've seen it in many esports across time, and now we got it here in Deadlock.
I love it. I think it's so good. It's funny too, because people try to farm these types of responses from players, like to try to get something spicy or controversial. But it's definitely just awesome when players just like give it to you, and they're just like, actually, this guy's a piece of shit. Like, oh my god! Like, whoa, okay, all right. But yeah, we'll see though. It might just be jokes, but we'll see. We'll see in like 6 months. We'll see like how the storyline develops in the region over time. Because some regions, like I know in the French Counter-Strike region, for example, like there's so many like potential conflicts of people playing with each other because there's been so much drama over so many rosters for so long that you get into like a really weird place eventually. But yeah, it's fun.
All right, so it does bring us to the end of our show here today. Final words, Jake. We'll start with you.
Just congrats to the winners, man. VP and Hydra Nation back on top of their respective regions. It's great to see, really solid performances here in Deadlock Fight Night. The roster's coming together, especially for Hydra Nation being, after coming off all these changes. It's been fun to watch Leffa back in the server.
Here. Yeah, it's great to see Leffa back. This edition of the roster is really exciting. The downside is that they might just stomp everybody, but it's very exciting to. I'm not one of those people that feels like when a team's really dominant that's boring. I like that because I like to see the highest level of the game, regardless as to how you see that, and it's also something that everyone else has to. They have to improve their level to get to that, which is ultimately in the best interest of everyone. So I'm really happy to see them back.
It's really easy to know whose builds I should copy. The team that stomped everybody 3-0 is probably a good place to start.
Not only stomp people, but also redefine the tier list, where, by the way, you can catch all the VODs and our new extra content we've been putting out on the Deadlock Fight Night YouTube channel. If you haven't looked at it, go over there, subscribe, hit the bell, like all the stuff that every other YouTube video says, but we mean it authentically here because we want to serve you the best stuff ever. Please go check it out. But that does bring us to the end of the broadcast tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you to the players and teams. And of course, thank you to Intel, our sponsor, for helping enable all this, making this happen, and making some of the best computer hardware in the world. But everyone, this has been Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, and we'll see you next time.